Speaker. Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us, laying aside all personal interest. We acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen. No petitions have been delivered to the Clerk for presentation. Ministers have delivered 2 papers.
2024-25 annual reports for Creative New Zealand and the Retirement Commission.
I present the report of the Registrar of Pecuniary Interests and Other Specific Interests entitled Registrar's Inquiry into Carl Bates MP's compliance with the requirement of Appendix B of the Standing Orders. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. A Select Committee report has been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Justice Committee on the petition of Christine McCarthy.
No bills have been introduced. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of Nancy Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, today Stats NZ released its September quarter labour market data. The data was in line with market expectations, with the unemployment rate sitting at 5.3%. The data shows the effects of an economic downturn, which was caused by a period of sky-high inflation, followed by very high interest rates as the Reserve Bank steeply increased the official cash rate in response to out-of-control inflation. Unemployment, Mr. Speaker, tends to be one of the last indicators to turn in an economic recovery. Economic forecasters are expecting it to fall next year as the economy strengthens.
Supplementary question. How does the data compare with forecasts?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the unemployment rate is broadly in line with forecasts, including the Reserve Bank's August monetary policy statement. Interestingly, it is also in line with Treasury's pre-election forecasts from 2023, in which Treasury forecast that at this point 165,000 people would be unemployed. In fact, the number today is 160,000. That means that what we have just experienced in the September quarter is what was forecast by the Treasury to happen under the previous government's watch before it left office.
And so is calling out like that.
Well said, Mr. Speaker. Of course, this government is not satisfied with that. We are working hard to drive growth in the economy, which will in turn drive more people into employment. Forecasters expect the economy to return to growth in coming quarters, which is good news for job creation and every Kiwi looking for work.
Supplementary question. Why has unemployment risen over the past few quarters?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the economy is where it is now because in 2023, New Zealand had, by independent measures, the most overheated inflationary economy in the advanced world. Inflation was far above the target band, fuelled by reckless government spending. The Reserve Bank had to raise the official cash rate to 5.5%, the highest rate since 2008. And that, of course, is why the economy went into a long, painful downturn. It is now recovering. Members on the other side of the House might want to look at the actions of the previous government when judging today's data. And members, I would also say this.
That is enough. Thank you. The end of the question. Thank you. Nancy Liu.
What is the government doing to address unemployment?
Well, Mr. Speaker.
Wait, just wait. You can't start a barrage like that before there's even one word out the Minister's mouth.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a growing and strong economy is the key to getting more Kiwis into work. This is absolutely a time for backing effort, aspiration and job creation. It is not the time for introducing broad new taxes and returning to reckless fiscal management. Our government has been focused on rebuilding the economy to deliver more and better paying jobs, fast-tracking private sector projects that are job-rich, from housing to infrastructure expansions, opposed by my colleagues on the other side of the House, delivering $7 billion of government-funded construction work, the investment boost tax policy. These are the policies which drive growth and job creation. This is the prescription New Zealand needs.
Just remind all ministers that concise answers are good answers. Question 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
A point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, I understand the Prime Minister is in the building. He was on the tiles about 5 minutes ago answering media questions, so I seek leave for my question to be held until he's available in the debating chamber to answer it.
Well, it's an interesting reference you're making to a member's not being present, which is not appropriate. However, I'll put the leave. Is there any objection to that course of action?
To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Honourable
Mr Speaker, yes, absolutely, and particularly this government's very careful use of its own finances. We inherited conditions where government spending had increased very rapidly, leading to high inflation and high interest rates that were hurting Kiwis and their businesses, their farms, their firms and their families. We have set a very conservative operating allowance, forcing ministers to do more with less each year, just as families and households have had to do over the last few years. As a result of the government being careful with its finances, we are able to see declining inflation, declining interest rates and an economic recovery for the benefit of all New Zealand.
No, sorry, you can't make a statement like that. Just calm it down.
Supplementary question. Does he stand by his claim 6 months ago that unemployment had peaked, given that it's still rising, with as many people now out of work as the entire population of Tauranga?
Mr Speaker, I do stand by that statement because clearly unemployment has moved very little since that time. It is peaking and will decline in good time. As the Minister of Finance has recently said, one of the last things to be fixed when you have to do an economic repair job is unemployment. First comes the government spending blowout, thanks Labor, then comes the inflation, then comes the interest rates, and this government, just as the Labor government knocked each of those dominoes down, is putting them up in sequence, but there are no shortcuts.
Supplementary question. If the unemployment rate was unacceptable, as he said in September 2023, and is it now more unacceptable given 37,000 more people have lost their jobs since then? Or does he apply one set of standards for the previous government and a different set of standards to his own?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, we have always treated unemployment as a percentage figure. It is currently 5.3%. That is around 165,000 people. What's interesting is that in late 2023, the time of the statement the member referred to, the Treasury was forecasting on Labor Party policy settings that unemployment would be 165,000 people. So if you want to play these kinds of games, then you could say that under this government, 5,000 fewer people have lost their jobs than they would have with those guys' mismanagement.
Well, I certainly don't want to play games with any figures at all. The Right Honourable Christopher Hipkins. Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If the pre-election fiscal update is tracking according to plan, what happened to the 2% economic growth that the Treasury were forecasting before the election, which has actually turned under his leadership into a shrink of the economy?
Mr Speaker, the member is right to point out the difference in economic growth, but the other way you could look at it is that under this government, in spite of softer economic conditions which have multiple unexpected causes, the facts are that more people have kept their job than otherwise expected. And for New Zealanders anxious about losing their job, for New Zealanders trying to put food on the table and pay their bills, a government that is good for employment is good for Kiwi families.
Does he regard rising unemployment as being a sign of a government that's good for employment?
Mr Speaker, well, the member's really got to decide. the forecasts when the people kicked him out, quite rightly in my view, were that unemployment would continue to rise. In actual fact, it's risen less than it was forecast when he went out of government, deposed by the people of this country.
Supplementary question. Does he see any link between the fact that 1 in 7 young New Zealanders are now unemployed under his leadership and the fact that 200 New Zealanders every day are giving up and permanently leaving the country?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, as I was saying on behalf of another minister yesterday, I think sometimes the opposition fails to give due credit to the intelligence and perspective that New Zealanders have. So a wiser man once said, maybe they measure the minds of others by their own. But the fact is that New Zealanders understand that the economic conditions we face today are a product of at least 3 things. The conditions set by historic policy decisions, including those of the now opposition, the previous government. International factors, such as the world's largest economy effectively deciding to renegotiate its deal with the rest of the world economically, and also the policies of the current government. When they look at the third factor, the policies of the current government, they see a government that spends carefully, that cuts red tape and regulation, that tries to push people up instead of pulling them down, as we saw so often from the opposition. And that is why this government is in control, because people can see the things we're doing are making their future brighter.
Well, does he stand by his claim that for unemployed people who, quote, don't play ball, the free ride is over? If so, how many of the 37,000 extra people who have joined the unemployment queue, who had jobs before he became Prime Minister, does he regard as not playing ball?
Mr. Speaker, in answer to the first leg of the question, yes, absolutely. This government doesn't believe that welfare is a lifestyle choice. We believe that if you can work, you should work. We believe that you have obligations to look for work, just as the people who get up every morning and go to work to pay the taxes have to fulfil their obligation to pay the tax to fund your welfare. That is absolutely what this government believes in, mutual obligation. And there's something else about it, is that we believe that people who don't have a job right now have value and do have the capability to get one. We don't consign them to the scrap heap with the soft bigotry of low expectations like those guys did.
Question number 3. Question number 3, Dr. Carlos Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister.
Dr. Chong. It's quiet on all sides of the House. Dr. Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform. What announcement has he made regarding Eden Park?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, today I've announced the government's released an investigative report showing Eden Park planning restrictions could be costing hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenue, with hundreds of fewer jobs. Eden Park is a vital asset for Auckland and New Zealand, hosting major sporting and entertainment events that inject millions into the economy. But restrictive local planning rules are stifling Eden Park's ability to drive growth. It's not worth noting the rules were put in place in an attempt to balance use of Eden Park as a venue with local community preferences, but it's important to ensure that the rules remain fit for purpose and do not hold back Auckland's event and tourism sectors.
What did the investigative reports into Eden Park's planning rules show?
Mr. Speaker, it found that restrictions on Eden Park's operations will cost the region at least $432 million in lost income, with 751 fewer jobs over the next 10 years. The investigation was carried out under a new power in the RMA introduced in August to modify or remove provisions in local plans if they negatively impact growth, development capacity or employment. The government is not willing to let unnecessary restrictions in district plans hold back millions or billions in economic potential.
Supplementary. What changes have been recommended as part of this report?
Mr. Speaker, the report contained a large number of recommendations. For example, permitting 12 large concerts of more than 30,000 people each year, as well as 20 medium-sized concerts of between 10 and 30,000 people each year. More flexibility on timing for concerts, including permitting concerts of up to 8 hours duration, more flexibility for sport games, and the removal of size limits for conferences and large functions.
Supplementary. What are the next steps in this process?
Mr Speaker, public consultation begins today, will run until 19 November 2025 via the Ministry for the Environment's online hub. Local residents and business owners can give feedback. We're also consulting, obviously, with the Auckland Council, and following the consultation, the government will consider what changes are warranted to boost growth in the region, and we hope to make announcements by the end of the year.
Question 4, Dr David Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. What reports, if any, has he seen regarding the resources sector?
The Honourable Shane Jones.
Mr Speaker, I can announce that we have mounted the crest of a golden millennium for mining. Santana, major investment, has been issued a mining permit for 30 years, over $5-6 billion worth of wealth, and to the small number of worrywarts, allow science and technology to wash away your unnecessary anxieties.
Just wait for the House to settle.
Supplementary. How will this contribute to the economy?
Speaker, as we know, as a consequence of failed economic policies we inherited when we took over in 2023, we are managing a situation where unemployment is sadly quite high. But what about the 800 to 900 direct and indirect jobs? I say to the politicians oozing green elitism, think about the New Zealanders who will gain those jobs, who this very day are looking for new opportunities. And think about the royalties that will come over 14 years of operation. I say again, we're entering a golden age. Not that I can completely claim all the credit.
Supplementary. What other reports has he seen regarding the resource sector?
Speaker, Father Christmas has come early. On the west coast of New Zealand, a sum of $172 million over the last day or three has been announced to be dedicated to the Federation Mine, Reefton, now known as the Andrew Mine. Why do people on the other side of the House hate investment? Why do they undermine jobs? Why do they stand with frogs and geckos and unnecessary critters? No, we need jobs, and I am happy to announce $172 million is going directly into the economy of the West Coast, and I fear that it'll be more busts they make of my good self.
But I think answers should not contain questions to other parties.
Supplementary, Mr.
Wilson.
Speaker. What will this announcement mean for the local economy?
Sir, modesty forbids that I claim total credit, but please think about the forlorn period of time that has afflicted these parts of the South Island. When we have fresh investment, unlike downtown Auckland, you don't get rich by doing each other's washing. We are able to extract the endowment, the resources, the critical minerals, the gold, the silver. What New Zealander does not want a brighter future through new investment and the jobs and the income and the growth that will spread through a part of New Zealand that has been neglected for far too long?
Supplementary, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Can I ask the Minister, just looking around this Parliament and this building here, about what percentage of it is derived from extraction?
So if I can deploy my fifth form mathematics, I'd say about 96%.
Question number 5. We're just waiting on the. Just wait for a minute before I call the member. Question number 5, the Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Maloni, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, yes, in the context in which they were given. And I particularly stand by my statement that with a hard-won economic recovery now underway, this is not the time for broad new taxes and a return to reckless fiscal management. Instead, this is a time for government policies that back effort, aspiration and job creation, and we are the government doing that.
Have you got any of those policies?
Supplementary. If she is happy to use pre-election forecasts, will she compare her recessionary negative 1.1 growth rate to that in pre-election forecasts, which was 2%?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I would compare is the actions that have been taken. And in particular, I want to highlight the success of the fast-track legislation introduced by this government, opposed by those opposite, which so far has seen the Auckland Port expansion permitted, with 140,000 jobs being supported over the coming decades. It has seen the Milldale housing development fast-tracked, supporting 3,500 jobs. It has seen the Maitahi Village housing development in Nelson fast-tracked, supporting 2,700 jobs. If you stand for jobs, you should vote for them, and you didn't vote for fast-track.
Just say to government members, they may find it necessary to support the minister clearly with things that are not being said that they would like to be said. It's not helpful. Allow ministers to answer questions. The Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Supplementary. Why is she cherry-picking the best number that suits her when she has said, quote, forecasts aren't reality, unquote, and the reality is things are worse?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure why the member would talk about cherry-picking when in her own press release today she chose to highlight the increase in net departures of New Zealanders. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, that didn't start under this government. In the 21 months of data before our government came to office, annual net migration of New Zealand citizens increased by 38,000, whereas in the 21 months since we were elected, that number has only increased by 5,800. If you want to talk cherry picking, sort it out.
Supplementary.
Answers to questions should relate to government activity, not attacks on the opposition, and that is dangerously close to that, which will see limited opportunities moving forward. The Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the 160,000 unemployed people, the highest in 30 years, a sign that her economic plan is working?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it certainly isn't the highest unemployment number in 30 years as a proportion of the workforce. It's also the case that it remains below the long-term average. But most importantly for that member, 160,000 is lower than the 165,000 unemployed people like Grant Robertson was predicting prior to the election. I want to see more workers getting the jobs they deserve in this economy, which is why we are driving growth and job-creating businesses. And I'll tell you what won't help. New taxes, reckless fiscal management, a return to the old Labor ways.
There is a lot of noise coming from the centre row of the opposition that needs to just calm right down. The Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Supplementary. When will she take responsibility for growing unemployment, negative growth, increasing homelessness, record number of liquidations and KiwiSaver hardship withdrawals and increasing inflation, or will she continue to blame everyone else?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly won't take responsibility for the economic mess this government inherited. What I will take responsibility for is the results we are delivering to fix it, including lowering taxes.
Hold on. Sorry. It's ridiculous. Why ask a question if you don't want to hear an answer?
Including lower taxes, inflation back in band, lower interest rates, policies that drive job creation, fewer children growing up in emergency motel rooms. Mr. Speaker, delivering more state homes than that government delivered in the previous periods. We are a government that is delivering the fix. We inherited a mess and we're getting on with it.
No credibility.
Question 6, Chloe Swarbrick.
E te Premier, e tōtoko ana ia i ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr Speaker, yes, absolutely, particularly this government's decision to reverse the ban on oil and gas exploration. We risked being the only country in the world that was transitioning from gas back to coal. If we want to have a so-called just transition, we actually need transition fuels. And most people would much rather be burning gas to generate electricity than coal. What's more, it helps people with more affordable energy. You see, the member likes to say that people are doing it tough financially, and she may be right about that, but she can't also put in place policies that make it harder for them to provide for themselves and their families by banning technologies that make life more comfortable.
Is the government still committed to the Paris Agreement?
Mr Speaker, yes, the government is committed to the Paris Climate Agreement as it signed up 9 years ago. It may have been a long time for the member, but we keep that commitment.
How does he reconcile his statement that the government is still committed to the Paris Agreement with the government's announcement late last night that it will remove reference to, quote, contributing to the global effort under the Paris Agreement, end quote, from our climate change laws?
Mr Speaker, it's very simple. This government has something the member will be familiar with, known as the Zero Carbon Act, and that sets our domestic commitments to reduce emissions. Those emissions commitments or reduction commitments, I believe, are very, very strong and ambitious. And as a result, they are the targets that we need to adhere to. The Paris Agreement is something different, but actually that doesn't mean that we can't achieve one by pursuing the other.
Can he name just one individual or group externally from the government who the government consulted with, who supports the changes that were announced late last night to weaken our climate change laws?
Mr Speaker, yes, in answer to the member's question, I certainly can, but having the capability doesn't mean that I will, because you see, there's a tone in this member's questions, the one that chants things like from the river to the sea, that makes people unwilling to be identified and be able to share their views. So that's why I'm not going to participate in her doxing and outing of people who have different views, and so I could name them, but I'm not going to.
Look, if there's going to be just a question, then a barrage as the answer comes. Not much point in continuing with the question. Chloe Swarbrick.
How exactly can he claim to be committed to our climate agreements while he is removing requirements for independent advice and accountability, removing reference to the Paris Agreement in law, and revoking rules that require our emissions trading scheme to align with our international climate agreements?
Well, Mr Speaker, very, very simply, we can achieve those reductions without necessarily using the mechanisms that the member describes. What's more, the member needs to reflect carefully, because she cannot have it both ways. I, like many members of this House, grew up in the north. I grew up in Whangarei. I've driven many times past and visited Portland Cement. And there's really tough decisions that governments face, that we face as a country. Do we want to put those 200-odd people at Portland out of work so that we can have Vietnamese cement on the shelf at Bunnings and in the concrete we use to build our homes? Or do we want to keep doing cement refining in New Zealand, keeping Kiwis in work? The member can't complain about jobs and the economy and the cost of living one day and then have policies that destroy people's effort to pursue those goals the next.
Is he aware that it is entirely feasible to create good green jobs in a sustainable economy, such as proposed by the Green Party in our green budget and industrial strategy?
Mr. Speaker.
In so much as the Prime Minister has responsibility for...
Mr. Speaker, I seek your...
In so much as he has responsibility for any other party's, other than government's, policies, he may choose to make a very brief response.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. You see, it's against the rules for a member on the government side to ask a question designed to launch an attack on the opposition. But what if the opposition asked a question that could only be designed to launch an attack on the opposition? The fact is, Sir Kiwis, sound bites and slogans don't create jobs. It's that simple. Over here in the real practical world, we have policies that are designed to get New Zealand working.
Sit down. Not going to have that sort of outburst. The reality is that it is the job of the opposition to point out the weaknesses, as they say, of the government, and therefore something the member needs to accept. Is there another supplementary close, Robert?
Somebody question.
I'm on my feet. I'm on my feet. Someone is going to leave. I'm on my feet, and it's not a good idea to call out. Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Can I ask the Minister as to whether the government intends to take advice from people about jobs when they've never had a real job?
No, that's not something the government is... the government's responsible for a lot of things. That's not one of them. Question... Listen, someone is going to have to symbolically leave so everyone else gets the message that question time is quiet when a question's being answered. The government crossbench back row might like to take that on board. The Honourable Willie Jackson, question number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Social Development and Employment, does the Minister stand by her 50,000 job seeker reduction target? If so, why?
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Yes, I absolutely stand by our target of 50,000 fewer people on the job seeker support by 2030. Our government is ambitious for all New Zealanders, and our target is ambitious and reflects our government's view that work brings independence so people can lead healthier, happier lives. That's why we're delivering practical support, clearer expectations and stronger partnerships with employers to help more people move from welfare into work. And we've seen over 83,000 people leave benefit for work in the last 12 months.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, how can she stand by her target when figures released today shows unemployment at a 9-year high? Job seekers have increased every quarter and she is nowhere near meeting her own target.
Mr. Speaker, because as I've said in this House before, the job seeker target is ambitious and the numbers were always going to get worse before they got better. The pre-election fiscal update had unemployment at 5.3%. Today, it was announced at 5.3%. So while it is incredibly challenging for any individual that is without work right now, our government is focused on the practical steps that help them to prepare for work and get ready for work, and our economic growth agenda that we've already heard about today in terms of fast track and mining jobs are on track.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister, does she think forecasts from MSD and DPMC are wrong that show she is failing to meet her own target and that she will be 40,000 people over by June 29?
Mr. Speaker, the report that the member is referring to is a progress update on the job seeker target, and as I've said, I've never shied away from the fact that it was always going to get worse before it was better. But what our government is unwilling to accept is that for a young person who goes on to welfare under the age of 25, that means 18 future years of their life on welfare. A figure, Mr. Speaker, that is 49% worse in the 6 years that they were in charge.
Speaker, who is correct? The Prime Minister, who encouraged young job seekers to look to horticulture jobs in the Hawke's Bay, or Paul Painter, CEO of Yummy Fruit, who said the industry wasn't short-staffed right now?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I always agree with the Prime Minister, and there are jobs available. Otherwise, we would not have seen 83,000
83,000 New Zealanders leave welfare for work in the last 12 months, despite there being challenging economic times. 83,000 New Zealanders leaving welfare into jobs.
Every day. Mr Speaker, does the Minister think it's fair that if a job seeker fails to miss their targets to find work, they get sanctioned? But when she fails to meet her targets, she gets praised by the Prime Minister for making it harder for people to get support in the first place.
Mr Speaker, one of the things that we have done is got a way more active welfare system, which includes making it really easy through the traffic light system for those on benefit to know what their obligations are and to provide assistance and support to ensure that they fulfil their obligations. And yes, there's a consequence if they don't. Why do we have a system like that? Because we want more people exiting welfare into work, and over 83,000 in the last 12 months, I think is good news.
Question number 8, Urini Kaipara.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Housing. Does he stand by the government's proposed changes to the National Policy Statement on urban development?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, yes.
Supplementary. What advice, if any, has he received from the Minister of Crown Relations regarding the potential impact these reforms will have on treaty settlements in Tāmaki Makaurau?
I don't believe I've had any specific advice from the Minister that the member references in relation to that particular issue, although clearly the Minister and I work closely together across a range of different areas. I would emphasise for the member and the House that commitment to upholding Treaty of Waitangi settlements is a core coalition government priority.
Supplementary. How many Tāmaki Makaurau iwi and hapu were identified during the development of these reforms, and how many of their treaty settlements will be affected?
Ask JT.
Mr Speaker, I don't have that specific number. And
I think we'll just stop the cross-party, cross-bench discussion. The Minister will start the answer again.
Mr Speaker, I don't have that specific number in front of me, but if the member puts it down as a written question, I'd be happy to get that feedback to her or get that answer to her. As I say, upholding treaty settlements is a core government priority. In relation to Tāmaki Makaurau, the government is working with a range of iwi in the area around a range of different housing developments, including, for example, at the Carrington site, where we're making real progress, which is a land for housing program started under the last national government, continued under the previous Labor-led government, and is continuing under this coalition government, where we are building houses at some scale, utilising what was formerly Crown land, and working with our iwi partners in relation to that project.
Supplementary. Can he confirm that the government's reforms to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development will not undermine nor conflict with settlement redress, including co-governance arrangements in Tāmaki Makaurau?
Mr Speaker, as I said a couple of times now, it is a government commitment to uphold Treaty of Waitangi settlements, and all of the changes we are making to national direction, for example, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, will reflect that.
Supplementary, the Honourable Tamapota.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister please confirm that this government proposes to move a national statement in relation to Papakainga that will enable up to 10 houses to be built on Papakainga lands, and also that this government has articulated and foreshadowed that this government will commit over $400 million to have 1,000 houses built on Māori land?
Yes, Mr Speaker, I can confirm that there will be a national environmental standard developed in relation to Papakainga housing. It's our view as a government that there is real potential for this type of housing on whenua to unlock the potential for different housing typologies that will put warm, dry homes in place for people in need. We expect to have the National Environmental Standard, which will slot into council district plans, developed and promulgated in the first half of 2026.
Question number 9, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Housing, does he stand by his statements that, quote, it's clear that rough sleeping is a genuine problem and, quote, we can and will do more for rough sleepers?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Yes.
Supplementary. Why is the government working on legislation that would enable the removal of rough sleepers from central business districts?
The government isn't.
Supplementary. Why is the Minister denying this when Police Minister Mark Mitchell confirmed on News Talk ZB this morning that, quote, Paul Goldsmith and Justice are doing a lot of work around that, end quote, and that legislation to move homeless people from CBDs to the suburbs was, quote, fully supported by caucus and the Prime Minister, end quote?
Mr. Speaker, the government is considering a range of different things in relation to the CBD. It is 8% of the country's economy. It is of national significance, and with the City Rail Link opening next year, the International Convention Centre opening, and an increased push for tourism, for example, from cruise ships, the government, as well as Auckland Council, is of the view that we can make the CBD a more desirable place for everyone to be than it currently is.
Supplementary. So which is it? The government isn't working on legislation to shift homeless people from the CBDs, or they are considering legislation to shift homeless people from the CBDs?
The member asked whether or not the government was developing legislation. The government is not, but as I say, we are looking at a range of things. We are looking at a range of things in order to make the CBD, in order to clean up the CBD.
Supplementary.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Kerr McAnulty.
Thank you very much.
Just wait for your colleagues to come down.
If people are concerned about entering the CBD because of homelessness, how does he expect them to feel when the issue is moved to their doorstep in the suburbs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, rough sleeping and homelessness is part of a complex cocktail of issues that successive governments have had to grapple with. This government is putting additional resource into Housing First, which is an internationally proven, evidence-based program that I know the member supports, in order to specifically provide housing options for people who are rough sleepers. Housing First does not support prison cells. Housing First supports warm homes so that people who are sleeping rough on the streets can move in, and more specifically it provides the kind of wraparound support that people in those difficult situations often need. The starting point of Housing First is that it is difficult to supply people with mental health or addiction service support unless they are in a house in the first place, and that's why the government is proud to back Housing First. No one is pretending that this is a problem that is going to be solved overnight, and no one is pretending that this is not a difficult and complex problem that successive governments have had to grapple with, but we are working hard with frontline providers like the City Mission and others in the Auckland CBD to get on top of the problem.
The Honourable Tama Potaka. The Honourable Tama Potaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister please confirm that this government has reduced the spend of over $1 million a day on emergency housing to less than $200,000 a day, funds nearly $500 million per annum on transitional housing, Housing First and other related programs, and has now contracted an additional 300 Housing First places, the majority of which are in Auckland, with Housing First providers to support rough sleepers within these and related contractual arrangements.
Good. When the House is ready, you might hear the start of the Minister's answer.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I can confirm that. As the member well knows, and the member yelling out the problem well knows, the government is working hard to make sure that we can supply warm, dry homes for people in very vulnerable situations. It is a complex, difficult challenge, but one that we are up for.
Supplementary.
A supplementary question, the Honourable Shane Jones, and no one else speaking.
To the Minister. Can he confirm it is not appropriate to use homelessness as a moral cloak to hide drug taking, criminality and violence?
Well, don't think the Minister's got particular responsibility in that regard. Move now to question 10. Dr. Hamish Campbell.
My question is to the Minister of Health. What recent announcements has the government made about boosting hospital capacity?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Seymour Brown.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government is delivering real results for patients and staff across the country. That's why we recently announced a program to deliver 140 new hospital beds at 5 of New Zealand's busiest hospitals. These new fast-tracked hospital wards will be open in the second half of 2026, boosting capacity and easing pressure where it's needed the most. This is part of our broader plan to strengthen health infrastructure, getting hospitals built faster, using smarter construction methods and ensuring our workforce is in place to deliver care. This government is delivering more beds, more capacity and better care for New Zealanders.
Supplementary. Which hospitals will benefit from this program?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a total of 140 new beds we delivered across 5 hospitals with operational funding for these wards approved by Health New Zealand. The first will be at Middlemore, where we're expanding general medicine capacity to take pressure off the emergency department. Waikato Hospital, a new assessment and diagnostic unit, will speed up patient flow. Wellington Hospital, the new ward, will support acute care and help support the shorter stays in emergency department target. Nelson Hospital, the new ward, will provide flexibility during seismic work and add inpatient capacity ahead of the construction of the new inpatient building funded in the budget. And at Hawke's Bay, the new ward will cater for short-stay surgical patients and surgical assessments, freeing up space elsewhere in the hospital. These investments will make a real practical difference for both patients and staff.
Supplementary. How was the government able to deliver more wards than originally planned without increasing the cost?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is what happens when you run a disciplined and efficient system. The rapid build wards will be constructed off-site and installed on hospital grounds, enabling faster, more cost-effective delivery while also providing flexibility to redeploy units to other hospitals if required. As part of Budget 2025, we expected to fund 3 new wards, but through a competitive procurement process and the use of modular construction, we can now deliver 4 wards within the same funding, alongside the 5th ward at Hawke's Bay and that hospital announced earlier this year. That is smart management, better value for money and faster delivery, exactly what New Zealanders elected this government for.
Supplementary. What impact will these new wards have once they're operational?
Well, Mr. Speaker, adding additional capacity to hospitals would usually take multiple years. However, through our use of rapid build wards, we can ease pressure on emergency departments, speed up admissions and discharges and improve patient flow across the hospitals faster, meaning both patients and staff will feel the benefits sooner. The rapid build wards will also give our frontline staff modern, flexible spaces to deliver the best possible care. Mr. Speaker, we're building capacity, supporting our workforce and making sure New Zealanders can get the care they need when they need it. That is what delivery looks like and that's what our government stands for.
Question number 11, the Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks, how can parents be confident that she is, quote, putting the child's needs at the centre of the education system, unquote, when educational experts have described the newly rewritten curriculum as, quote, more political than educational, unquote?
The Honourable Erica Stamford.
Mr. Speaker, in context, as stated in my press release from 5th of September, parents can absolutely be confident we're putting their children's need at the centre of the education system by ensuring 101,000 Year 1 to 8 students and their teachers will benefit from the skills and support of a learning support coordinator working in their school next year. Mr. Speaker, in response to the second part of the question, this is a direct quote taken from an open letter addressed to me in regards to the mathematics and statistics curriculum. I completely disagree with the small number of authors of that letter that there is no politics in our children's right to master key mathematical concepts like fractions, timetables, place value and geometry. There's nothing political about our maths curriculum and I encourage the member to read it and engage in an intellectual debate on the content of the maths curriculum.
Supplementary.
We'll just have concise answers. Thank you. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you. Why should parents trust this curriculum is right for their kids when it puts kapahaka and maurako into the PE curriculum?
Well, Mr. Speaker, parents should trust this curriculum because it's knowledge-rich year by year and is aspirational for their kids. And it's very clear that the member opposite hasn't actually bothered to read the curriculum, because if she had, she would notice that in mathematics, for example, which relates to the primary question, that we are teaching children place value by teaching it to them in Te Reo Māori, because it makes much more sense to say, makes much more sense to say to ko mārima, 10 and 5, than it does to say 15. Should also be well advised to read it and to understand that we teach shapes in Te Reo Māori because it's easier to understand tapu toru, 3 sides, than it is a triangle. But it's clear she's not read it.
Just a minute. Look, sorry, but there is discussion going on all over the House, particularly on those backbenches over there. And one or two of you are in sights and will be going early if there cannot be a reasonable approach to questions being answered. The Honourable Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Supplementary. How can parents be confident that the curriculum was written with their kids' learning in mind when Year 3s will be taught Charles Elton's concept of ecological pyramids?
Mr. Speaker, it's really important for young people when they're learning concepts to understand that there were people before them who came up with these concepts. Now, Mr. Speaker, in Year 1, children will learn about Carl de Vries. Why are we learning about Carl de Vries? Because he realised that bees dance when they communicate. How fun is it for a Year 5 buzz around the room, because that's how bees communicate. But we didn't just make this up. There was a guy who thought about it. And we need to be more aspirational for our kids, because if we're just going to be worried about some theory...
Sorry. Would 3 people on the front bench like to leave? Well, if you don't want to leave, don't perform like that. And we'll also have concise answers. Jean Prime.
How can parents be confident that the curriculum was written with their kids' learning in mind when Year 7 students will have to study Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the 1852 Constitution Act, the French Revolution and the Industrial Revolution in 1 hour a week?
Well, Mr. Speaker, parents should feel confident because finally we have a curriculum that is not just so narrowly focused on New Zealand history, but actually teaches children our place in the world. The Aero Review said that children enjoy history more when they are learning about faraway places and our connection to the world. And if that speaker thinks we're just going to be focused on one area of the curriculum, New Zealand history, well then she can take that till the election, but I'm more ambitious for our kids.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Has the Minister heard any serious suggestions that maybe children shouldn't be taught Newtonian mechanics because Newton was a white man?
No, sorry. Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How can parents be confident that the curriculum was written with their kids' learning in mind when maths experts called it potentially damaging to learners, history teachers called it developmentally inappropriate, and technology teachers said it was a major step backwards?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell her that parents should feel confident in this curriculum because there are a lot of other teachers and educators and principals on the front line who take time to write to me and say things like, I want to take a moment to express my full support for the work you and your team are doing to undertake in developing the new and launching the new curriculum. As a principal of a small rural school, I see firsthand how these changes are encouraging deeper learning, higher expectations and a renewed sense of purpose across Aotearoa classrooms. So, Mr. Speaker, these 2 new curriculum areas have been in place for a year and we are already seeing improved achievement in the classroom.
Question number 12, Kahurangi Kata. Just wait for a bit of quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Children. Does she stand by her statement, quote, "We have refocused the children's system on what matters, the safety and well-being of children, whether in the community or residences, and the results are clear," end quote. If so, which results is she referring to?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, in the context in which it was made, which was the achievement of the first ever reduction of harm in youth justice and care and protection residences, a 14% decrease since 2024, which is a reduction of 33 findings of harm. Other results from the Safety of Children in Care report include a decrease in physical harm findings from the previous year and a reduction in harm by staff. However, at the same time, I also stand by a statement I made in the House during question time on the 23rd of October that, quote, I acknowledge that the latest Safety of Children and Care report shows that in 12 months to 31st of March 2025, there was an increase of 23 children and young people who had a finding of harm compared to the previous year.
Is it correct that there has been an increase in recorded findings of harm for children in state care?
Mr. Speaker, I believe I just answered that, where I said there was a finding of there was an increase of 23 children and young people who had a finding of harm compared to the previous year.
Supplementary. What does she say to Te Aotearoa Tamariki Chief Executive Aaron Jones and Children's Commissioner Dr. Claire Ahmad, who warned, quote, overall, the number of children in state care being abused or neglected has increased and this is unacceptable, end quote. And, quote, we must pay attention to the fact that 10% of all children in state care were abused or neglected over the last 12 months, end quote.
What I would say, Mr. Speaker, is yes, definitely it's unacceptable. No child should be hurt or harmed in this country. And if you are taking care of a vulnerable young child in our care, don't hurt them, don't harm them, and take responsibility for your actions. Because at the end of the day, if people that care for our young people don't hurt or harm them, we wouldn't be in this position to have oranga tamariki.
Supplementary. What does she say to ngā morehu, the survivors of state abuse, as we come to the anniversary of their apology, when reports tell us that the cycle of abuse they endured continues for tamariki in state care today?
Mr. Speaker, what I would say is that the highest risk of harm is return to home care. This is where families and whānau are given a second chance to look after young people who have been removed from their home in the first place. We put support around those whānau and family, but ultimately at the end of the day, the person responsible for the harm is the people that are caring for those children.
Supplementary. Does she support implementing all recommendations of the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in State Care? If not, why not?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, can you just repeat that question?
Of course. Does she support implementing all recommendations of the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in State Care? If not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, there is currently a work program in place around the report of abuse in state care and faith-based care. What I would say to you is that this is a large work program which the government is committed to working through to make sure that across the board that young people are safe in the homes that they live in, and that is my priority.
That concludes oral questions. Before I call a Business Committee decision on a motion, anybody who's leaving should leave the House quietly. However, in accordance with the determination of the Business Committee, I call on the Right Honourable Winston Peters to move a motion on the election in Maiamna. The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House expresses grave concern that the Myanmar military regime's elections, as currently planned, cannot be free nor fair and will not lead to sustainable peace. Regard the election arrangements as significantly flawed because there will be no genuine opposition parties on the ballot paper and repressive laws have been passed criminalising public criticism of the elections. Consider that if held under current arrangements, the elections would not be credible. Call on the Myanmar military regime to release all political prisoners, cease airstrikes and other military action, enable genuine inclusive dialogue with all stakeholders, and relieve the humanitarian suffering of the Myanmar people. Call for the urgent implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2669 and the ASEAN 5-point consensus as a necessary step towards a sustainable solution in Myanmar. Call on the New Zealand Government and the international community to not lose sight of the grievous position and situation of the Myanmar people, which will not be ameliorated by this election as currently planned, and continue to stand in solidarity with the people of Myanmar and their desire for inclusive and genuine representative democracy in their country. Thank you.
Call on the Honourable Phil Twyford.
Mr Speaker, the people of Myanmar are bravely resisting one of the most brutal military dictatorships in the world today, and they deserve our help. The war criminals running Myanmar are planning to hold elections before the end of this year. But this is not a general election, it is a general's election. It is a cynical repackaging designed to make the military regime look civilian and attract the international legitimacy that the generals so desperately crave. It cannot be free and fair. It is a sham election. The regime is only planning to hold it in some of the country's townships because they don't control most of the country. No genuine opposition parties will be allowed on the ballot, and it's clear that people will be forced at gunpoint to vote. The regime has in recent weeks passed 3 repressive laws criminalising the criticism of the elections, and there are currently teenagers in jail because they dared to criticise the elections on Facebook. In the lead up to the sham election, the military has intensified its airstrikes, artillery shelling and scorched earth operations against civilians. These airstrikes target schools, churches, monasteries, hospitals and camps of internally displaced persons. On our recent fact-finding mission to Myanmar, on Myanmar, everyone that we met wanted the international community to reject the military junta's sham election. The election has no legitimacy. It should not be recognised by the international community, and that's why Labor supports this resolution. The war criminal Min Aung Hlaing stole democracy in a military coup 4 years ago, and since then he has waged war on his own people. He tortures political prisoners, burns down villages and drops bombs on hospitals and schools. 3.6 million people are displaced from their homes inside the country, and 16 million people are starving according to the World Food Programme. Mr Speaker, through this resolution of our Parliament today, we call on the international community to stand in solidarity with the people of Myanmar. The anti-junta movement has, in the past few years, taken back control of more than 2/3 of the country. It has built an impressive unity among the various groups opposing the regime, and it has advanced a constitutional process to establish an interim government based on the principles of federal democracy. Our fact-finding mission from this Parliament heard firsthand from people all over Myanmar who are building a new society and new forms of government in the liberated zones. They call it a bottom-up federal democracy. Mr Speaker, the Myanmar junta is destabilising ASEAN, one of New Zealand's most important relationships. The junta's war is the biggest cause of forced displacement in Asia. Under the generals, Myanmar is the source of most of the methamphetamine that makes its way to New Zealand. It is a leader in human trafficking and home to the notorious scam centres that swindle money from New Zealanders. We urge the New Zealand government and other liberal democracies to step up and work alongside our friends in Southeast Asia to reject and isolate the military regime and stay true to the cause of democracy in Myanmar. We say to China, India and Russia, stop propping up this murderous regime that conducts airstrikes on schools and hospitals on a daily basis. Stop funding them, stop doing business with them, stop training their military, and stop supplying them with the military hardware they use against their own people. To people all over the world, we say, don't forget Myanmar. If you believe in democracy, human rights and international law, the people of Myanmar need you now.
Tiana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Greens to support this very considered resolution, and I know that it will be meaningful for the diaspora Myanmar communities here in Aotearoa, around the world, and indeed in Myanmar itself. I was also on that fact-finding mission, Mr. Speaker, and as we spent some time on the border of Myanmar, we met with many people from various parts of the country, and they talked about how their villages had been bombed. They talked about the airstrikes. They talked about the impacts on their future and the impact on democracy, Mr. Speaker. So having a resolution like this debated and talked about in the House is an incredibly important move. We also spent some time feeding back to the community. Appropriate decision making is an important thing for the Green Party, and the last of those meetings was hosted by Rachel Boyack, Labour Party MP, and it was packed. Over 100 people there to listen about what we had learnt. And in that vein, I want to acknowledge the support that we had, both the cultural, social and political support we had from Pure Sandasol, Jas Sing Ing and Mikun Chunan. Being able to understand what this means and the impacts, particularly for their community, brought a revelation to me in terms of the impact that was happening there. What everybody said was that this is a sham election. It is not a general election, it's a general's election. And they highlighted that for a number of reasons. One of them is the fact that the military junta itself controls less than a third of the country. They also pointed to the fact that actually with the elections that they've planned as well, that they already get 25% of the ballot, but also they get to declare who will be on that ballot as well. There are also concerns raised about how it will be phased out as well, so there could be 1 phase, 2 phases or 3 phases, and an ability to move that around. Mr. Speaker, that is not a fair democracy, let alone the impact on all of the communities there. 3.6 million and more internally displaced people fleeing the conflict into the liberated areas, and also the millions more that are refugees on the border. This also has particular significance for here with us in Aotearoa, because much of, if not most of the methamphetamine originates from Myanmar as well and makes its way down here as well, and the growing concerns of scam centres, something that I had not heard of before until they talked to us about it, and the concerns there around people that have been trafficked into those scam centres. Mr. Speaker, it was a very learning experience, spending some time with the community, and I think it's important to acknowledge as well the role of the New Zealand Myanmar Campaign Committee, and this is a committee that is chaired by Stanley Saw, with his wife Sandra Saw supporting as well, and their daughter is part of our caucus, our Green caucus, and who is Yardna Saw, who is a Wellington Greens regional councillor. So these are impacts that impact not just in Myanmar, but right across Aotearoa, New Zealand. So having our attention on this is incredibly meaningful. It means that the people can say that people in New Zealand have actually considered this motion, that they have considered the issues, that they understand the issues, they understand the harm that the military junta is doing in Myanmar and are willing to make a stand and to call it out. Mr. Speaker, this is an important resolution. It is a meaningful resolution for the Myanmar communities here in New Zealand, but also a meaningful resolution for the communities who across the world have had to escape their homes, and also for those who are struggling on the ground, the anti-junta movement, and also noting the comments around the emerging democracy of hope, the emerging federalism of hope, and just to note that also we met with some of the young people who are trying to build a future as a part of this new emerging federalism. Some of them who had an opportunity to go to Victoria University and to learn about public policy. So support in these areas is so incredibly important. I commend this resolution to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. The contrary, no. The motion is agreed. The ayes have it. Would some honourable member care to move that the House take note of miscellaneous business?
Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Call on the Honourable Nicola Willis.
Fresh from the dumpster fire that was the economic management approach of the last government, last week a phoenix emerged and its name was Chris Hipkins. Chris Hipkins, after 6 years of trashing the economy, emerged with energy renewed to say, I have a new approach to the task and its name is more taxes. That's his prescription for the New Zealand economy, to slam a new capital gains tax on all those New Zealanders who have saved hard, who have invested, who have worked hard to build up a nest egg, a rental property, a business. Chris Hipkins' message to them: we'll punish you for your effort with a new tax. Mr. Speaker, you cannot trust Labor on tax. Everyone who has worked hard in this economy is in their sights, because when they mismanage the economy and they run out of money, they always come after yours. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the funny thing last week was, of course, the whole policy got leaked, because not only is there civil war into Party Māori, it turns out there's civil war in the Labour Party too, because there's a host of them who want the tax to be bigger and bolder and brighter. So they hadn't quite got around to finalising the details when the policy got leaked. And I found it really amusing, colleagues, to see how upset some of their members are, that I would have the temerity to point out that this policy will impact businesses. This policy will impact KiwiSaver funds. This policy will impact everyday mums and dads. And I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether it's fair for me to say that Labor are actively misleading New Zealanders about their CGT, because I suspect it's actually they don't have a clue about their own policy. They don't actually understand it. So listen up, let me spell it out. When you say, members opposite, it won't impact businesses, answer me this. How do you levy a tax on buildings and land and not impact a business when it is sold that includes buildings and land? Simple fact, you are putting a tax on that business. And the Labor Party still hasn't answered how this isn't a tax on KiwiSaver, when just go and have a look at what KiwiSaver funds are invested in. Turns out they invest in commercial property in New Zealand. So when you tax it more, you are cutting the returns of New Zealanders in their KiwiSaver accounts. And so we've had all of these questions asked about the details. Valuation Day, which apparently is going to be on the 1st of July 2027. But they can't tell us how they'll value the properties, how much it will cost, who will be doing it. And apparently it's all fine because they'll sort it out when they get into government. Well, Mr. Speaker, they don't have time to do that because there will be no way they can get that detail worked out in time for legislation to be passed. It's just classic Labor light on detail. But you know, the real thing here is what's been left unsaid by Labor, which is actually they are opening the door with a capital gains tax with the true desire in their hearts to expand it even further. And you saw that crystal clear with Mr. Hipkins, didn't you? Asked, will you introduce any other new taxes? Given the absolute opportunity to rule it out, what did he do? He said, oh, well, there'll be more to come. There'll be more to come. So for all those New Zealanders who've been working hard, Mr. Hipkins' message for you and your economy and your job and your family's savings is, I want to tax it. Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have to ask ourselves this. What kind of a country do we want to be? Because I want this to be a country that backs hard-working people. That's right. I want to back their aspirations, their efforts, their hard-won savings and achievement. Labor wants the opposite. They want a tax on people who have done the right thing, on those people who've saved up, built a nest egg, built a business. This is what Labor always do. They mismanage the economy and then they make other people who do the right thing pay for it. And that's before we talk about what the Greens want to do, what Te Pāti Māori want to do. It's chaos on the other side. The phoenix has emerged. It's not enough to moan anymore. Now they want to make it worse. We say no.
A koe te pika. What Te Pāti Māori wants to do.
Hang on. Debbie Naru Wapaka.
Tēnā koe te pika. Te Pāti Māori, first of all, wants to commemorate the Pāhuatanga Day. Today, 144 years ago, reminds us of the violent invasion that happened at Parihaka, the 5th of November in 1881, when Crown troops stormed on a peaceful Māori community that was leading the world in non-violent resistance and self-determination. I don't mean to interrupt the member, but the discussion that's going on in the government benches is far too loud. If you want to have a discussion, go out into the lobbies. Start again for Debbie Naru Wapaka. Sorry. Kia ora te pika. 144 years ago today, there was a violent invasion on Parihaka on the 5th of November 1881. Crown troops stormed on a peaceful Māori community that was leading the world in non-violent, self-determined resistance. Parihaka for us was actually a place of vision. It was about just peaceful. It was about a united nation. And our ancestors were collectively building a future grounded in aroha, in peace, and in mana motuhake, showing a way through colonisation and horrific capitalisation. Parihaka developed an economy rooted in whenua and collective responsibility and care. There were communal gardens, there were cooperative trade, there was shared labour, there was a real independent Māori economy that didn't rely on some of the aged colonial systems that made individuals rich only. The people of Parihaka understood that prosperity must never come at the cost of land or the dignity of others. And had the Crown not invaded Parihaka, we today may have had an Aotearoa model for a regenerative, circular economy where food, security, energy and housing were locally controlled and community driven. That is part of Te Pāti Māori's economic vision, where our policies are Māori-led, where the iwi economy is actually it's respected and it's contributing, where we have Māori banking systems, where we have the ability to raise capital for Māori resources removed out of the way, and community-based energy solutions that reflect principles of self-reliance and community opportunities. This is what we wanted to talk about today, is how Parihaka led a social movement of peace and unity. It welcomed everyone, Māori and tangata tiriti, who sought refuge from violence and injustice. It modelled restorative justice, manaakitanga, whanaungatanga, long before these became state policy terms. It showed that true leadership does not come from force, but from moral courage and compassion. If the vision of Te Whiti o Rongomai and Tohu Kākahi had been allowed to thrive, Aotearoa today would be a society where decisions were made through consensus, not dominance, with social systems of inclusivity and future-focused. Te Pāti Māori's policies for whānau ora, Māori health transformation, living wages, pay equity, free education, constitutional reform through Mātiki Mai Aotearoa all uphold these same values. We stand for a nation where communities design their own futures, where well-being, not wealth, is measured for success. The Mātiki Mai movement is the modern expression of that vision. It offers a pathway to constitutional transformation promised by Te Tiriti. It's an opportunity where Māori and the Crown side by side are able to talk and negotiate political restoration of that was spiritually envisaged in Parihaka. Culturally, Parihaka was the pulse of Māori innovation. It nurtured language, spirituality, collective knowledge. It was a place where karakia and kōrero guided governance and where children were raised to see peace as power. Had it been left untouched, Parihaka could have been an intentional centre of Indigenous thought, peace education and cultural exchange. Te Pāti Māori carries that cultural aspiration forward. Our commitment to te reo Māori, Māori media, protection of mātauranga Māori. We fight for that restoration of our land and our oceans. Had the invasion of 1881 not occurred, Aotearoa might have grown into a country led by partnership and peace, not control and not confiscation. With shared governance models that are rooted into Te Tiriti o Waitangi, with Māori and tangata tiriti co-designing national systems of economy, education and justice. The principles of Te Whiti and Tohu might have guided how we care for the vulnerable and respected the difference. Our kaupapa of mana motahaki, oranga whenua, reo, wairua and whānau, our fight for an Aotearoa hau is a continuation of Parihaka's peaceful resistance. We believe that by returning to the values of Parihaka, we can heal our nation, economically through redistribution, socially through care, and culturally through truth. Pāhuatanga is not only a remembrance of injustice, it is a call to action to finish what the legacy of Parihaka began, the building of an Aotearoa where peace, equity, and tino rangatira are not only dreams, but they are daily realities. Today I stand in honour of all of those who believed in this nationhood, who stood in passive resistance against some of the worst atrocities and violence ever known and seen in mankind. I hope that one day we can be a place that not only reflects those values, but truly aspires to achieve it. Nō reira, kia ora koutou katoa.
Kia ora. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, Mr Speaker, what a months plural it's been for Te Pāti Māori. Right now they're like a bad episode of a reality TV show. Rather than everyone hates Chris, keeping up with the Kardashians and the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, it's more like everyone hates Rawiri, keeping up with the Kapakingis, and the Real Housewives of the Waiporeira Trust. I was going to make a joke about who wants to be a millionaire, but man of the people, John Tamahiri, is already one of those, Mr Speaker. A couple of things last week that revealed New Zealanders should never put their faith and confidence in the mess of parties opposite to govern this country ever again. One was the ongoing civil war inside the Maori Party, Te Pāti Māori, and we'll wait and see how that transpires. And the second, and the more important and the more substantive issue, was the release of what Chris Hipkins tried so hard not to call a capital gains tax. So after 2 years of labyrinthine internal debate between the Policy Council, Phil Twyford and Helen White and David Parker and all of the hard left of the Labour Party and the ongoing backwards and forwards between the hard heads in the caucus and the softies on the backbench who want to go hard on a wealth tax, we've ended up with basically something that pleases nobody, least of which New Zealanders, which is this halfway house capital gains tax that Chris Hipkins spent much of the first week trying to say was narrow. Every time someone asked him a question, he said, oh no, it's narrow. Is it a capital gains tax? No, it's a narrow tax. Every time someone asked him, no, it's narrow, very narrow, very narrow. Except, Mr. Speaker, it affects commercial property. Now people go, oh, commercial property, oh, that's all good. Commercial property, except when you think about the corner dairy, which is commercial property, the pack house for the kiwi fruit orchard, which is commercial property. When you start thinking about the factories, the logistics hubs, the warehouses, the GP surgeries, actually when you think about it, other than the sort of digital nomads who've got a laptop, it's actually quite hard to imagine a business in New Zealand that doesn't use buildings or land, all of which will be taxed. So on the 1st of July 2027, a couple of years away, less than a couple of years away, everyone's going to have to go out and get a valuation. And if you sell your business, you'll have to work out what the proportion of the business is that is the commercial property arm of it and how much that's increased in the last few periods. And this is the other thing, don't take account of inflation. That does not allow to be taken into consideration, which is actually how most capital gains schemes work. And then apply the capital gains tax on top. So what does that mean? As the Minister of Finance says, KiwiSaver is affected. Mum and dad, landlords and businesses are affected. Businesses up and down the country. And Chris Hipkins has the temerity to say, no, it's narrow. It's not a tax on business. Almost every business in the country will be affected. But he says, don't worry, it's all under control. Vote for us and we'll let you know the details after the election. That was the real kicker, It was like, trust us, having driven the economy into the ditch in the first place through high debt and high spending and high taxation. He turns around and says, don't worry, it's all under control, vote for us and we'll let you know the details later. The arrogance, the contempt, the disrespect for the voter, that they would expect New Zealanders to vote for a capital gains tax that even they can't articulate properly to the New Zealand people. As a former political leader who I greatly admire said, if you don't understand it, don't vote for it. That's right. And that's exactly what I think the New Zealand people will do. But don't worry, Chris Hipkins says, we've learned the lessons. We've listened. We've learned the lessons from the last time we were in government. Except their first two policies contain very little detail, and to the extent they do contain detail, they are bad policies for New Zealand. Every day that goes by, they demand more spending, more tax, and more debt. That is precisely the toxic cocktail of policies that the last government left this country in. So I put it to the House. Has the Labor Party learned the lessons when everything in their record and their policies to date indicate the exact opposite? We say no.
That's it. Call on Laura McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, ACT is fixing what matters in this government. And for our children, nothing matters more than a good education. Education sets the direction of a young person's life. It determines opportunity, confidence, and ultimately the future of New Zealand. But sadly, our education system hasn't been living up to this responsibility. For the past 6 years, under the Labor government, our education was in a steady decline. One of the very reasons that I am here in Parliament is because during COVID, I saw the state of the education, the quality that my child was being sent home. Having to teach a Year 2 student how to do basic mathematics was completely outrageous, and it opened my eyes. These concerns are now being addressed by this government. Not only have we put the basics back in place, literacy, numeracy, and making sure that these are at the forefront. We have heard yesterday under the new announcements, just announced that student achievement will be the paramount objective for school boards, and they will not be bound to a treaty mandate. This is highly important for our schools. They no longer will be having to wrestle between a treaty obligation and making sure that our kids are achieving high standards. I get hundreds of emails and comments from concerned parents about their kids' education and the fact that their kids are being having to karakia 3 times a day but are unable to do the basics at school. It has turned into more of a cult than it is culture.
That's right.
The new curriculum will be better for our children and ultimately better for New Zealanders, all New Zealanders. The new social science curriculum is the biggest win for ACT in this government. It delivers on our coalition commitments to restore the balance to New Zealand's history curriculum and teach facts, not feelings. The old Labour design system turned classrooms into a barn battleground of ideology. Its so-called big ideas divided New Zealanders into the victims and the villains. Those days are over. Under the new curriculum, students will actually learn about not just New Zealand history, they'll also learn about ancient Egypt, Rome, Greece, the Industrial Revolution, things that are issues that are wider beyond our shores. They will actually learn about democracy, freedom, and the ideas that have driven human progress and the free society that we live in today. I was shocked when one of my son's 12-year-old friends didn't even know about World War I or World War II, but could recite a karakia 3 times a day. Like, come on, there needs to be balance here. We need to think sensibly. They'll see, our kids will see, not a history, a story of oppression, but they'll see a story of human achievement. They'll learn about the beauty and discover the freedom of the great ideas that have shaped our Western civilization. Ideas that have lifted billions out of poverty and built this modern world that I think a lot of people on the other side of this house have forgotten. The very reason that we are sitting here today. For too long, young people have been taught to feel ashamed of their history and where they came from, not to be uplifted by their history, and that changes right now. We'll also be teaching our kids about financial literacy. Education is becoming useful again. For years we had a system that produced students who could recite political slogans, but they couldn't even add up their money in the bank. From the earliest years, children will now learn about money. They will learn that it's limited, that choices matter, that budgets help make decisions. Something makes me think that the other government don't want kids to know about budgets and money, or they may lose some voters. And let's be honest, a few members opposite could have benefited from those lessons themselves. Financial literacy is about real life. It's about responsibility, independence, and understanding the value of work and saving. This is the difference ACT is making a government. We're replacing indoctrination with education. We're giving opportunities. We're saying yes to charter schools, yes that kids learn differently, yes that some kids want full Māori immersion, some kids want to be in a sports college or a sports institute. We're replacing guilt with grievance and curiosity with critical thinking. And we've replaced division with a shared sense of what being a New Zealander means, because that, Mr. Speaker, is the Kiwi way.
The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Oh, tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. Today we've got the stats out on our most recent unemployment figures for New Zealand, and they are a stark reality. And so the record reached today is a 9-year high for New Zealanders right now. But the worst part of the 160,000 people who find themselves without a job under this government is the fact that our young people are the ones that are impacted the most, Mr. Speaker. Because of those who are without a job, it is actually 15% of those under 24 who do not have employment. At a time in New Zealanders' lives where there should be opportunity for learning, opportunity for taking up skills, there is none for our young people, and that is the deepest concern. And when we heard Nicola Willis and Christopher Bishop stand up and make their case this afternoon, did we hear one idea about what there are for young people for jobs? Did we hear one of their plans to look at how we're going to increase opportunities for the youth in New Zealand? Did we have one single policy on how we're going to stop 200 New Zealanders leave our shores every single day? All they could talk about was Labour policies, because what Labour has is a clear plan for our future, to invest in our future, to invest in our people and to make sure they stay here. And that's what's sadly lacking from those members opposite. absolutely no vision about what we do for young people here in New Zealand. But the response they have given, Mr Speaker, I apologise, there has been one policy so far. The policy is that for 18 and 19-year-olds, they will no longer be eligible to receive the job seeker. And in fact, if their parents are means tested and the combined income is over $65,000, they are ineligible to receive that support. But what I don't understand, Mr Speaker, and maybe some of the other debaters this afternoon can enlighten us, what happens to driver licensing for those young people who need to find employment? What happens to their statistics and their details from the Ministry of Social Development? They are vanished from the records, because if they are not there, then how are the support services that enable them to get driving, to get trained and to get employed? How do those services work? They are the very questions that many NGOs and many support groups across our country are now scratching their heads, wondering how we turn our unemployment statistics around when what this government's plan is to simply vanish 18 and 19-year-olds from being able to receive the support they need to get a job. But wait, there's more, Mr Speaker, because typically when unemployment is high, what happens is people take that opportunity to learn, to take up an apprenticeship, to train in a new area, to look at ways that they can improve their skills because employment isn't currently available. But this government has taken the opportunity to cut those services at the very same time they drive up unemployment. And it is once again our young people that bear the brunt of that force. And we see right across the country 550 courses cut in New Zealand, 900 full-time jobs gone in those training courses. I was in Tokoroa last Friday, Mr Speaker, and not only has that small rural community faced 2 significant closures for wood manufacturing with significant unemployment as a result, but on top of that, their local trade training, Toi Oho Mai, is losing 60 FTEs that are training people. What a time to cut trade training and to stop people from picking up a new skill. At a time, Mr Speaker, when this government has witnessed and driven 20,000 construction jobs overseas, gone from New Zealand, and caused the downward spiral of our construction industry, they are cutting apprenticeships by making it harder for people to learn a trade. And once again, when they're looking for jobs, it'll be migration they use, not the skills and the talent right here in New Zealand, not backing our young people to pick up a trade, to be able to learn some skills that can grow our economy, grow our local economies, grow our communities and make them stronger. And that sums up why neither of the first speakers on that side could offer up one ray of hope for our young people here in New Zealand, because they want them to be disappeared off the benefit register. They want them gone. They don't want to count them. They don't want to pay for them. They don't want to know about them. But on this side of the house, we back our young people. We want to train them. We want them to stay here, and we want them to have a hope right here in New Zealand.
Question, I call on Dr. David Wilson. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about banks. I think I'll make it exciting for you. The recent banking inquiry that has concentrated on increasing competition. But, Mr. Speaker, there is more work to be done. Excess profits, let's start there. $8 billion per annum going across to the Aussie investors, not our retirement savings, theirs. This is the modern day equivalent of the Vikings coming for your treasury. And remind me, why did we sell the BNZ and the ASB? Now we're in this situation. Wow. Let's get into it a bit more. Westpac just recently, $1.2 billion in profit, 13% in tough times. ANZ nearly doubled, just under $2.3 billion in, their words, a tough year. Oh, how tough it must have been. What do they do to achieve this? More customers, better service, better productivity, increased investment in software maybe? Oh, well, let's not think about that. The UBS, an investment bank, yes, they invest in banks, called the ANZ profits alpha profits. Yeah, there's a reason why they call it that. The Commerce Commission called the Big Four a cosy oligopoly. where CEO salaries are more than what most of our fintechs could dream of in terms of capital. A cosy oligopoly concentrating its profits from mortgages, not commercial banking. Why? Mortgages are low risk and very profitable. It's been calculated that on average mortgages in New Zealand cost us 1% more than in Australia. Why is that? Over the life of a mortgage, an average loan will cost New Zealanders, on that basis, $500,000 extra. How about those interest rates? How are we doing with those? Well, net interest rates are at the moment approximately double the OCR. Really? That's right, 100% markup. I can figure that out. Even the best fixed interest rates are around 80% higher than the OCR. What are we doing about this? KiwiBank, touted as the answer to our competitive woes, and which was set up to provide greater support for Kiwi businesses. Well, really, in my view, just a smaller, much smaller, Me Too. Judge them by what they do, not by what they say. So far, not good. A lot to be done there. Mr. Speaker, let me move to scams, which was mentioned earlier, Myanmar. The banks have been very quick to make positive statements around implementing confirmation of payee, systems to address fraud. This is over a decade behind other jurisdictions, and have they updated their software systems on the back of excess profits to protect us from scams? Has there been recompense to the victims who have lost their life savings as a result of inadequate banking software and systems? Do we seriously believe that these same banks are going to get ahead of extremely sophisticated organised crime groups funding terrorism? Really? This is woeful. The institutional arrangements are not a system here. They're like a fire swamp. Those of you that remember the cult movie, The Princess Bride, it's like entering the fire swamp. Man-eating giant rodents, sinking sands and fire swamps at every turn. That's what you're navigating. A series of disconnected institutions, banks, banking ombudsman, media, FMA, RBNZ, DIA, sorry for people watching all of the use of these little jargons, justice, lawyers, serious fraud office, police provide for a maze that you may never leave. Victims are confronted by painfully slow deliberation, obfuscation and blame shifting. Yeah, this is not a good picture, is it? But never fear. New Zealand First is here.
That's right.
Thanks to the excellent work by Minister Costello to address organised crime alongside forthcoming work that New Zealand First has been doing in addressing scams in the banking sector, we are on to this. Mr. Speaker, banks are afforded a social licence to operate. Profitability is not enough. They must go beyond legal compliance to act in ethical ways. Banks have encouraged all of us to bank digitally. Now we are facing an AI digital tsunami. Perhaps some of the vast profits that we have witnessed should now go towards protecting consumers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Penny Henare.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in the general debate. Mr. Speaker, over the last few weeks, Labour has set out the first steps in its very clear plan and goal to realise New Zealand's full potential. We want more investment, more innovation, more good jobs in every community up and down this beautiful country of ours. Our plan is about backing aspiration. It's about investing in our ideas, our businesses and our people, so our future is made right here in New Zealand. A New Zealand where our kids want to stay, where they can build good lives here at home and not feel forced to look overseas for opportunities. Right now, we're at risk of losing all of that, Mr. Speaker. Every day, more than 200 New Zealanders pack up and leave to find work that should be available here at home. Christopher Luxon stood in front of New Zealanders and promised to fix the economy and the cost of living. Instead, it's getting worse. This government's decisions is causing tens and thousands of talented New Zealanders to head offshore and ply their trade elsewhere. National's economic credibility has taken a massive hit. The economy shrank by nearly 1% in just 3 months, while our competitors and the countries we like to compare ourselves to are growing and continuing to grow. It's clear on this side of the House that this government has no plan but are strong on excuses. Today it was revealed that the number of people unemployed is the highest it's been for 30 years. Businesses are closing at rates higher than, in fact, 2,700 in the past year alone, the highest in a decade. This decline isn't just something you read about in an economic report. No, it's the lives our people in this country are living. People feel it when they are filling up their car, when families are paying more at the supermarket, and when people can't afford to see a GP. Sitting around the kitchen table, whānau are looking through their bills, trying to make it all add up, wondering how they are going to plan for the future. It's clear that while families are trying to create survival plans, this government has presented the country with no plan. Christopher Luxon's only answer is to start selling off our assets and open the door wider to foreign investors, giving away our future instead of building it. Labour has a better way, and we're proud of Kiwi ingenuity and we'll invest in it, creating good jobs, backing local businesses and keeping talent here at home. New Zealand, Mr. Speaker, is in a moment of urgency and extraordinary opportunity. We have a skilled workforce, great ideas and a proud history of innovation, but decades of underinvestment and short-term thinking have sadly held us back. Productivity is very clear in this country. It has stagnated. We are too dependent on commodity exports, meaning only one part of the economy can race ahead, while the rest fall behind. Wages are low, even as people work some of the longest hours in the developed world. The New Zealand Future Fund is the first step in Labour's plan to back our own potential, create good, secure jobs and grow our wealth so people can build their future here at home and not overseas. For too long, great Kiwi ideas haven't had the backing they deserve. Too many of them have been forced offshore, bought by foreign investors, or never realised at all, taking jobs and opportunities with them. The New Zealand Future Fund will fix that. The Future Fund will invest in New Zealand's people, ideas and industries, making life more affordable. And while New Zealand First would say we took it from them, they're in government and still can't do it. That's right. Mr. Speaker, we want to also be clear part of our plan is a capital gains tax, a simple, targeted capital gains tax on property profits made after 1 July 2027 is also part of the plan. Right now, too much of our wealth is locked up in property instead of backing Kiwi ideas, Kiwi jobs and Kiwi innovation. These aren't my words, these are Christopher Bishop's words. This government agrees, but are doing nothing about it. A capital gains tax will help unlock that money and get it working for our economy, investing in businesses that create real opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, what it'll also do is invest in good healthcare. We are saying to New Zealanders, if you vote for Labour and you get us onto the government benches, we will give our families, every person in this country, 3 free GP visits. The Minister of Education today said that 3 sides in Māori is a tapatoru. Well, this is a tapawhā. Tapawhāroa. Hey, tapawhā is a square, tapawhāroa is a rectangle, Mr. Speaker. We want to say to New Zealanders right up and down the country, with this you can access better healthcare, 3 free GP visits for every New Zealander, and a plan this country deserves.
Call on Cameron Brewer.
Mr. Speaker, when I was a little boy, my favourite song on my favourite 45 record went like this. I'm a little fire engine, Flick is my name. They won't let me put out fires, isn't that a shame? Someday I'll be big and strong and fight every flame. Mr. Speaker, that song was ringing in my ears as New Zealanders last week watched the shambles that was Labour's capital gains tax announcement, and their leader then racing around doing his best to douse out the flames. Chris Hipkins was desperate to hose down speculation that the Green Party would demand even more taxes in any future coalition negotiations. And they would. They would. In fact, the Green Party co-leader Chloe Swarbrick wasted no time describing Labour's capital gains tax as a mere starting point. Introducing a 28% tax on all profits made after the sale of commercial or secondary residential property made Kiwis' blood run cold. So what gets whacked, Mr. Speaker, with Labor's new tax? The investment flat helping pay your kids' uni costs? Yes. Mum and Dad's small rental in Timaru? Yes. The 900k batch in Gisborne? Yes. How about this? How about the 550k rental in Hawera? Yes. Labor's hurried CGT now poses many more questions than answers. And that's not just National's assessment, that's according to many tax experts, economists and commentators. And here's their first credibility fail, Mr. Speaker, for the Labor Party. The $700 million raised on average per year will not be enough to fund free doctors' visits for all 5.3 million New Zealanders 3 times a year, plus all the other health initiatives they're promising with their CGT grab. And that's not even factoring in the rising demand when free is written on every doctor's front door. The computer simply says no. So with 700 million not cutting it, that only means one thing, Mr. Speaker. It only means one thing. More new taxes and more debt will be required. Make no mistake, Labor's capital gains tax is a Trojan horse to a much, much bigger tax grab. To fund all their promises, Labor Greens to Party Murray will not only need a CGT, they will need a wealth tax. They will need an inheritance tax. They will need a higher top tax rate and much, much more debt. Read the Greens' alternative budget. It's eye-watering stuff with a CGT just their starting point. Enter, Mr. Speaker, Deborah Chambers KC with her column titled Bugger Off, Why Taxing Property Feels Like Punishing Thrift. She wrote, for many New Zealanders, property isn't a luxury, it's the only realistic savings plan. That's why many successful economies like Switzerland, Singapore, Hong Kong don't have a capital gains tax. They attract capital. A capital gains tax, she wrote, hits the psyche. It tells ordinary New Zealanders that saving, investing and taking risk will be punished, wrote Deborah Chambers KC. The policy leak from within the Labor Party showed us that not everyone in Labor is happy nor convinced, nor were they in 2023. Hipkins on the 12th of July 2023. I am confirming today that under a government I lead, there will be no wealth or capital gains tax. Labor can't be trusted on tax. So with Labor not able to answer most questions, it came down to the media bringing in the experts to try and explain and make sense of it. And what we do know is that hundreds of thousands of individuals and small businesses would be liable for a tax if the Labor Greens to Party Murray government was ever elected next year. Yet astonishingly, Labor thinks it's fine to fill in the details after the election. Let me repeat that. Labor is refusing to reveal key details of the tax until after the 2026 election. All Labor knows is how to tax Kiwis and dream up new ways of spending Kiwis' hard-earned money. This is exactly the same recipe that landed New Zealand in the mess and that this government continues to clean up. Like a possum in the headlights, Mr. Speaker, Flick the little fire engine has proven he's not big enough or strong enough to fight every flame, and thankfully Labor will never get out of the station again. Isn't that a shame?
Mr. Speaker.
Time for Paul.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. This is a quote from a person you may know, Mr. Speaker. People who need housing and social support are more important than who owns the houses. Those are the words of Sir Bill English in a report that came out about public housing called Owning Less to Achieve More. Yes, that is the same Bill English who led the review of Kāinga Ora, our nation's public housing arm. Some think it's a review and some see it for what it really is, which is the deconstruction or the dismantling of Kāinga Ora. Things to be expected of the very same person who sold off 10,000 of our nation's public homes, which happened to correlate with an increase of homelessness at the time. And aside from the fact that the Kāinga Ora review that Sir Bill English led relied on flawed information, there are some major flaws in the government's logic when it comes to public housing. And the thing is that the government that we have today compared to the last national government we had are a lot sneakier when it comes to public housing and getting rid of it. Last time it was just simply sell it off. We don't care what it looks like. And this time it's, why does the government need to run and own and manage public housing? That's besides the fact that they actually are still selling public housing, by the way. In this term alone, they have sold 444 public homes, 232 public homes are on the market, and that's on top of the 3,500 public homes that they have already cancelled. So why should the state own and manage public housing? And why should the market not be left to run and own public housing? It's the common catch cry of privatisation, isn't it? It doesn't matter who runs or who owns a service or an asset, as long as the service or the asset is delivered. It's the common catch cry of privatisation. Well, the obvious reason why the state should build and maintain public housing is because we have the money, we have the balance sheet, we have access to capital in a way that is cheaper and easier than other entities and organisations to borrow to build that housing. The second reason is because of productivity and role modelling. We know that only 2% of our entire housing stock is accessible, despite the fact that we have a population where over a quarter of all people are disabled. We know that a decent chunk of our carbon emissions come from energy efficiencies in homes and in housing that isn't suitable. And we can role model what sustainable and accessible housing looks like, because let's be real, the market doesn't have an incentive to do that. The market has always been and will always be driven by one thing and one thing only, and that is profit. The market doesn't have social or environmental obligations. The market doesn't feel a sense of responsibility for the suffering that happens when you deny people a home. There's no point arguing that community housing providers should provide public housing instead of the state when the government is only willing to work and fund 5 community housing providers out of the hundreds that exist in Aotearoa. The market doesn't care about people in need. It cares about people with money that want to feed their insatiable greed. Kāinga Ora was always going to be public enemy number 1 when it came to this government, because this government's economic strategy relies on rich people trading houses amongst each other. It's not about jobs, it's not about industry, it's not about productivity. It's their typical laziness when it comes to the economy. And the mission of right-wing governments in the playbook around the world is to funnel as much public funds into the hands of private greed as they can. And that is exactly what we have seen from this government. We have seen our money be funneled into the hands of tobacco companies, to landlords, to oil and gas mining companies. And with Kāinga Ora being the biggest landlord in Aotearoa, it is no surprise that they are public enemy number 1 when it comes to this government wanting to dismantle them so that their mates who are landlords can make profits, and so that everybody has to rely on the private rental market. It's no surprise that national governments insist on calling it social housing when it has and should always be called public housing. It is housing that is owned by and for the people, and so it should remain. It is not about profit, and it is not for greed.
Nancy Liu.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about Labour's capital gains tax. It is the wrong tax at the wrong time for the wrong reasons. It will not build a single extra home for New Zealand. It will not lift productivity, and it will make it harder for New Zealanders to save, to invest and to grow. Mr. Speaker, trust and competence comes first when it's about running the country. Labour's plan, first of all, leaked. It was leaked before it was even ready. Key design choices are still not to come. Look at this. Not to be revealed until after the election. No clear valuation day rules, no certainty for small business goodwill or fit-outs, no credible guidance for family workshops, no nothing. Any political party who wants new tax should bring detail to the people before asking the people for a mandate. Mr. Speaker, track records also matter. During COVID period, the Labor government spent $66 billion. I have another image. Public breakdown shows $31 billion, that is 47% went into a range of initiatives. A range of initiatives. And yet we have nothing to show for it in this country. These are all $31 billion of hard-earned taxpayers' money spent on a wide range of initiatives. Now the country actually has a debt over $120 billion that we are paying $9 billion in interest cost every year just on interest to service the debt. And this is hard-earned taxpayers' money, more than the combined of police, corrections, customs, defence, and justice. All of these combined, still not quite enough to pay the interest on our country. So, Mr. Speaker, if Labor is to handle the money from their capital gains tax, New Zealanders have the right to ask the questions. Where are they spending the money that is expected to be mismanaged? Mr. Speaker, what is really on the table? Labor is now pitching for a tax that in practice will bite businesses and investment properties. Economists and experts have now come out to give their understanding and reading on the very, very, very thin Labor tax policy. One of the economists that I listened to, Ed McKnight, have spouted out the first year revenue assumes only 6,000 to 7,000 investors to sell, and that capital growth is modest. Now, this is not a broad capital gains tax, and effectively it's only a real estate investor tax. And on the claim that everyone has one, Mr. Speaker, that is so not true. Only about 10 to 14% of New Zealanders actually own an investment property. So when Labor says everyone is doing it, it is simply very misleading. Mr. Speaker, international comparisons don't also support Labor's capital gains tax. Yes, some economies have CGT, but some don't. And some of the economies, the most competitive, investor-friendly economies, for example, Singapore, the UAE, Hong Kong, they do not have capital gains tax. In fact, they work so hard to attract and keep capital. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be better off for Kiwis and for New Zealand to be more like Switzerland and Sweden and Singapore? And we know we can, Mr. Speaker. We know that we are so much better. But Mr. Speaker, capital gains tax don't stop house prices rising either. Look at some data. Since CGT was announced, in many countries like Australia, increased on average 6.5% a year. In the UK, 8% a year. In Canada, 6.7% a year. In the USA, 5.4% house prices every single year. Wow. CGT is not the reason and is not the solution to stop house price increase. So, Mr. Speaker, let's bring it home with some examples. Mum and Dad in Timaru will now be taxed under Labor. Small investment flat in South Auckland will be now taxed by Labor. Family engineering firm in Hamilton who's ready to sell a workshop to upgrade into a bigger site will now be taxed under Labor. A couple who have quake-strengthened a very tired building in Christchurch will now be taxed under Labor. Cafe owner in Palmerston North who wants to exit and retire will now be taxed under Labor. A little personal note, actually, it's my mother's birthday today. Happy birthday, Mum. But I do want to say, Mum is working so hard to help take care of my young children who are 4 and 5 so that I can be here working, like most ethnic and Kiwi families in this country who work so hard on 1 job, 2 jobs, 3 jobs, so that we can stay and so that we can have a good life in New Zealand. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not agree with the capital gains tax, and last 2 seconds, Labor needs to work with Green, and this is only the beginning to more capital gains tax.
Yep. Turn big one.
Mr. Speaker, don't you like it when Labor tries to rewrite its own history? Labor's like an arsonist who then complains about the fire brigade's efforts to extinguish the fire. Mr. Speaker, let's run through Labor's track record and what they left this government. Firstly, COVID spending of $66 billion that went on for far too long and too far. Debt in this country increased 2.5 times between the 6 years that they were in government, to 155 billion. Deficits, we inherited deficit on an annual basis of $10 billion. Productivity growth, as the other side likes to call, was negative under the previous government. The number of staff in government increased by a whopping 18,699 people. That's 34% under the previous government. Inflation, as we know, Mr. Speaker, reached 7.3%. And yet, what did we get for that extra spending? Nothing. Worse outcomes in health, education, infrastructure, law and order, and transport. The only thing that was booming under the previous government was house prices, Mr. Speaker. Now, Labor's policies, let's turn to their policies, which my colleague here has got a great metaphor. It's a Trojan horse. It's a sugar-coated trap. It's gift-wrapped grenade waiting for the New Zealand public. Let's go to the CGT, which apparently is narrow, but it keeps creeping even larger and larger. We don't know how much it's going to cost, and even Labor doesn't know how much it's going to cost. They won't tell us until after the election. We cannot trust Labor on tax. On anything. Let's go to the Future Fund. $200 million sounds good. It's nowhere near Singapore's model. But again, Mr. Speaker, we have no idea how it's going to be funded. Where is that money going to come from? Because right now, that $200 billion is being funneled into other areas, outcome areas, and yet we don't know a single dicky bird of where that $200 million is going to be cut from. Let's go, Mr. Speaker, to I don't think they really know anything about their policies. Their costings are poor, and that is, we'll leave it at that. But I want to turn now to National, because National is the one left holding the mop after the party. We are the fighter fires called in to douse someone else's fireworks, and this side of the House is working as fast as we can to improve things for New Zealand. Let's talk about our record, Mr. Speaker. Inflation, down to 3%. The OCR, down to 2.5%. FTE numbers, down 5% since the election. Crime rates, Mr. Speaker, down over 20,000 since the election. Wait times for elective treatment, Mr. Speaker, down. Wait times for first specialist treatments, down. And the tax to GDP ratio, down. All under this government in the last 2 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that times are tough for many New Zealanders right across this country. But there are green shoots and positive things to come. What's going up, Mr. Speaker? And what's going up, Deborah Russell wants me to ask. Growth in the economy is growing up. Education results are going up. Business and consumer confidence is going up. Optimism in the future of our nation is going up. Elective surgery is going up. And the export income is going up, my colleague here says. There is great news and green shoots all around. And Mr. Speaker, the alternative to our approach is what? Tax more, borrow more, and spend more. Tax more, borrow more, spend more. After 2 years of being in opposition, Mr. Speaker, that is all the opposition have come out with today. On this side of the House, we are optimistic. We are going for growth because that is the only way that we can lift the productive capacity, lift incomes, and make sure that your kids, my grandkids, have a great future in this country.
The Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Mr. Speaker, we have announced the most progressive tax policy that New Zealand has made for about 40 years. The most significant change has been made for 40 years. A targeted tax on investment property and on commercial property. And what have we heard in response from the government? Mistruths, disinformation, frankly hysteria about what it might entail. So what I want to do today is to set the record straight. We have proposed a capital gains tax. It will not apply to the family home. Why? Is that because we know how important people's homes are to them, because we know how important that sense of security is. Like most capital gains taxes around the world, our capital gains tax will not apply to the family home. No, it will not. That is not going to happen. Mr. Speaker, our capital gains tax will not apply to KiwiSaver. When a person takes their savings out of KiwiSaver, there will be no capital gains tax on their KiwiSaver. No, that is not going to happen. Why? Because KiwiSaver is a productive asset that helps to grow a person's own security, that helps to grow the economy. There will be no capital gains tax on a person's KiwiSaver. Mr. Speaker, there will be no capital gains tax on the sale of a business. It's really straightforward. Why? Because businesses are productive assets that help to grow the economy. So no capital gains tax on a business. That is not going to happen. It is because it is important to our productivity. Mr. Speaker, there will be no capital gains tax when a small business that wants to grow sells its building in order to move to a larger one. There will be no capital gains tax on that. So that is a really straightforward answer. Now, Mr. Speaker, most businesses actually lease their buildings. Most people businesses lease. But where a small business owns its own building, where it is growing and it needs to move to a larger building, there will be no capital gains tax on that transaction. Why? Because we know that a productive asset needs to grow. We are not taxing productivity. There will be no capital gains tax on the sale of a building by a small business. Mr. Speaker, there will be no capital gains tax on the sale of a farm. Why? Because a farm is a productive asset. We want farms to continue to grow, to continue to be productive for New Zealand. No capital gains tax on the sale of a farm. Mr. Speaker, there will be no capital gains tax on inheritances. We know that many people get an investment property because they want it for their children. Where that property is left to their children, there will be no capital gains tax. It's a really straightforward rule. Mr. Speaker, what about the case of a home, a family home, which is used partially for a business, such as a dairy? The answer that side of the House brings up continually. Mr. Speaker, business people are familiar with the role of the way that apportionment works. There will be no capital gains tax on the home that is part of that business. It's straightforward. Any accountant knows how to do it. Mr. Speaker, we have had a whole series of questions raised by that side of the House. And we have said always, back in 2018, the tax working group worked through a series of technical issues to do with a capital gains tax. We are following the rules set by the tax working group, some of them modified somewhat. We're also using the rules set up around the Bright Line test. These are familiar rules. They are easily applied around the capital gains tax. It is a targeted tax, and what we are doing is encouraging Kiwis to invest in productive businesses. This new tax is about raising revenue to pay for healthcare, but it is also about directing investments to the productive economy. Stop the hysteria, National, and get real.
The time for this debate has concluded. I call on the Honourable Leader of the House.
I move that the sitting of the House today be extended into tomorrow morning for the continuation of Government Orders of the Day numbers 1 to 7.
The question is, the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima nā poti whakahei.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Parliament Bill, Committee Stage continued. Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill, Committee Stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of those bills.
Members, the House is in committee on the Parliament Bill and the Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill. We come first to the Parliament Bill. When we were last considering the bill, we had just completed the debate on Part 7. We now come to Part 8, which is the debate on clauses 191 to 215, amendments to the Public Finance Act 1989 and Schedule 7. The question is that Part 8 stand part. The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. This part might seem to many to be a little dry because it deals with amendments to the Finance Act, but it's actually one of the more important parts, and it just would invite the Minister to perhaps make some comments on it. I guess one of the important aspects of it is the fact that this makes the budget process for the Clerk's Office and Parliamentary Service independent, at least notionally, of government. And I guess the main section is Section 203, and in particular the inserted Section 26EB. And I just would invite the Minister essentially to outline the nature of this process because, and in particular, there's one thing here I'm interested in, and that is in 26EB2, there seems to be a distinction between general appropriation and capital appropriations, and I would like him to elucidate, if he can, exactly how how capital appropriations will be differently treated, and whether that remains entirely independent of the executive or not. And then the other thing I'd be interested in him discussing is the relationship that Parliament, through whatever committee processes engaged, will have with Treasury, because it's clear that Treasury will be involved. And of course Treasury, essentially this is a special kind of budget bid, and Treasury has a lot of work to do on every single budget bid in working through exactly what the appropriate appropriation is, how fine-tuned it should be, and the final amount. And obviously it is just as important for an appropriation essentially to parliamentary agencies as to anywhere else that they're accountable. One of the basic rules of budget is if it's not in the appropriation line, then it can't be spent on it. And I'm wondering whether there's an expectation that it will be a very generic appropriation, say to parliamentary service, or will it be a kind of line-by-line appropriation for the library, for salary, for or whatever else it might be. So they're the first two questions. Can we just have a bit of a discussion around the distinction between capital appropriations and other, and also just perhaps an explanation of what the expectation is of the role of Treasury and the consultation and the degree of detail that will be expected in this budgeting process.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Madam Chair, the member makes a good point that this is an important section of the bill. The intent of the Parliament bill is to amend the Public Finance Act to establish a model for the House to determine the funding of parliamentary agencies, similar to that used for the officers of Parliament, the Ombudsman, Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, Auditor General, for example. And I think it would be fair to say that there's been some dissatisfaction in recent years that Parliament's budget is essentially controlled by the Executive now. Clearly, by definition, the Executive has control of the House, because if they didn't, they wouldn't be the Executive. But it is important to distinguish between the Executive and Parliament itself. And so this section, or these clauses, which are new, will change the Public Finance Act. The member makes a range of different points. In relation to capital, the member can see it there. 26EA deals with appropriations and a vote that is appropriated for the purpose of authorising the parliamentary service to incur capital expenditure in respect of Crown assets managed or controlled by the parliamentary service. So here, for example, this House, this Parliament, those are controlled by the parliamentary service. There's a variety of capital expenditure that's put in place in relation to that for upgrades and various other things that happen. The member asks about Treasury. The reference in 26EB subsection 3, the Chief Executive of the Parliamentary Agency must consult the Secretary, and that reference to Secretary there at EB3 is the Secretary of the Treasury, before submitting the information in 1 and 2. So before an appropriation and a vote administered by an agency may be included in an appropriation bill for a financial year, the Chief Executive of the Parliamentary Agency has to prepare and submit to the House an estimate of expenses and capital expenditure to be incurred for each proposed appropriation, each proposed category of expenses. So I think that's a relatively, that I think most members will be familiar, certainly those who've been in government will be familiar with that ultimately the Executive lays before the Parliament the appropriations that are applied for to the House for a given year. There's broken down in a variety of different ways. Those are literally the estimates, which are broken down into both operating and capital, so the same thing will happen. But the point is they have to consult the Secretary for the Treasury before submitting that information. And then there is an address to the Governor-General, which is ultimately how the Parliament funds the officers of Parliament, similar mechanism for the estimates and the capital injection. So, and then ultimately, if the member reads subsection 5 and 26EB, the House may request the estimates be included as a vote and the capital injection be authorised in an appropriation bill for that year. So the point is to give greater independence to the Parliament and give it greater control over its own destiny from a budgetary point of view, but also make sure that the government has some ability to influence exactly how much is being asked for from the Parliament, but that's a step forward from the status quo where basically the government essentially controls that budget. Now, that has not really been an issue, so one could argue this is arguably a case of constitutional niceties, but the Parliament bill itself is a constitutional nicety in a funny way, so it's important to get these things right from a procedure point of view, and so I think it's laid out there and relatively straightforward.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Yeah, thank you for that, Minister, and thank you for that. Also, I'm a little curious, and I probably should know, but what an address to the Governor-General will look like in this House. It may just be a part of the debate. But I think moving this process to essentially make as you say, move it away from entire control of the executive to at least, and I don't think it's a nicety actually, I think it's a pretty important constitutional point. One of the things that does happen is that the part of the Public Finance Act which applies to reporting will apply to these parliamentary agencies, the clerk and parliamentary service. In section, I haven't got it in front of me, but in the relevant section of the Act, section 45 FA, I think it is, it lists all of the things that the agencies must report on. I guess there's, come to the Privacy Act later, but one of the things I think it would be worth in this House just at least giving the Minister an opportunity to comment on is the number of people who said it's all very nice to have that kind of reporting, but in fact we would expect these agencies to have even greater transparency, the same as any other government department. And of course they were referring to, and there were a number of submissions along these lines, because I sat on this committee, they were referring to the Official Information Act. So whilst there's annual reports and all kinds of other proper financial accounts and so on, the fact of the matter is that the usual grounds for transparency under the Official Information Act still don't apply to these agencies. And whilst there might be within the practices and procedures of Parliament a willingness to provide information, there's certainly no obligation. So I think it would be useful for the Minister to just speak to that in some ways for completeness, but certainly I think it's a useful point.
Could the member just clarify if he was speaking to a specific clause?
Pardon?
Was the member speaking to a specific clause?
Yeah, I was speaking to clause 207, which inserts section 45 FA, which is about the reporting obligations of agency.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
The vexed issue of the application of the Official Information Act to Parliament is one that members with long memories will know has been around for a while, and the proposal on the Parliament bill is not to make any changes there. There is a case that Parliament should be subject to the Official Information Act. It applies to everything else, basically, including school boards of trustees. For example, some boards of trustees are surprised to discover that as an agency of the state they subject to the Official Information Act. Most people don't know that, including most boards of trustees, I suspect. But the challenge has always been, how do you disentangle the legitimate things that the public might be interested in, much of which are public, by the way, so the running of Parliament and the cost of the chamber and these sort of things, much of that is public already. How do you disentangle that stuff from members of Parliament's emails and all the other things that happen in Parliament that frankly, is rightly the province of members and should remain private. So, over the last few years, there's been quite a degree of transparency. So, for example, members' travel expenses are now made public. Their mileage and travel expenses are made public. Hotel accommodation is made public. All of that stuff is public, and ministers' credit cards are made public. Well, that's a slightly separate issue because it's the executive, but we've never been able to come up with a formula in which things that everyone thinks should remain the legitimate realm of members is disentangled from everything that should be public. No one's been able to come up with a formulation, and if the member, the member is finishing up in a year or so, and we will miss his wisdom and his sagacity in the Parliament. If the member wishes in his retirement to come up with a form of words, I'm sure the Standing Orders Committee would welcome a submission. Well, maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know. But no one's been able to come up with one, so the OIA is excluded from the Parliament bill at this stage.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
This is, for me, my final contribution on this part. It's actually about clause 211, which insert or replaces Section 80 of the Public Finance Act. And in particular, it subjects the parliamentary service, fundamentally the parliamentary service, but also the Office of the Clerk, to Treasury instructions. Now, this might sound arcane. Treasury has the ability to issue directions which are a kind of form of secondary legislation, as I understand it. And this is not an area I'm right deep into, but I understand that they can do things, for example, to say your accounts should be presented in such and such a way, or you must adhere to this accounting standard when you prepare your accounts, or you need to report in terms of financial situation in a particular way, and so on and so forth. Just an interesting thing there, which is it's actually giving Treasury a degree of influence over Parliament, in that it can actually tell Parliament what to do, because the clerk and parliamentary service is Parliament, is part of Parliament. Whilst we in this House are ultimately the Parliament, these are agents of Parliament. So I'm just really curious. I can see why we want to have good financial procedures, but is it appropriate for Treasury to be able to tell Parliamentary Service and the Office of the Clerk how to do their job?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
A couple of other matters. The member asked earlier about an address, how that works. So an address is prepared by the Speaker to reflect the House's resolution about its contents. In practice, it's prepared beforehand to reflect the recommendations of the Select Committee, and members who've seen an address to the Governor-General on behalf of His Majesty in relation to the salary or the appropriation for the Ombudsman, for example, will have seen that. It's relatively unusual, but an important part. I think there was a discussion around new section 45FA, where the parliamentary agencies will largely be required to report under the Public Finance Act in the same way as they are now. The new section 45FA essentially reproduces those requirements, even though those agencies will no longer be requirements.
Venusia Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for responses to questions on this part thus far. I wasn't privileged to be on the Select Committee, but have read through some of the submissions. The Minister commented on the new section 26EB, and particularly in terms of the consultation that happens before a determination is made on the specific appropriation. I did note that the Council for Civil Liberties in their submission asked the question of what participation the public would have in terms of inputting into the appropriate amount of appropriations, if you like. They used the example of the Ombudsman and the OPC process as a model for making their point, and said that the Ombudsman at one stage had argued that the office did not need additional funds to be able to meet their task of working to investigate OIA complaints, and the Council for Civil Liberties argued that the timeliness of those investigations was such that actually an additional injection of finances would have been useful, and they would have appreciated the opportunity to make that argument. Their proposal was to require public evidence sessions on proposed budgets, not only for parliamentary agencies but also for the offices of Parliament as well, and that should be included, which of course it would have if it was in the body of section 26EB. So the question is really to the Minister about whether that was considered, and if not, why, what sort of influence the public can have in this process.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
I wasn't familiar with Treasury instructions either, Dr. Webb, but I now know slightly more than I did 5 minutes ago. The advice I've received is that Treasury instructions largely follow accounting standards, so it just really relates to the accounting treatment of the way in which things are done. And Parliamentary agencies will be treated in the same way as officers of Parliament are currently treated. Treasury will not be able to issue instructions to the officers of clerk or parliamentary service other than in relation to section 26EA1A, which we've already dealt with. In relation to Venushi Walter's point, it will ultimately be over to the Select Committee that considers the appropriations, the Officers of Parliament Committee, or whatever Select Committee the House determines to reflect public input. My own view is there probably is a bit of a role around public input in a way that there hasn't been in the past. Ultimately, that'll be over to the House to determine via Select Committee. Obviously, the Select Committee, the Special Select Committee, considering the Parliament Bill, did not see fit to include mandatory consultation via the, in relation to the Council for Civil Liberties submission, but that's certainly open to the House, over time.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Thank you. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 8 set out on AP number 362 and AP number 401 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 8 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to Part 9, which is the debate on clauses 216 to 229, amendments to the Citizens Initiated Referenda Act 1993. The question is that Part 9 stand part. Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a number of questions about this part, and I was involved in, I think, the very first attempt at a citizens-initiated referendum, although I have some grave doubts about their role in a democracy. And the very first one was about battery pens and about getting rid of battery cages. So we have made some progress on that issue. But I have a couple of small questions and then perhaps a slightly larger question. Clause number 219 seems perfectly sensible that we move to internet instead of newspapers. I am unsure about 218 little c, where it talks about the contact details of the person or their representative, and why it has an address rather than just an email and phone number contacts. Or maybe it needs both. Maybe we should be more specific. But the bigger question is, back in 1993, this was one way of raising an issue to the House of Representatives that was not, there was no alternative. I mean, I think the bigger question now is, what is the role of a citizens-initiated referendum when we have petitions? Is it something that we think will continue? Are there amendments to make it easier to do, harder to do, or does it really make no difference other than some technicalities about addresses and websites rather than newspapers? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
The old Citizens Initiated Referenda, which... an old chestnut, that's right. There hasn't been that many of them, and those that we have had have not oftentimes been... Well, I was about to say they've been ignored, but I think that's probably a bit unfair, actually. I was a young 16-year-old whippersnapper back in 1999 when we had the referendum that had four things to it, including hard labour, tougher sentences. I can't remember the other. What's that? No, that wasn't in it. But it may as well have been. There were four different things, and it duly passed 85 to 15 or whatever it was, and it was a bit unclear what exactly people were voting on. But the general vibe was pretty clear. People wanted tougher sentences, and actually that did lead ultimately to some tougher sentences from the Helen Clark government back in 2000, 2001. Members will have different views about whether that was the right thing to do or not. This is actually quite a minor change. What this does is transfer the counting, because you need 10% of registered voters the counting of that away from the clerk to the Electoral Commission, and I think it's pretty obvious why that's the case. Back when we set up the Citizens Initiated Referenda back in the 90s, 1993 I believe it is, for whatever reason, the role of both the certification and the approval of the wording and the counting was given to the clerk. Now the clerk's a great office, great man, but their specialty expertise is not in the counting. And actually what happens now is the clerk goes and talks to the Commission around how all that works anyway. So this just formally transfers it and says, look, the responsibility for counting of the votes and working out the number of electors and the registered number of voters and all that stuff, that's the Commission's core job. That's literally why they exist. So that should be why it's there. Celia Wade-Brown asks about 218 6C, or 2C I think, the contact details. I have to admit that is not something I have closely thought about, but I'm assuming that the contact details, including an address, is to make sure that those who are interested in promoting the referendum can be contacted at that. There's probably a case to put email address in there as well. Maybe it's a little bit old-fashioned, just referring to a physical address, but it will just be to make sure that it's all in order from a promotion point of view. Maybe that's something we can tidy up through a statutes amendment bill later on if members are willing to do that, or potentially some sort of regulatory standards bill. It's not something I've given a huge amount of thought to.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Just a couple of points. One of my personal favourite legislative tools is when you define something to mean something entirely differently. And in this articulation, moving the counting job to the Electoral Commission, with the count in section 18.5, that's 226 of the bill, new section 18.5, section 4 actually says the Electoral Commission must certify an indicative referendum petition under subsection 2 within 2 months of the receipt date. One of the funny things about the Electoral Commission is, unlike the Office of the Clerk, they get busy over election periods when the Office of the Clerk actually doesn't have quite as much to do as usually, although they would protest that, I'm sure. Then subsection 5 says the 2-month period includes in whole or in part in an election period, and the election period is the date, from writ date to the last date noted for the return of the writ, which I can't remember exactly how long that is, but it's about 3 months, isn't it? So what we have is the Electoral Commission must return it within 2 months, which means 5 months if there's an election on. Which is kind of one of those fantastic drafting things, 2 months means 5 months. But that's quite a long time. And I just wonder if, Minister, you've considered whether that's appropriate. Now, I get the logistics of it, but I'll be perfectly honest that when we considered who was the best counter, clearly the Electoral Commission, it is their job, but that now means that there's a bit of a glitch in the system. So I'd be interested in your comments on that. The other thing is this, and this isn't new, but I'm not sure, given the opportunity we had, that we should have carried it over. And that is because 10% of however many voters there are, there might be, 4 million, that's 400,000, that by the new section 19, which is the same insertion, the Commission works with a government statistician to essentially count by sample. So it appears that you don't have to count every signature. You can calculate the number of signatures that must be checked, presumably for legitimacy, by sample. So whereas if you've got an election, we know that there's a tortuous process, because the government's currently worried about that, of going through and checking that every voter is properly enrolled and so on and so forth. But here it appears you might check 1,000 signatures and say, 3 are not legitimate people and the government statistician says that's a decent sample. Let's just assume that those 3 in 1,000 of 3 in every 1,000 are not legitimate. Given that, and given the importance to some people of these referenda, I'm wondering whether it's appropriate for the Electoral Commission to not verify each signature, but to simply verify a few and project that across all.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Just deal with a couple of matters. I sort of made up some reasons why we needed a physical address before, but I'm advised that the reason is it's the status quo, and the requirements for a New Zealand address is needed to ensure the petition is promoted in New Zealand. So it's just to double check that petition promoters are New Zealand people, which I think is relatively straightforward. In relation to Dr. Duncan Webb's point around the 2-month versus 5-month glitch in the system, was probably true, but I suppose the take-home point out of that is don't organise a citizens-initiated referenda for election year, organise it for the off years. They're every 3 years, you've got 2 out of 3, it's not too bad. In relation to the 10% point, I mean, reasonable people can disagree about what the threshold should be. Most people, I think, would think 5% is too low, 15% is probably a bit too high. Is there any right answer? Probably not. Not everyone agrees we need citizens-initiated referenda, but we have had for 30 years. But the status quo is that they use a sample, so that we don't have to go through the laborious process. And again, let's put the people who are expert at that in charge of it. In relation to New Zealand, that's the chief statistician, so that's what we do. So it just replicates the status quo, and I think, to the extent we have citizens-initiated referenda, I think most people agree probably works quite well.
The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 9 set out on AP number 362 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Part 9 is amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to Part 10, which is the debate on clauses 230 to 237, amendments to other acts and Schedule 8. The question is that Part 10 stand part. The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Oh, Madam Chair, what a treat.
Beating them off.
Yeah. Look, very brief contribution here. It's actually just around, so the key amendment here, or one of the key amendments, is to the Privacy Act, and Section 231 inserts essentially, or actually kind of reformulates an existing framing, which is parliamentary service, except, so it's Privacy Act, except in respect of, and these are exclusions, actually it's quite important that, so 8B says these are excluded from the scope of being an agency under the Privacy Act, and they exclude parliamentary service except in respect of like employment information and personal information in respect of the security officer. And so that large B is the new bit. I'm just wondering, in terms of the Privacy Act, whether that will also capture the Office of the Clerk, or is the Office of the Clerk then by default captured? Because you haven't expressly excluded it, and under this piece of legislation, the Office of the Clerk is quite a distinct entity, as it is in this House and on precinct, from parliamentary service. So does that mean that the Office of the Clerk fall within the ambit of being an agency and therefore subject to the Privacy Act or not? And the second question is the parliamentary corporation, which is kind of one of those arcane beasts that exists around here, because that would seem to be an agency that is captured by the Privacy Act by not being included in this section. And so, Office of the Clerk, a little bit perplexing to me. Parliamentary corporation seems to have been included in the Privacy Act, and is that what is intended?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
I'm advised that this section, or this sub-clause, replacing Section 8B VI 6 in relation to the big part B, personal information obtained by a parliamentary security officer. That was advised that was, that's intended to be included after consultation with the Privacy Commissioner. It's to make it clear that any information obtained by a security officer through a search or security action on the precinct, which we dealt with a couple of weeks ago, is subject to the Privacy Act, essentially. So it was done, the Privacy Commissioner recommended it and we've agreed.
And is the
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Is the Minister confident that the Office of the Clerk is not subject to the Privacy Act? Happy to wait.
I think the Minister's getting some advice.
Perhaps we can take that one on notice, Dr. Webb. I mean, I don't want to particularly hold the debate up. The officials are checking. We think the answer is no, but perhaps we can take it on notice and come back to you.
Perhaps we could. Happy to move on from this part, and the Minister can come back when the above.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Okay, thank you. Well, the question is then that Part 10 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to Part 11, which is the debate on clauses 238 and 239, repeals and revocation. The question is that Part 11 stand part.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
While the officials find and scurry the answer to Dr. Webb's very interesting question, I thought I'd take a call and talk very briefly around the Legislative Council Abolition Act. Because, and actually this is, I mean, despite the fact that we're into Part 11 of a chunky bill, this actually is an important section because one of the actual objectives of the Parliament bill is to bring together all of the different bits of legislation that make up the machinery of our constitution, our parliamentary constitution. So as I previously said, the Clerk of the House of Representatives Act is now gone because that information has now been modernised and is included in the Parliament bill. Parliamentary Service Act 2000 is now 25 years old, same thing. The Members of Parliament Remuneration and Services Act 2013, which has been a much amended piece of legislation thanks to various governments' desires over the years to cut MPs' pay. That is now gone as well. And of course the Parliamentary Privilege Act, which I've been around long enough, I remember the Parliament debating this after the Attorney General and Lee decision, is an important piece of legislation. And of course that's now included within this as well. And I, Madam Chair, am someone who likes repealing things because I got into Parliament to try and get rid of some stuff from the statute books and stop the ever-growing and increasing arm of the regulatory state. Well, no, hang on. No, that's very unfair. So we're replacing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 acts with one. So from a cost-benefit... From a cost-benefit point of view, that's a win. 5 statutes are now gone from the statute books. They might be replicated in another statute, but let's just talk between friends for now. But anyway, the Legislative Council Abolition Act, and people forget we used to have a Legislative Council. It's just over yonder. It's a beautiful old debating chamber. Bring back the council, says Dr. Webb. Here we go. This is Labor's grand plan to win the next elections. An upper house. It's coming back. It's coming back. You heard it here first. Anyway, with that brief moment.
Order. The delay.
Lord Webb. Well, we're not the United Kingdom, and there's no desire, I think, from anyone to bring back the Legislative Council. In fact, it did itself out of a job. I mean, they voted, self-repeal. They voted to abolish themselves. It was the first time any member of Parliament has ever voted to abolish their own job. So good luck to them. Anyway, I've now got the answer to the last part, and I hope the House will indulge me answering it. The Office of the Clerk is subject to the Privacy Act 1993.
The question is that Part 11 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 1 set out on AP number 362 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Schedule 2, the question is that Schedule 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Schedule 3, the question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 3 set out on AP number 362 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 3 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 4 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 5 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 6 set out on AP number 362 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 6 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 7 set out on AP number 362 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 7 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 8 set out on AP number 362 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 8 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to our final debate, clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Don't worry, this won't take long. Just two things. Firstly, the title will clearly be, the Act, when it's an Act, will be Parliament Act 2025, not 2024. Just wondering why you didn't tidy that up with the amendment papers, or is it just one of the things the clerks don't do? It's not a big thing, but the real substantive point I was going to ask about is really Clause 2, Subclause 2A, which is for the application of Part 8. Part 9. I'm mixing myself up. Comes into force on a date or dates set by order in council. And this is the citizens-initiated referenda part. And for the life of me, it always seems odd to me to have orders in council, not only because it's just another job to do, but also because it gives a degree of vagueness. And given that it's citizens-initiated referenda, it would have seemed wise to simply, have a hard line. Now, I can understand that you want to make sure that the Electoral Commission's got a system in place, but I would have thought, 30 June 2026 might have done it, or even if it was 1 January 2027. But is there any reason why you thought an order in council was needed there rather than just setting a hard date?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, the member, I think, knows that bills have the dates in them as they go through the process, but they get updated for the royal assent. So when it gets eventually to the Governor-General, it will say Parliament Bill 2025, and it will eventually become the Parliament Act 2025. The Part 9, as the member rightly notes, is quick on the uptake as relation to the citizens' initiated referenda, and it'll be because of the variety of things that need to happen between the clerk and the Electoral Commission. And the Electoral Commission's obviously getting ready for an election next year, so there'll be a range of other things going on as well. So I don't think a huge amount turns on that. That'll be the reason.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Clause 2 set out on AP number 362 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
I move amendment paper number 361, dividing the bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report this bill with amendment and so divided presently.
What are we doing now? QTS report.
Oh no, we'll do it too. We can do the land transport.
Oh, right, okay.
So you can go.
No, I've got one. That's my bill too.
Of course.
I'm just going to get my stuff.
Yeah, just play that. Members will just change some paperwork up here before we start. Members, we now come to the Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill. We start with the debate on Part 1. This is the debate on Clauses 3 and 4, Amendments to Land Transport Management Act 2003. The question is that Part 1 stand part. Call the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. I have a range of questions for the Minister and also have 6 amendment papers in my name, which I do hope the Minister and other members will consider. Some of the issues were not discussed at length in the Select Committee process. I do want to congratulate all the members of the Select Committee. I think it was a really great process, and we did make some changes with unanimous support. But the Green Party did note there are some lost opportunities that were not addressed, and I do hope the Minister will still consider those potential changes. And the first one of these has to do with exemptions. And this is primarily because of a submission, which I'm sure the Minister has read, a very hefty submission from Auckland Council, where they talk about the need for flexibility with regard to both exemptions and mitigation in order to get the buy-in that is needed for...
I'm sorry to interrupt the member. Can you just refer me to the clause you're speaking to?
Yep, it's to do... Well, actually, I'm speaking to my AP,
okay,
which is amendment paper... (376). So there's 2 issues, Madam Chair. Mm-hmm. So my AP 376 amends Clause 4, and we absolutely agree with the bill taking a narrow approach to exemptions. However, the bill, we think, could make exemptions for mobility parking permit holders. And if the Minister refers to successful congestion charging schemes in New York City, Stockholm and London, they all have some form of exemption for disabled people. This is not something that we discussed at length at the Select Committee, but looking at the evidence from submissions, I do think it is something that does need to be considered. I think the main point, and this is raised in Auckland Council's submission, is that in order for the scheme to be brought in by local authorities and to get the local political buy-in that we need for such a scheme, there needs to be some amount of flexibility to enable very limited exemptions. We did, in the committee, make an amendment that does result in one new exemption, which is for public transport buses. This is also the case in most other cities that have congestion pricing schemes. They do have exemptions for buses and emergency vehicles. The bill, as originally drafted, included exemptions for emergency vehicles. It did not include exemptions for public transport services. But at the Select Committee, we made that amendment. However, the issue around disabled people and using mobility parking permit, holding a mobility parking permit as a reason to enable an exemption or a refund is something that is widely available in almost every jurisdiction that has a congestion charge. And I think the Minister would agree that Stockholm, who was one of the first, and City of London, the first places to have congestion charging schemes, have been successful, even though they have allowed exemptions for people with disabilities. Usually there's some sort of official, it's different in every country what the official process is to determine if someone legitimately has a mobility challenge that needs to mean that they are exempt from a congestion pricing scheme. But in the case of New Zealand, we think this could be the mobility parking permit. Of course, there has to be good enforcement of that, but I do hope that members in the New Zealand First Party and Labour and the National Party, I wouldn't expect the members from ACT to support it, but I think simply following along the international practice of enabling some sort of exemption for people with disabilities is a reasonable thing to do. But the main issue and the main point raised by Auckland Council is simply that they need more flexibility. So that was something that is raised by the submission. I unfortunately highlighted too many things in their submission, so I'm not finding the exact quote right now, but I can bring it up later, Madam Chair. But it is about enabling local authorities. Here we are. It's on page 25 of the Auckland Council submission. The legislation needs the flexibility to provide for exemptions in limited circumstances to address genuine hardships and increase the chances for scheme success. And I know the Minister wants these schemes to be implemented, wants them to be successful. And so I would argue that simply addressing this issue is one way we can enable local authorities. They don't have to, but the legislation should allow for it.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
The short answer is to the member's question is no. As the member herself acknowledges, exemptions by definition start to chip away at the integrity of why you have congestion pricing. It works the more people pay because that affects behaviour, and the moment you chip away and say, well, you're not exempt, or you are exempt, and you don't have to pay, and you don't have to pay, and you don't have to pay, by definition you diminish the utility of the scheme. I think people broadly accept that, or I hope they do. So the Select Committee has rightly recommended emergency vehicles. I think most people can agree on that. Public transport, buses, which again makes sense because it actually links to the purpose of the scheme. So, you know, the whole purpose is to incentivise people taking the bus and getting out of their cars, which is good. Is there a moral case for, or a legitimate case for people with disabilities? Yes. Are people sympathetic to that? Yes. Of course people are. But the reality is, and this might potentially be harsh, but it's just the truth, you have to draw the line somewhere. And the trucking industry asked for an exemption. Well, the trucking industry, freight, they create congestion. So they should be part of the scheme. That we actually want them to be part of any congestion pricing scheme that's implemented. And you know, there are lots of different suggestions for exemptions, and the government's taken I think a pretty reasonable approach, which is there's a couple of minor ones which can be justified, but beyond that we're not proposing any further exemptions. The member's welcome to keep trying, but we won't be supporting those amendment papers.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Thanks for the random PhD, Madam Chair. I just reflect on something the member that resumed her seat over there said, that she wouldn't expect ACT to support an amendment to support people in the disability community. Well, actually, our starting point is we certainly would, because at least 2 ACT MPs have people living with disability in their family. Our empathy and compassion for the disability community is long and strong. I can only assume that the member made that comment because she also knows the ACT Party has 2 economists in its caucus, and we know that if you want to help people with a disability, you want a functioning market, and to use income transfers where appropriate to help them access the market, which, as the Minister has said, is the correct way to help people rather than distorting a market on an ad hoc basis. But I have to say, I don't think that is why the member said it, and it reveals a nastiness that does not become her well.
I'm calling Tangi Aotearoa. He was on his feet before.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Labour Party do support this bill. We have been long-time supporters of moves in this particular space. I do want to join with my colleague, the Honourable Julianne Genter, in acknowledging the work of the Select Committee, which was very collegial in coming to some common ground. and also acknowledge that government members have also accommodated through the report and have seen some sense perhaps in agreeing with some of the proposals that the opposition had promoted. I just have one first question for the Minister, and that's throughout the bill, Minister, it refers to the responsible minister as opposed to just the minister, so that's a technical sort of question around that. But I want to pick up on the focus around exemptions, and I think it's right and proper that this bill does provide for a very narrow exemption lot. And the Minister's correct, the Select Committee did hear from submitters around some in the freight industry wanting to be included in the exemption process, civil defence emergencies, do we include Defence Force vehicles and the like. And where the committee landed was that no, it did need to be narrow. And so what we have in front of us effectively are two exemptions, well, three really. One is the emergency vehicles, the other is the buses that are contained in a regional land transport plan, so very specific, not around private charters and the like. And the third is around MOE, rural buses. Initially, sort of our view in the Labour Party was to not support one that went beyond that. However, our view has changed just on the disability aspect. And the reason for that is when we look at other parts of the world, and Stockholm is one that I've become quite, I've learned to know over the last week, specifically having visited there last week, is that they have a number of exemptions, diplomatic vehicles and the like. But when I asked them why it was that they had a provision for disability users, it was very simple. And that is because the process of effectively authorising the vehicle that in New Zealand would be a total mobility permit is because those users have no other vehicle that they can use to get from A to B. And so I do invite the government to perhaps reconsider the appropriateness of allowing those users who, and I think the total mobility permit is a good opportunity actually, it's justified that that's the vehicle that meets their particular need. And so while we originally didn't support a sort of expansion of that narrow exemption, Julianne Genta's suggestion is the one actually that we will look to support because of the inability of those that travel by that means to effectively use any and all other modes. And so I do ask the Minister to maybe just reflect on the willingness of the government, given that this is something that we're looking to try and get some multi-partisan support around this bill, around opening the door for scheme boards to consider that. It's not saying that it is a must, but it is still putting in the option list one option that scheme boards could turn their mind to. So I would ask the Minister to think about that. I don't think that's going to undermine the integrity of this, because what's also really clear is it could be that scheme boards decide that they don't want to actually offer an exemption process to buses that are contained in the regional land transport plan, or they don't want to offer exemptions to emergency vehicles. Those are decisions that sit with the scheme board. And so I know the Minister has said that the government are not prepared to explore that, but given this is an option that really those that hold those permits have little to no other alternative, I think it would be the right thing to do.
Honourable Julianne Genta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for his reply. I do want to reassure the Deputy Prime Minister that I wasn't intending any insults in my comments. It was precisely because the ACT Party has been very staunch on not supporting exemptions. It's great to hear that the ACT Party does support people with disabilities, and I guess I'd invite them to consider what the tool is for the transfer to help support people on disabilities, because currently the support is quite inadequate, and there's nothing within the bill that I think explicitly enables that. And Auckland Council did raise in their submission that it is central government that is going to have to directly support people to mitigate the increased cost of the congestion charge, because the council simply doesn't have the levers or tools to do that itself. So you get this slightly disconnected situation where a local authority is the one hopefully initiating the scheme. The goal is around transportation, but some of the some of the support and mitigation for people has to come in through the social welfare system. So I'm not sure how that will be addressed, if not through my amendment paper. But I do want to encourage the Minister just one more time. I understand what he's saying. Of course, we want to keep it very narrow. But my main point, and as raised by my colleague, is that virtually every jurisdiction that has brought in a congestion charge has some form of exemption for people with disabilities. And they have all worked. And as Tangi Utakere pointed out, this is all about getting the ability for there to be public buy-in and political support at a local level, because a congestion charge will not be brought in unless local authorities are able to get it over the line. Central government is not going to be imposing these, and they should not. Already the way the legislation is drafted, as Auckland Council raised, has a lot of central government control. And they said, put simply, the legislation enables NZTA to effectively exercise a right of veto over scheme proposals that negatively impact the operation of the state highway network, but does not give local authorities that same right in reverse. And I would argue to the government parties that if they want congestion pricing to be implemented, they need to give the scheme boards and the local authorities more tools to make it politically acceptable. And often what is politically acceptable is not the pure, perfect theory of the economists. It's a kind of compromise version where we get as good as we possibly can get, but we also acknowledge that lots of people have, reasons to support things in practice. We want it implemented in practice, not some perfect thing in theory that never gets implemented. We've been waiting 20 years for this, Minister, 20 years. And the Green Party was, I think, the first party to champion congestion charging. I think enabling local authorities to have a little bit more flexibility over exemptions, and specifically the one for disabilities, however that is officially recognized, would be really, really valuable. And it's not forcing scheme boards to put in place those exemptions. It's simply giving them an opportunity.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, the member, I think, makes the right point, which is that we've been waiting 20 years for this. So having waited 20 years to get to the point in which all parties in Parliament, I think, support the idea of putting a price on congestion in order to disincentivise it and lead to more economic, efficient use of the roads, can we all just agree that if we're going to do that, let's get the best damn public policy scheme we can. Let's try and get a world-class congestion pricing scheme in place. Yeah, all the other cities do it, and that's not good public policy. So when London did it, I'm advised that when London did it, 50% of people didn't pay it. Which, is it a step forward? Well, yeah. Is it better than the status quo? Yes. But is it better than 95% of people paying and being subject to the price point and leading to change behaviour? No, it's not. Now, London clearly had to make political compromises along the way, but just because London did it and other countries have did it, does not mean that New Zealand has to. And I just reject the contention that congestion pricing in Auckland will fall down because people with disabilities have to pay a congestion price, or may pay a congestion price, depending on the behaviour that they engage in. They're still got to pay petrol, by the way. We don't exempt them from petrol tax. Which is a way of basically road pricing by proxy. If they drive an electric vehicle, they've got to pay road user charges, and eventually they'll have to pay based on how much they drive, on distance-based pricing, which is a far fairer way of doing it, and we'll eventually get to that piece of legislation in due course. But I just reject outright the idea that the whole scheme's going to fall over because we haven't allowed an exemption that the member is keen on, and Auckland Council might be keen on it, but it's an interesting point of view, but as I've said twice now, the whole purpose is to subject as many people and groups as possible, and it's a bit like GST, right? Every now and then, people have got bright ideas for things we should accept from GST. Children's books. Well, I've got a 3-year-old. It'd be great to have 12.5 cents off, or 15%, sorry, off a children's book, assuming that the price was passed on, which probably wouldn't be. I buy a lot of baby formula. Would that be good to have that off? Yeah, absolutely. Sanitary products, if people get wigged up about that, fair enough. Fruit and veg, I don't want to be too political, but we've had various different suggestions for that. Once you pop, you can't stop. Once you're down this path, You know, firstly it'll be people with disabilities, then it will be the trucking industry, then it will be, you know, people travelling to work at a particular time or going to, you know, then it will be. People will find exemptions. Well, be low and so one example that Mr. Twyford makes a really good point. It's a slippery slope. Stockholm did what probably the member probably supports in her heart of hearts, which is they exempted low emissions vehicles. Oh well, see, but that's a terrible idea. I'm sorry, that is a terrible idea. Low emissions vehicles are vehicles. So if you're trying to solve the public policy problem of fuel efficiency or carbon emissions, there are different ways to address that, and the member and I would probably disagree on the right public policy mechanism to do that, but they are vehicles. If the problem is congestion and you're putting in place a congestion pricing scheme that uses price to efficiently allocate road space, focus on as many people as possible paying that price to change behaviour. If you're worried about emissions, that's a whole other debate. Do not confuse the two. The government stands for good public policy. I thought that member did too.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable David Seymour.
I'd just like to acknowledge Julianne Genta's clarification. I withdraw my comments that she was nasty towards the ACT Party, and I'd like to just record her acknowledgement of the ACT Party's microeconomic chops.
As it relates to this bill?
Well, I just thought it was a nice thing to do. Clearly the debate's getting on. It might be time to close.
Francisco Hernandez.
Just to engage in the cross-party spirit of committee, which is broken out across the House, and taking into account the minister's reference to Pringles. What is the minister's favourite Pringle? And second question that's related to this is: has there been a distributional impact analysis done on the impact of congestion charging? Because obviously all members across the House do support it, but we would like to, I guess, have the full facts in mind, and we do want to acknowledge the minister's commentary around the impact on not watering down the potential for pricing and the importance of keeping it as pure as possible in terms of the scheme. But obviously there's many ways to create potential rebates so that everyone is still facing the price at the initial point, but maybe designing some sort of rebate scheme so that there is that pricing element that's still baked in, but there is potential for people to potentially get the rebate, like my colleague Julianne Genter suggested, which is potentially creating some, not an exemption scheme, but essentially a rebate scheme for people with disabilities. Acknowledging the minister's comment, and surprisingly, the minister would find common ground with the Degrowth Greens Network and not exempting low emissions vehicles from the exemption charge, because as the Degrowth Green Network would point out, a vehicle is still a vehicle, and we need to consider the fact that that even though low emissions vehicles are a lower emission mode of transport, it's still good to, if possible, shift people away from these emissions intensive modes of transport, because low emissions vehicles still still require embodied energy to have been made, and also they'll also still be running from the grid, and the grid is still not 100% renewable.
Can I just ask the member, which clause are you speaking to?
Well, I'm responding to the minister's points about why it's good to not exempt low emissions vehicles. So I'm responding to an answer that the minister gave. Clause 4. I'm still continuing on the point, and that actually leads on to my next point, which is that has there been a climate impact analysis done on this? Because we do know that congestion pricing is one of the ways that we can help reduce emissions. So, and if there's been a climate impact, a SIPA that's been done on this. What were the, how many emissions will the introduction of climate impact, congestion pricing lead to? Obviously, it's not mandatory at this stage, but I would like to see the modelling that's been done, because we do know that 65C makes it so that it's not compulsory for local authorities. But what are the sort of maximum range that's been done? Like, what's the assumption if all territorial local authorities do it? What are the emissions reductions if half of them do it? I'd be interested in the answer. So just to recap on the questions that I've asked, the distributional analysis would be good if there's one that's been done. And the second is the climate impact analysis. Has one been done, and what were the results of that?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Just to deal with a few issues, I have to come back to you on the SEPA assessment. I think the answer is it hasn't, but I'll double check for you. Member asks, what is my favourite brand of Pringles?
As it relates to this bill?
Big time. Sour cream and chives, number one. The member asks about impact assessments. The point will be that local authorities that initiate a scheme are actually required to do an impact assessment. So, I mean, broadly, I think all members have now basically agreed that congestion costs, anywhere between $500 million and $2 billion. Estimates vary. Everyone agrees it's a problem in Auckland and Wellington in particular. So reducing that down has a big economic impact, but the exact scheme designs that local authorities engage in it will depend, basically, and they'll have to go through a process of doing that, and actually that has to be consulted on. So that's built into the scheme design, which is part of the bill. The member makes a good point around rebate schemes, which potentially are a way of reallocating distribution, people who are affected by it. Actually, I'm advised that new section 65Z2D requires an analysis of the distributional impacts as part of the scheme. The other point I'd point out is the total mobility scheme, which provides very generous subsidies to people who have disabilities, for example, and it's a complicated funding formula between the individual local authorities, the National Land Transport Fund and the Crown, and very generous subsidies for people who use total mobility, and it's a very worthwhile and valid scheme which many people take advantage of. It's the first time in my life I have been likened to a member of the Degrowth Green Network. Frankly, it's not an experience I particularly enjoyed, but thank you very much for that to the member, and I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on the climate impact policy assessment.
Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm interested in the Minister's analysis of the percentage of vehicles that would be likely to have mobility stickers. I mean, I think you were talking about surely we don't want 50% of vehicles going through these schemes to be let off. But surely if the proportion of people is somewhere between a quarter and a fifth, depending on whose figures you take, the likelihood of them travelling in congested times is not as high. Unfortunately, the proportion of people with disabilities in work is lower than the average work participation. So I would like to know a little bit more about why he sees the mobility parking permit exemption as making a very significant difference. I'm also interested, this scheme is meant to improve traffic flow, improving times and reducing the number of vehicles. I wonder to what extent he's going to see this relatively cost-effective mechanism as an alternative to very large capital expenditures, and how long he's likely to let a time-of-use charging scheme go for before potentially revising some other travel plans. Going back to the issue of this is a good idea that we shouldn't amend too much, despite the other cities that my colleague referred to. There will be cities, there will be councillors who want to find any excuse not to do this. And I wonder if the Minister would address the question of whether not allowing mobility exemptions could actually make a council less likely to proceed with the scheme. We've seen people say that bike lanes are ableist, and I appreciate that the Minister has supported a number of cycling schemes. But I'm not sure. There are genuine issues about ableism, and there are ones that are just revved up to stop more sustainable transport options.
Madam Chair.
Take another call. I'm just going to, before I take another call, I'm just going to point out that the last 6 calls have all related to the same topic. This is the first and probably last warning about repetition in that field. Honourable Chris Bishop.
No, a CEPA was not required because the bill doesn't propose any particular scheme. It's a framework, so no CEPA was required. Secondly, I think I've dealt with the mobility issue at length. As I've said ad nauseum now, the moment you start exempting groups or people, you could find any reason any number of good arguments for it, which people would be very sympathetic to. You diminish the utility of the scheme and the next exemption becomes easier. I do not believe that schemes will fall over at a council level because people with disabilities will be subject to a congestion price, and I just do not believe that will be the case. We could be wrong. If that's the case, we can come back and revisit it, but I find that highly unlikely in relation to deferred capital investment as a result of time of use pricing. Well, let's just wait and see. Let's get the bill in place and get a scheme in place and see how it goes.
Tangi Butakiri.
Madam Chair, and I am disappointed in the Minister's answer, but I accept it. The issue we haven't talked about, of course, are the buses, the rural school buses. There might not be many of them to be exempted because the current government seem to be cancelling all of the rural school buses anyhow, so the narrow approach to the exemptions will be very narrow indeed. Madam Chair, I want to turn to clause 65C(4). Now, this is about the notice of the charging scheme, and it talks about the need to identify the locations with poor traffic flow. So we don't hear about congestion or anything like that. We hear about the poor traffic flow as the rationale for the proposal, the notice of proposal. One of the issues, of course, that we are going to contend with is communities of interest will think that poor traffic flow will mean different things to different communities. So poor traffic flow in Auckland will have a particular experience or meaning as opposed to poor traffic flow maybe in Levin. And so the issue there is how there will be a level of consistency around poor traffic flow and trying to understand that there is a minimum threshold or standard where a potential time of use charging scheme is warranted. That's the first question for the Minister. The other is in relation to clause 65D. So this is a little bit of the more nitty and gritty detail of what is expected to be in the proposed charging scheme. One of the things that's not identified there is whether or not the scheme proposal needs to include what some of the alternative options in terms of people being able to get where they need to go, where that might lie. Now, I appreciate that might be very difficult in a scheme arrangement like Stockholm, where it's basically an in and out, sort of environment, as opposed to maybe Gothenburg, where it's more of a tennis racket or a stretch of road. It's much more easy to identify alternatives for traffic flow if it's a stretch of road and saying, well, users can use this alternative or that alternative. Very, very difficult in an in and out entry-exit sort of approach. So the question for the Minister is where he sees that being placed in a scheme proposal, if at all. This is not a a toll road opportunity where you're required to identify alternatives, but it still, I think, would lend some weight as part of a proposal if there was some identification of what alternative routes could be used at a time. Not talking about the specific time of operation, but alternative routes that might be available.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
The member makes good points. In relation to traffic flow, I mean, this is ultimately going to be an issue for the local authorities or indeed the Minister, depending on who initiates a time of use charging scheme. In reality, councils will judge for themselves traffic flow, and they've got to identify the improvements that we made to traffic flow. So, traffic through in and out of Auckland, the Auckland CBD is very congested at peak times. Everyone knows that. It's partly why we're talking about this bill. There are other parts of Wellington, parts of Christchurch, Levin and Masterton and, parts of Dunedin, perhaps not greatest respect to those wonderful towns and cities. They're great places, but, they might, well, they're wonderful places, but they don't necessarily have traffic issues that could be addressed through a time of use scheme. So in reality, I think all members know this, we're talking about Auckland, Wellington, maybe Christchurch. Let's wait and see where we get to. As I say, I'm just keen to get the bill in place and get something up and running, and we've signalled as a government that the starting point will be Auckland, and we'll learn as we go. We'll learn as we go, and actually, because we're so far behind other places, we can pick up some of the lessons from Stockholm and other places that don't. London's had it for 25 years. What's that? Oh, well, I'm looking forward to your posts. That'll be good too. Thank you for your support, Mr. Halbert. In relation to 65D, I mean, the sort of slightly facile answer to this is the alternative is sort of by definition not where the scheme is and not at the time the scheme applies. So if you do a ring and you say at a particular time in a particular place, the congestion charge is paid. Well, the flip side of that is you don't pay if you travel outside those times, outside that area. So that's the sort of alternative. I think in reality, what's likely to end up happening is as councils develop and scheme boards develop proposals, they will publicise those options and those choices as part of the development of the scheme, and likewise the public transport option and things like that. And the bill essentially envisages revenue generated from the time of use being funneled back into mechanisms in order to provide transport choices for people, which I think is appropriate, and so that will be part of the development of the scheme as well. So I think, is it perfect? Probably not, but we've just got to crack on and get a scheme up and running, and we can learn as we go, and we can iterate the legislation if indeed it needs changes as we go.
Andy Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question, but I wanted to start off by saying that in relation to the suggestions that have been made that not including an exemption for members of the disability community in the scheme would possibly lead to councils pulling the plug. Auckland and Wellington have been pursuing the idea of a congestion charge or a time of use charge probably for a decade and a half, if not longer than that. So this is something that, if they were to walk away from it, will be very, 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 very foolish. A different Madam Chair now. And I agree with one of the things I was going to say is I wanted to thank the Minister for the flexibility in responding to the issues which the Select Committee raised, and one of them was indeed that area of exemptions, because originally there was not going to be a provision for exempting public transport. There's scheduled public transport, and Tangi Utakiri raised the issue of the MOE rural buses as well, and to say that the whole purpose of this scheme was to encourage people to change their time of travel or their means of travel, and the public transport obviously was a key means of travel that we wanted to encourage people towards. So I wanted to thank the Minister again for his responding to the issues, and we had quite some good discussion around that. A number of issues that were raised by the Select Committee. That was one. Another one was the governance arrangements, and the third one was the way in which any revenue was going to be spent. And the committee was quite strong on those, and the Minister responded to those, and I want to thank you for that. But there is one question I have been asked by a colleague. So it's not a question that I'm asking because I want to ask it, but a colleague has asked, and as a team we've said, look, we want to get an answer on this, and it is around the issues of privacy, and it's making sure that we can give comfort to people that there is not going to be some massive collection of data that's going to be held over people about where they were travelling, how they were travelling, when they were travelling, and all those sort of issues. Madam Chair, if you wanted a particular area in terms of the bill, 65Z FA is probably the best place to look at it, which talks about the potential impact on privacy. But I'd just like the Minister, if he can give us some assurance, or give the public some assurance, that there are going to be no issues with privacy around the scheme and that people can rest easy on that score. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, thank you to the Honourable Member as well for his very diligent work chairing the Select Committee. It was, my understanding, a very well chaired Select Committee, and we've managed to achieve some unanimity, I think, which is really good, in part due to his very good chairing. I think the member makes a good point around privacy, and the member himself adverts to the relevant section, which is clause 65ZF, which rightly says the enforcement authority and the agency, which is the Transport Agency, must not use any personal information except for the purpose of collecting time of use charges, including billing, which I think is totally appropriate. Obviously, members will be familiar with that now via tolling and motor vehicle register and licences, etc. And the purpose of enforcing this part, and obviously the Privacy Act applies to other information that is collected, which has been amended many times and I think works quite well.
Julianne Genter.
Madam Chair, thank you. I know that we've well and truly covered the issue of disability vehicles, but could I put on the record of this debate that mobility parking permit holders are less than 5% of all driver's license holders in the country?
You can put that on the record, but I heard the previous chair ask us to move on.
So now my topic, moving quite on to my amendment paper 374, which is in clause 4 and proposes a new section 65A and 65B. And so the point of this amendment paper is to address the high cost of air pollution. The Minister has referred to being a supporter of good public policy. The Minister has rightly noted the cost of congestion being in the order of $1 billion a year, maybe for Auckland. The Minister might realise that the cost of harmful air pollution in Aotearoa is upwards of $10 billion a year. It kills more people than traffic crashes do, car crashes, and it has an enormous strain on our health system and productivity because small children getting asthma, we have one of the highest asthma rates in the world, and the reason why the Minister, as he was referring to earlier, when we talk about emissions and low emissions vehicles, there's carbon emissions and greenhouse gas emissions, and then there's harmful air pollution emissions. And the harmful air pollution is specifically what we are asking to be addressed. And this comes out of the inquiry, which the Minister, I believe, sat on the Select Committee when we had the inquiry into congestion charging, or maybe it was Christopher Luxon, actually. So in the previous term of Parliament, the Transport and Infrastructure Committee had an inquiry into the congestion question. And during that process, we received numerous submissions from experts overseas who recommended that within our congestion charging legislation, we allow some provision for scheme boards to apply additional charges to high emissions vehicles. And so this is not in competition with a congestion charge, it's complementary to a congestion charge, and it is very much something that would be useful to local councils as they have some requirement under national environmental standards to guarantee air quality, yet they don't have any levers for the geographic containment of where air pollution tends to be worse. And hence the reason why zones like a congestion pricing zone, if it were able to take into account high and low emissions vehicles, is a very, very useful, sensible, evidence-based policy tool for addressing the geographic location and constraint and giving local authorities some tool to address poor air quality. And that's why low emission zones, low emission vehicle charging in tandem with congestion charging is quite a useful tool for concentrated air pollution, areas of concentrated air pollution problem, and it's the regional councils that are responsibility for making sure the airshed meets a certain standard, right? So that currently they have no tools to address that. It's not something that we address through any other public policy mechanism that I'm aware of, and the cost is 5 times higher than the cost of congestion to the public. So arguably, we should, if you support good public policy, in this House, we would love to see cross-party support for this amendment paper 374, which would simply enable scheme boards to take into account high emissions and low emissions vehicles and apply not exemptions for low emissions vehicles, but higher charges for high emissions vehicles that have harmful air pollution impacts in those parts of the city.
Honourable Minister.
Look, I've dealt with this now a couple of times, I think. I'm just really keen not... I've dealt with it already, but I'll just repeat very briefly. I'm really keen not to confuse what we're trying to achieve here. What we are trying to achieve is addressing the congestion question in Auckland and to some extent Wellington and maybe some other cities. Okay, that is as the member point. Dream big. We've waited the member's colleague made a point about half an hour ago that we've waited 20 years for this. I agree. So let's focus on getting it in place, focused on what congestion pricing schemes can do, which is reduce congestion. Is there a debate? Is there an argument around how we incentivise and reduce emissions? Absolutely. But there is a separate issue to this debate and this bill, which, if we can get it into place, will bring New Zealand into line with many other jurisdictions, and frankly, most people would say taken way too long to do this. But the member talked before around social licence and said the whole scheme's going to break down if we don't allow people with disability permits to be exempt from congestion prices. I disagree with her. I tell you this, the easiest way to make sure that congestion pricing in every city in New Zealand never happens, say to people who drive gas guzzlers, oh, by the way, you're now going to be lumped with an even higher price. I think we all know implementing congestion pricing is going to be bumpy, okay? It's going to be unpopular. Every country that has implemented it, or every jurisdiction, it's been wildly unpopular, and then the moment it starts and everyone experiences school holiday traffic, they go, oh, well, this is fantastic, we should have done this 20 years ago. It's like, absolutely. So, but it's going to be bumpy on the way through, and I think we all just have to recognise that it's not going to be very popular. That's why I'm really pleased that I think I'm right in saying we have unanimous support for it across the Parliament. So that's really good. This is a ginormous step forward for good transport policy in New Zealand. But respectfully, Ms Genter, the easiest way to destroy public support for congestion pricing would be to whack big new prices on people who happen to drive emissions-intensive cars. You would see public support that's going to be a bit tentative to start with utterly evaporate. So we're not in favour of that. It's a separate issue.
Dan Bidwell.
Should now close.
I'm going to take a burning question from Tangi Utakiri, and I'm sure it's going to be a new issue.
It will be. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And just the ministers talked about, the support across the House, and that is certainly my perspective here, which is why I'm working my way through different aspects that haven't been touched on. So I want to look at clause 65E. This is about the consultation process around the proposal. And when it comes to subsection 1 or subclause 1A, it talks about the fact that before a scheme is even submitted to the minister, that the board needs to undertake public consultation. Now, this is very important, and so my question to the minister is around expectations around the minimum levels of engagement for that process. There is a process here that's outlined previously around whether a local authority or 2 or more local authorities come together to want to pursue this, or whether it's minister initiated. if it's involving local government, rightly or wrongly, members will be familiar with the fact that that sector has a special consultative process that it's called upon to engage from time to time where the outcome or potential outcome is of significance. This just talks about the fact that there needs to be public consultation. Now, we all know that that could mean just putting a public notice in, getting some submissions and then saying, yeah, okay, we'll go ahead or not. So my question for the Minister is around expectations for the level of public consultation that a scheme board must undertake before they even submit that to the Minister. I want to, if I may, Madam Chair, move on to a couple of other clauses as well.
Could you do it now?
Yeah. So 65F, this is about the actual submission of the scheme, and in particular subclause 2C. This is the information that might be accompanying a proposal. Now, what's listed there in the bill at the moment is that they could provide any other information that the responsible minister considers necessary. The problem is that there's nothing in the bill that identifies what process would be engaged or used to signify that the minister might need that information. And so the question there is, you know, is it just that there's going to be some ongoing communication and contact between the scheme board and the minister? If so, can the minister point out where that provision actually exists? If not, how is the board going to know that the minister requires some information in order for he or she to exercise their thinking in that space?
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Member makes good points rather. In relation to public consultation, this is local government's bread and butter. This is what they do. I would argue probably far too much, but I think it's relatively straightforward. The scheme board, before they submit something to the responsible minister, they have to do public consultation. My expectation would be they'd be relatively comprehensive. I'm not going to. I mean, the bill and I'm not going to dictate, the number of months and all the rest of it. Ultimately, this is what local authorities do. They're actually pretty good at it. So I don't want to get too worked up about that. In relation to 65F, I think C is there as a bit of a catch-all, but it should be read in light of A and B. So the scheme proposal has to have the report of the consultation we've just been talking about, summary of the submissions, the impact assessment, and having just gone through a bit of this with some councils in relation to a variety of things under the RMA, there is quite a lot of backwards and forwards between central government and councils, as part of the formal exchange of documents and things like that. So my expectation would be it would work in a similar way in which the scheme board might say to the officials, here's what we're planning on submitting, and if there's some other information that the government or the minister might like, they would encourage the scheme board in advance of the submission in order to help expedite the process to submit that as well. Now look, I can't imagine off the top of my head exactly what that information might be, but the point is it's there as a catch-all in case the minister needs more information, they can ask for it. My expectation would be that ministers and local authorities would work in good faith around these things, and I'm very confident that will be the case.
Carlos Chung.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now. Quiet during voting, please. The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kai mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendment set out on AP number 400 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Honourable Julianne Genters, quiet during voting unless you're voting, please. Honourable Julianne Genta's amendments set out on AP number 374 are out of order as being outside the scope of the bill. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's amendments set out on AP number 375 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 15, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's amendments set out on AP number 376 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's amendments set out on AP number 377 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
In favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 15, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's amendments set out on AP number 378 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 15, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's amendment set out on AP number 379 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 15, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 1 is amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, the time has come for us, for the House to break for dinner. I just did want to make a comment in terms of committee stages. When a bill is largely agreed and it's been through a select committee, We've had, and I heard the previous speaker talking about things being stretched out around the same topics. We would expect the questions to be really honed in the situation. Under urgency, or when a bill's just put before the House, then we're quite happy to extend things out. But in a situation like this, there was plenty of opportunity in the time frame to answer those questions. So just wanted to put that on the table. The House is suspended until after the dinner break at 7:30.
Coming up at 6 p.m. is a repeat of some of today's earlier proceedings. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker. Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interest, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen. No petitions have been delivered to the Clerk for presentation. Ministers have delivered 2 papers.
2024-25 annual reports for Creative New Zealand and the Retirement Commission.
I present the report of the Registrar of Pecuniary Interests and Other Specific Interests entitled Registrar's Inquiry into Carl Bates MP's compliance with the requirement of Appendix B of the Standing Orders. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. A Select Committee report has been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Justice Committee on the petition of Christine McCarthy.
No bills have been introduced. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of Nancy Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, today's Stats NZ released its September quarter labour market data. The data was in line with market expectations, with the unemployment rate sitting at 5.3%. The data shows the effects of an economic downturn, which was caused by a period of sky-high inflation, followed by very high interest rates as the Reserve Bank steeply increased the official cash rate in response to out-of-control inflation. Unemployment, Mr. Speaker, tends to be one of the last indicators to turn in an economic recovery. Economic forecasters are expecting it to fall next year as the economy strengthens.
Supplementary question. How does the data compare with forecasts?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the unemployment rate is broadly in line with forecasts, including the Reserve Bank's August monetary policy statement. Interestingly, it is also in line with Treasury's pre-election forecasts from 2023, in which Treasury forecast that at this point 165,000 people would be unemployed. In fact, the number today is 160,000. That means that what we have just experienced in the September quarter is what was forecast by the Treasury to happen under the previous government's watch before it left office.
And so it's calling out like that.
Well said, Mr. Speaker. Of course, this government is not satisfied with that. We are working hard to drive growth in the economy, which will in turn drive more people into employment. Forecasters expect the economy to return to growth in coming quarters, which is good news for job creation and every Kiwi looking for work.
Supplementary question. Why has unemployment risen over the past few quarters?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the economy is where it is now because in 2023, New Zealand had, by independent measures, the most overheated inflationary economy in the advanced world. Inflation was far above the target band, fuelled by reckless government spending. The Reserve Bank had to raise the official cash rate to 5.5%, the highest rate since 2008. And that, of course, is why the economy went into a long, painful downturn. It is now recovering. Members on the other side of the House might want to look at the actions of the previous government when judging today's data. And members, I would also say this.
That is enough. Thank you. The end of the question. Thank you. Nancy Liu.
What is the government doing to address unemployment?
Well, Mr. Speaker.
Wait, just wait. You can't start a barrage like that before there's even one word out the Minister's mouth.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a growing and strong economy is the key to getting more Kiwis into work. This is absolutely a time for backing effort, aspiration and job creation. It is not the time for introducing broad new taxes and returning to reckless fiscal management. Our government has been focused on rebuilding the economy to deliver more and better paying jobs, fast-tracking private sector projects that are job-rich, from housing to infrastructure expansions, opposed by my colleagues on the other side of the House, delivering $7 billion of government-funded construction work, the investment boost tax policy. These are the policies which drive growth and job creation. This is the prescription New Zealand needs.
Just remind all ministers that concise answers are good answers. Question 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
A point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the Prime Minister is in the building. He was on the tiles about 5 minutes ago answering media questions, so I seek leave for my question to be held until he's available in the debating chamber to answer it.
Well, it's an interesting reference you're making to a member's not being present, which is not appropriate. However, I'll put the leave. Is there any objection to that course of action?
To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Honourable
Mr. Speaker, Yes, absolutely, and particularly this government's very careful use of its own finances. We inherited conditions where government spending had increased very rapidly, leading to high inflation and high interest rates that were hurting Kiwis and their businesses, their farms, their firms and their families. We have set a very conservative operating allowance, forcing ministers to do more with less each year, just as families and households have had to do over the last few years. As a result of the government being careful with its finances, we are able to see declining inflation, declining interest rates and an economic recovery for the benefit of all New Zealand.
No, sorry, you can't make a statement like that. Just calm it down.
Supplementary question. Does he stand by his claim 6 months ago that unemployment had peaked, given that it's still rising, with as many people now out of work as the entire population of Tauranga?
Mr. Speaker, I do stand by that statement because clearly unemployment has moved very little since that time. It is peaking and will decline in good time. As the Minister of Finance has recently said, one of the last things to be fixed when you have to do an economic repair job is unemployment. First comes the government spending blowout, thanks Labor, then comes the inflation, then comes the interest rates, and this government, just as the Labor government knocked each of those dominoes down, is putting them up in sequence, but there are no shortcuts.
Supplementary question. If the unemployment rate was unacceptable, as he said in September 2023, and is it now more unacceptable given 37,000 more people have lost their jobs since then? Or does he apply one set of standards for the previous government and a different set of standards to his own?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, we have always treated unemployment as a percentage figure. It is currently 5.3%. That is around 165,000 people. What's interesting is that in late 2023, the time of the statement the member referred to, the Treasury was forecasting on Labor Party policy settings that unemployment would be 165,000 people. So if you want to play these kinds of games, then you could say that under this government, 5,000 fewer people have lost their jobs than they would have with those guys' mismanagement.
Well, I certainly don't want to play games with any figures at all. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the pre-election fiscal update is tracking according to plan, what happened to the 2% economic growth that the Treasury were forecasting before the election, which has actually turned under his leadership into a shrink of the economy?
Mr. Speaker, the member is right to point out the difference in economic growth, but the other way you could look at it is that under this government, in spite of softer economic conditions which have multiple unexpected causes, the facts are that more people have kept their job than otherwise expected. And for New Zealanders anxious about losing their job, for New Zealanders trying to put food on the table and pay their bills, a government that is good for employment is good for Kiwi families.
Does he regard rising unemployment as being a sign of a government that's good for employment?
That's right. Mr. Speaker, well, the member's really got to decide. The forecasts when the people kicked him out, quite rightly in my view, were that unemployment would continue to rise. In actual fact, it's risen less than it was forecast when he went out of government, deposed by the people of this country.
Supplementary question. Does he see any link between the fact that 1 in 7 young New Zealanders are now unemployed under his leadership and the fact that 200 New Zealanders every day are giving up and permanently leaving the country?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, as I was saying on behalf of another minister yesterday, I think sometimes the opposition fails to give due credit to the intelligence and perspective that New Zealanders have. So a wiser man once said, maybe they measure the minds of others by their own. But the fact is that New Zealanders understand that the economic conditions we face today are a product of at least three things. The conditions set by historic policy decisions, including those of the now opposition, the previous government. International factors, such as the world's largest economy effectively deciding to renegotiate its deal with the rest of the world economically, and also the policies of the current government. When they look at the third factor, the policies of the current government, they see a government that spends carefully, that cuts red tape and regulation, that tries to push people up instead of pulling them down, as we saw so often from the opposition. And that is why this government is in control, because people can see the things we're doing are making their future brighter.
Well, does he stand by his claim that for unemployed people who, quote, don't play ball, the free ride is over? If so, how many of the 37,000 extra people who have joined the unemployment queue, who had jobs before he became Prime Minister, does he regard as not playing ball?
Mr. Speaker, in answer to the first leg of the question, yes, absolutely. This government doesn't believe that welfare is a lifestyle choice. We believe that if you can work, you should work. We believe that you have obligations to look for work, just as the people who get up every morning and go to work to pay the taxes have to fulfil their obligation to pay the tax to fund your welfare. That is absolutely what this government believes in, mutual obligation. And there's something else about it, is that we believe that people who don't have a job right now have value and do have the capability to get one. We don't consign them to the scrap heap with the soft bigotry of low expectations like those guys did.
Question number three. Question number three, Dr. Carlos Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister.
Dr. Chong. It's quiet on all sides of the House. Dr. Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform. What announcement has he made regarding Eden Park?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, today I've announced the government's released an investigative report showing Eden Park planning restrictions could be costing hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenue, with hundreds of fewer jobs. Eden Park is a vital asset for Auckland and New Zealand, hosting major sporting and entertainment events that inject millions into the economy. But restrictive local planning rules are stifling Eden Park's ability to drive growth. It's not worth noting the rules were put in place in an attempt to balance the use of Eden Park as a venue with local community preferences, but it's important to ensure that the rules remain fit for purpose and do not hold back Auckland's event and tourism sectors.
What did the investigative reports into Eden Park's planning rules show?
Mr. Speaker, it found that restrictions on Eden Park's operations will cost the region at least $432 million in lost income, with 751 fewer jobs over the next 10 years. The investigation was carried out under a new power in the RMA introduced in August to modify or remove provisions in local plans if they negatively impact growth, development capacity or employment. The government is not willing to let unnecessary restrictions in district plans hold back millions or billions in economic potential.
Supplementary. What changes have been recommended as part of this report?
Mr. Speaker, the report contained a large number of recommendations. For example, permitting 12 large concerts of more than 30,000 people each year, as well as 20 medium-sized concerts of between 10 and 30,000 people each year. More flexibility on timing for concerts, including permitting concerts of up to 8 hours duration. More flexibility for sport games, and the removal of size limits for conferences and large functions.
Supplementary. What are the next steps in this process?
Mr. Speaker, public consultation begins today, will run until 19 November 2025 via the Ministry for the Environment's online hub. Local residents and business owners can give feedback. We're also consulting, obviously, with the Auckland Council, and following the consultation, the government will consider what changes are warranted to boost growth in the region. We hope to make announcements by the end of the year.
Question 4, Dr. David Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. What reports, if any, has he seen regarding the resources sector?
The Honourable Shane Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I can announce that we have mounted the crest of a golden millennium for mining. Santana, major investment, has been issued a mining permit for 30 years. over $5-6 billion worth of wealth, and to the small number of worrywarts, allow science and technology to wash away your unnecessary anxieties.
Just wait for the House to settle.
Supplementary. How will this contribute to the economy?
Speaker, as we know, as a consequence of failed economic policies we inherited when we took over in 2023, we are managing a situation where unemployment is sadly quite high. But what about the 800 to 900 direct and indirect jobs? I say to the politicians oozing green elitism, think about the New Zealanders who will gain those jobs, who this very day are looking for new opportunities. And think about the royalties that will come over 14 years of operation. I say again, we're entering a golden age. Not that I can completely claim all the credit.
Supplementary. What other reports has he seen regarding the resource sector?
Speaker, Father Christmas has come early. On the west coast of New Zealand, a sum of $172 million over the last day or three has been announced to be dedicated to the Federation Mine, Reefton, now known as the Andrew Mine. Why do people on the other side of the House hate investment? Why do they undermine jobs? Why do they stand with frogs and geckos and unnecessary critters? No, we need jobs, and I am happy to announce $172 million is going directly into the economy of the West Coast, and I fear that it'll be more busts they make of my good self.
But I think answers should not contain questions to other parties.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. What will this announcement mean for the local economy?
Sir, modesty forbids that I claim total credit, but please think about the forlorn period of time that has afflicted these parts of the South Island. When we have fresh investment, unlike downtown Auckland, you don't get rich by doing each other's washing. We are able to extract the endowment, the resources, the critical minerals, the gold, the silver. What New Zealander does not want a brighter future through new investment and the jobs and the income and the growth that will spread through a part of New Zealand that has been neglected for far too long.
Supplementary, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Can I ask the Minister, just looking around this Parliament and this building here, about what percentage of it is derived from extraction?
So if I can deploy my fifth form mathematics, I'd say about 96%.
Question number 5. We're just waiting on just wait for a minute before I call the member. Question number 5, the Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Maloni, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, yes, in the context in which they were given. And I particularly stand by my statement that with a hard-won economic recovery now underway, this is not the time for broad new taxes and a return to reckless fiscal management. Instead, this is a time for government policies that back effort, aspiration and job creation, and we are the government doing that.
Supplementary. If she is happy to use pre-election forecasts, will she compare her recessionary negative 1.1 growth rate to that in pre-election forecasts, which was 2%?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I would compare is the actions that have been taken. And in particular, I want to highlight the success of the fast-track legislation introduced by this government, opposed by those opposite, which so far has seen the Auckland Port expansion permitted, with 140,000 jobs being supported over the coming decades. It has seen the Milldale housing development fast-track supporting 3,500 jobs. It has seen the Maitahi Village housing development in Nelson fast-tracked, supporting 2,700 jobs. If you stand for jobs, you should vote for them, and you didn't vote for fast-track.
Just say to government members, they may find it necessary to support the Minister clearly with things that are not being said that they would like to be said. It's not helpful. Allow ministers to answer questions. The Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Supplementary. Why is she cherry-picking the best number that suits her when she has said, quote, forecasts aren't reality, unquote, and the reality is things are worse?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure why the member would talk about cherry-picking when in her own press release today she chose to highlight the increase in net departures of New Zealanders. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, that didn't start under this government. In the 21 months of data before our government came to office, annual net migration of New Zealand citizens increased by 38,000, whereas in the 21 months since we were elected, that number has only increased by 5,800. If you want to talk cherry picking, sort it out.
Supplementary.
Answers to questions should relate to government activity, not attacks on the opposition, and that is dangerously close to that, which will see limited opportunities moving forward. The Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the 160,000 unemployed people, the highest in 30 years, a sign that her economic plan is working?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it certainly isn't the highest unemployment number in 30 years as a proportion of the workforce. It's also the case that it remains below the long-term average. But most importantly for that member, 160,000 is lower than the 165,000 unemployed people like Grant Robertson was predicting prior to the election. I want to see more workers getting the jobs they deserve in this economy, which is why we are driving growth and job-creating businesses. And I'll tell you what won't help. New taxes, reckless fiscal management, a return to the old Labor ways.
There is a lot of noise coming from the centre row of the opposition that needs to just calm right down. The Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Supplementary. When will she take responsibility for growing unemployment, negative growth, increasing homelessness, record number of liquidations and KiwiSaver hardship withdrawals and increasing inflation, or will she continue to blame everyone else?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly won't take responsibility for the economic mess this government inherited. What I will take responsibility for is the results we are delivering to fix it, including lowering taxes.
Hold on, sorry. That's ridiculous. Why ask a question if you don't want to hear an answer?
Including lower taxes, inflation back in band, lower interest rates, policies that drive job creation, fewer children growing up in emergency motel rooms. Mr. Speaker, delivering more state homes than that government delivered in the previous periods. We are a government that is delivering the fix. We inherited a mess and we're getting on with it.
No credibility.
Question 6, Chloe Swarbrick.
E te Premier, e tōtoko ana ia i ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, yes, absolutely, particularly this government's decision to reverse the ban on oil and gas exploration. We risked being the only country in the world that was transitioning from gas back to coal. If we want to have a so-called just transition, we actually need transition fuels. And most people would much rather be burning gas to generate electricity than coal. What's more, it helps people with more affordable energy. You see, the member likes to say that people are doing it tough financially, and she may be right about that, but she can't also put in place policies that make it harder for them to provide for themselves and their families by banning technologies that make life more comfortable.
Is the government still committed to the Paris Agreement?
Mr. Speaker, yes, the government is committed to the Paris Climate Agreement as it signed up 9 years ago. It may have been a long time for the member, but we keep that commitment.
How does he reconcile his statement that the government is still committed to the Paris Agreement with the government's announcement late last night that it will remove reference to, quote, contributing to the global effort under the Paris Agreement, end quote, from our climate change laws?
Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. This government has something the member will be familiar with, known as the Zero Carbon Act, and that sets our domestic commitments to reduce emissions. Those emissions commitments or reduction commitments, I believe, are very, very strong and ambitious. And as a result, they are the targets that we need to adhere to. The Paris Agreement is something different, but actually that doesn't mean that we can't achieve one by pursuing the other.
Can he name just one individual or group externally from the government who the government consulted with, who supports the changes that were announced late last night to weaken our climate change laws?
Mr. Speaker, yes, in answer to the member's question, I certainly can, but having the capability doesn't mean that I will, because you see, there's a tone in this member's questions, the one that chants things like from the river to the sea, that makes people unwilling to be identified and be able to share their views. So that's why I'm not going to participate in her doxing and outing of people who have different views, and so I could name them, but I'm not going to.
Look, if there's going to be just a question, then a barrage as the answer comes. Not much point in continuing with the question. Close forward.
How exactly can he claim to be committed to our climate agreements while he is removing requirements for independent advice and accountability, removing reference to the Paris Agreement in law, and revoking rules that require our emissions trading scheme to align with our international climate agreements?
Well, Mr. Speaker, very, very simply, we can achieve those reductions without necessarily using the mechanisms that the member describes. What's more, the member needs to reflect carefully, because she cannot have it both ways. I, like many members of this House, grew up in the north. I grew up in Whangarei. I've driven many times past and visited Portland Cement. And there's really tough decisions that governments face, that we face as a country. Do we want to put those 200-odd people at Portland out of work so that we can have Vietnamese cement on the shelf at Bunnings and in the concrete we use to build our homes? Or do we want to keep doing cement refining in New Zealand, keeping Kiwis in work? The member can't complain about jobs and the economy and the cost of living one day and then have policies that destroy people's effort to pursue those goals the next.
Is he aware that it is entirely feasible to create good green jobs in a sustainable economy, such as proposed by the Green Party in our green budget and industrial strategy?
Mr. Speaker.
In so much as the Prime Minister has responsibility for...
Mster Speaker, I think you're...
In so much as he has responsibility for any other parties other than government's policies, he may choose to make a very brief response.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. You see, it's against the rules for a member on the government side to ask a question designed to launch an attack on the opposition. But what if the opposition asked a question that could only be designed to launch an attack on the opposition? The fact is, sound bites and slogans don't create jobs. It's that simple. Over here in the real practical world, we have policies that are designed to get New Zealand working.
Sit down. Not going to have that sort of outburst. The reality is that it is the job of the opposition to point out the weaknesses, as they say, of the government, and therefore something the member needs to accept. Is there another supplementary close, Robert? Somebody quick. I'm on my feet. I'm on my feet. Someone is going to leave. I'm on my feet, and it's not a good idea to call out. Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Can I ask the Minister as to whether the government intends to take advice from people about jobs when they've never had a real job?
No, that's not something the government is... the government's responsible for a lot of things. That's not one of them. Question. Listen, someone is going to have to symbolically leave so everyone else gets the message that question time is quiet when a question's being answered. The government, crossbench, back row, might like to take that on board. The Honourable Willie Jackson, question number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Social Development and Employment, does the Minister stand by her 50,000 job seeker reduction target? If so, why?
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Yes, I absolutely stand by our target of 50,000 fewer people on the job seeker support by 2030. Our government is ambitious for all New Zealanders, and our target is ambitious and reflects our government's view that work brings independence so people can lead healthier, happier lives. That's why we're delivering practical support, clearer expectations and stronger partnerships with employers to help more people move from welfare into work. And we've seen over 83,000 people leave benefit for work in the last 12 months.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, how can she stand by her target when figures released today shows unemployment at a 9-year high? Job seekers have increased every quarter and she is nowhere near meeting her own target.
Mr. Speaker, because as I've said in this House before, the job seeker target is ambitious and the numbers were always going to get worse before they got better. The pre-election fiscal update had unemployment at 5.3%. Today, it was announced at 5.3%. So while it is incredibly challenging for any individual that is without work right now, our government is focused on the practical steps that help them to prepare for work and get ready for work, and our economic growth agenda that we've already heard about today in terms of fast track and mining jobs are on track.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister, does she think forecasts from MSD and DPMC are wrong that show she is failing to meet her own target and that she will be 40,000 people over by June 29?
Mr. Speaker, the report that the member is referring to is a progress update on the job seeker target, and as I've said, I've never shied away from the fact that it was always going to get worse before it was better. But what our government is unwilling to accept is that for a young person who goes on to welfare under the age of 25, that means 18 future years of their life on welfare. A figure, Mr. Speaker, that is 49% worse in the 6 years that they were in charge.
Speaker, who is correct? The Prime Minister, who encouraged young job seekers to look to horticulture jobs in the Hawke's Bay, or Paul Painter, CEO of Yummy Fruit, who said the industry wasn't short-staffed right now?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I always agree with the Prime Minister, and there are jobs available. Otherwise, we would not have seen 83,000 New Zealanders leave welfare for work in the last 12 months, despite there being challenging economic times. 83,000 New Zealanders leaving welfare into jobs.
Every day. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister think it's fair that if a job seeker fails to miss their targets to find work, they get sanctioned? But when she fails to meet her targets, she gets praised by the Prime Minister for making it harder for people to get support in the first place.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we have done is got a way more active welfare system, which includes making it really easy through the traffic light system for those on benefit to know what their obligations are and to provide assistance and support to ensure that they fulfil their obligations. And yes, there's a consequence if they don't. Why do we have a system like that? Because we want more people exiting welfare into work, and over 83,000 in the last 12 months, I think is good news.
Question number 8, Urini Kaipara.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Housing. Does he stand by the government's proposed changes to the National Policy Statement on urban development?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, yes.
Supplementary. What advice, if any, has he received from the Minister of Crown Relations regarding the potential impact these reforms will have on treaty settlements in Tāmaki Makaurau?
I don't believe I've had any specific advice from the Minister that the member references in relation to that particular issue, although clearly the Minister and I work closely together across a range of different areas. I would emphasise for the member and the House that commitment to upholding Treaty of Waitangi settlements is a core coalition government priority.
Supplementary. How many Tāmaki Makaurau iwi and hapu were identified during the development of these reforms, and how many of their treaty settlements will be affected?
Mr Speaker, I don't have that specific number. And
I think we'll just stop the cross-party, cross-bench discussion. The Minister will start the answer again.
Mr Speaker, I don't have that specific number in front of me, but if the member puts it down as a written question, I'd be happy to get that feedback to her, or get that answer to her. As I say, upholding treaty settlements is a core government priority. In relation to Tāmaki Makaurau, the government is working with a range of iwi in the area around a range of different housing developments, including, for example, at the Carrington site, where we're making real progress, which is a land for housing program started under the last national government, continued under the previous Labor-led government, and is continuing under this coalition government, where we are building houses at some scale, utilising what was formerly Crown land, and working with our iwi partners in relation to that project.
Supplementary. Can he confirm that the government's reforms to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development will not undermine nor conflict with settlement redress, including co-governance arrangements in Tāmaki Makaurau?
Mr Speaker, as I said a couple of times now, it is a government commitment to uphold Treaty of Waitangi settlements, and all of the changes we are making to national direction, for example, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, will reflect that.
Supplementary, the Honourable Tamapotaka.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister please confirm that this government proposes to move a national statement in relation to Papakainga that will enable up to 10 houses to be built on Papakainga lands, and also that this government has articulated and foreshadowed that this government will commit over $400 million to have 1,000 houses built on Māori land?
Yes, Mr Speaker, I can confirm that there will be a national environmental standard developed in relation to Papakainga housing. It's our view as a government that there is real potential for this type of housing on whenua to unlock the potential for different housing typologies that will put warm, dry homes in place for people in need. We expect to have the National Environmental Standard, which will slot into council district plans, developed and promulgated in the first half of 2026.
Question number 9, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Housing, does he stand by his statements that, quote, it's clear that rough sleeping is a genuine problem, and, quote, we can and will do more for rough sleepers?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Yes.
Supplementary. Why is the government working on legislation that would enable the removal of rough sleepers from central business districts?
The government isn't.
Supplementary. Why is the Minister denying this when Police Minister Mark Mitchell confirmed on News Talk ZB this morning that, quote, Paul Goldsmith and Justice are doing a lot of work around that, end quote, and that legislation to move homeless people from CBDs to the suburbs was, quote, fully supported by caucus and the Prime Minister, end quote?
Mr. Speaker, the government is considering a range of different things in relation to the CBD. It is 8% of the country's economy. It is of national significance, and with the City Rail Link opening next year, the International Convention Centre opening, and an increased push for tourism, for example, from cruise ships, the government, as well as the Auckland Council, is of the view that we can make the CBD a more desirable place for everyone to be than it currently is.
Supplementary. So which is it? The government isn't working on legislation to shift homeless people from the CBDs, or they are considering legislation to shift homeless people from the CBDs?
The member asked whether or not the government was developing legislation. The government is not, but as I say, we are looking at a range of things. We are looking at a range of things in order to make the CBD, in order to clean up the CBD.
Supplementary.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Thank you very much.
Just wait for your colleagues to come down.
If people are concerned about entering the CBD because of homelessness, how does he expect them to feel when the issue is moved to their doorstep in the suburbs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, rough sleeping and homelessness is part of a complex cocktail of issues that successive governments have had to grapple with. This government is putting additional resource into Housing First, which is an internationally proven, evidence-based program that I know the member supports, in order to specifically provide housing options for people who are rough sleepers. Housing First does not support prison cells. Housing First supports warm homes so that people who are sleeping rough on the streets can move in, and more specifically it provides the kind of wraparound support that people in those difficult situations often need. The starting point of Housing First is that it is difficult to supply people with mental health or addiction service support unless they are in a house in the first place, and that's why the government is proud to back Housing First. No one is pretending that this is a problem that is going to be solved overnight, and no one is pretending that this is not a difficult and complex problem that successive governments have had to grapple with, but we are working hard with frontline providers like the City Mission and others in the Auckland CBD to get on top of the problem.
The Honourable Tama Potaka. The Honourable Tama Potaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister please confirm that this government has reduced the spend of over $1 million a day on emergency housing to less than $200,000 a day, funds nearly $500 million per annum on transitional housing, Housing First and other related programs, and has now contracted an additional 300 Housing First places, the majority of which are in Auckland, with Housing First providers to support rough sleepers within these and related contractual arrangements.
Good. When the House is ready, you might hear the start of the Minister's answer.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I can confirm that. As the member well knows, and the member yelling out the problem well knows, the government is working hard to make sure that we can supply warm, dry homes for people in very vulnerable situations. It is a complex, difficult challenge, but one that we are up for.
Supplementary.
A supplementary question, the Honourable Shane Jones, and no one else speaking.
To the Minister, can he confirm it is not appropriate to use homelessness as a moral cloak to hide drug taking, criminality and violence?
Well, I don't think the Minister's got particular responsibility in that regard. Move now to question 10. Dr. Hamish Campbell.
My question is to the Minister of Health. What recent announcements has the government made about boosting hospital capacity?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government is delivering real results for patients and staff across the country. That's why we recently announced a program to deliver 140 new hospital beds at 5 of New Zealand's busiest hospitals. These new fast-tracked hospital wards will be open in the second half of 2026, boosting capacity and easing pressure where it's needed the most. This is part of our broader plan to strengthen health infrastructure, getting hospitals built faster, using smarter construction methods and ensuring our workforce is in place to deliver care. This government is delivering more beds, more capacity and better care for New Zealanders.
Supplementary. Which hospitals will benefit from this program?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a total of 140 new beds we delivered across 5 hospitals with operational funding for these wards approved by Health New Zealand. The first will be at Middlemore, where we're expanding general medicine capacity to take pressure off the emergency department. Waikato Hospital, a new assessment and diagnostic unit will speed up patient flow. Wellington Hospital, the new ward will support acute care and help support the shorter stays in emergency department target. Nelson Hospital, the new ward will provide flexibility during seismic work and add inpatient capacity ahead of the construction of the new inpatient building funded in the budget. And at Hawke's Bay, the new ward will cater for short stay surgical patients and surgical assessments, freeing up space elsewhere in the hospital. These investments will make a real practical difference for both patients and staff.
Supplementary. How was the government able to deliver more wards than originally planned without increasing the cost?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is what happens when you run a disciplined and efficient system. The rapid build wards will be constructed off-site and installed on hospital grounds, enabling faster, more cost-effective delivery while also providing flexibility to redeploy units to other hospitals if required. As part of Budget 2025, we expected to fund 3 new wards, but through a competitive procurement process and the use of modular construction, we can now deliver 4 wards within the same funding, alongside the 5th ward at Hawke's Bay and that hospital announced earlier this year. That is smart management, better value for money and faster delivery, exactly what New Zealanders elected this government for.
Supplementary. What impact will these new wards have once they're operational?
Well, Mr. Speaker, adding additional capacity to hospitals would usually take multiple years. However, through our use of rapid build wards, we can ease pressure on emergency departments, speed up admissions and discharges and improve patient flow across the hospitals faster, meaning both patients and staff will feel the benefits sooner. The rapid build wards will also give our frontline staff modern, flexible spaces to deliver the best possible care. Mr. Speaker, we're building capacity, supporting our workforce and making sure New Zealanders can get the care they need when they need it. That is what delivery looks like, and that's what our government stands for.
Question number 11, the Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks, how can parents be confident that she is, quote, putting the child's needs at the centre of the education system, unquote, when educational experts have described the newly rewritten curriculum as, quote, more political than educational, unquote?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, in context, as stated in my press release from 5th of September, parents can absolutely be confident we're putting their children's need at the centre of the education system by ensuring 101,000 Year 1 to 8 students and their teachers will benefit from the skills and support of a learning support coordinator working in their school next year. Mr. Speaker, in response to the second part of the question, this is a direct quote taken from an open letter addressed to me in regards to the mathematics and statistics curriculum. I completely disagree with the small number of authors of that letter that there is no politics in our children's right to master key mathematical concepts like fractions, timetables, place value and geometry. There's nothing political about our maths curriculum, and I encourage the member to read it and engage in an intellectual debate on the content of the maths curriculum.
Supplementary.
We'll just have concise answers. Thank you. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you. Why should parents trust this curriculum is right for their kids when it puts kapahaka and maurako into the PE curriculum?
Well, Mr. Speaker, parents should trust this curriculum because it's knowledge-rich year by year and is aspirational for their kids. And it's very clear that the member opposite hasn't actually bothered to read the curriculum, because if she had, she would notice that in mathematics, for example, which relates to the primary question, that we are teaching children place value by teaching it to them in te reo Māori, because it makes much more sense to say, makes much more sense to say te kaumārima, 10 and 5, than it does to say 15. Should also be well advised to read it and to understand that we teach shapes in te reo Māori because it's easier to understand tapu toru, 3 sides, than it is a triangle. But it's clear she's not read it.
Just a minute. Look, sorry, but there is discussion going on all over the House, particularly on those backbenches over there. And one or two of you are in sights and will be going early if there cannot be a reasonable approach to questions being answered. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Supplementary. How can parents be confident that the curriculum was written with their kids' learning in mind when Year 3s will be taught Charles Elton's concept of ecological pyramids?
Mr. Speaker, it's really important for young people when they're learning concepts to understand that there were people before them who came up with these concepts. Now, Mr. Speaker, in Year 1, children will learn about Carl de Vries. Why are we learning about Carl de Vries? Because he realised that bees dance when they communicate. How fun is it for a Year 5 buzz around the room, because that's how bees communicate. But we didn't just make this up. There was a guy who thought about it. And we need to be more aspirational for our kids, because if we're just going to be worried about some theory...
Sorry. Would 3 people on the front bench like to leave? Well, if you don't want to leave, don't perform like that. And we'll also have concise answers. Willow Jean Prime.
How can parents be confident that the curriculum was written with their kids' learning in mind when Year 7 students will have to study Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the 1852 Constitution Act, the French Revolution and the Industrial Revolution in 1 hour a week?
Well, Mr. Speaker, parents should feel confident because finally we have a curriculum that is not just so narrowly focused on New Zealand history, but actually teaches children our place in the world. The Aero Review said that children enjoy history more when they are learning about faraway places and our connection to the world. And if that speaker thinks we're just going to be focused on one area of the curriculum, New Zealand history, well then she can take that till the election, but I'm more ambitious for our kids.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Has the Minister heard any serious suggestions that maybe children shouldn't be taught Newtonian mechanics because Newton was a white man?
No, sorry. Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How can parents be confident that the curriculum was written with their kids' learning in mind when maths experts called it potentially damaging to learners, history teachers called it developmentally inappropriate, and technology teachers said it was a major step backwards?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell her that parents should feel confident in this curriculum because there are a lot of other teachers and educators and principals on the front line who take time to write to me and say things like, I want to take a moment to express my full support for the work you and your team are doing to undertake in developing the new and launching the new curriculum. As a principal of a small rural school, I see firsthand how these changes are encouraging deeper learning, higher expectations and a renewed sense of purpose across Aotearoa classrooms. So, Mr. Speaker, these 2 new curriculum areas have been in place for a year and we are already seeing improved achievement in the classroom.
Question number 12, Kahurangi Kata. Just wait for a bit of quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Children. Does she stand by her statement, quote, "We have refocused the children's system on what matters, the safety and well-being of children, whether in the community or residences, and the results are clear," end quote. If so, which results is she referring to?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, in the context in which it was made, which was the achievement of the first ever reduction of harm in youth justice and care and protection residences, a 14% decrease since 2024, which is a reduction of 33 findings of harm. Other results from the Safety of Children in Care report include a decrease in physical harm findings from the previous year and a reduction in harm by staff. However, at the same time, I also stand by a statement I made in the House during question time on the 23rd of October that, quote, "I acknowledge that the latest Safety of Children and Care report shows that in 12 months to 31st of March 2025, there was an increase of 23 children and young people who had a finding of harm compared to the previous year."
Is it correct that there has been an increase in recorded findings of harm for children in state care?
Mr. Speaker, I believe I just answered that, where I said there was a finding of there was an increase of 23 children and young people who had a finding of harm compared to the previous year.
Supplementary. What does she say to Te Aotearoa Tamariki Chief Executive Aaron Jones and Children's Commissioner Dr. Claire Ahmad, who warned, quote, overall, the number of children in state care being abused or neglected has increased and this is unacceptable, end quote. And, quote, we must pay attention to the fact that 10% of all children in state care were abused or neglected over the last 12 months, end quote.
What I would say, Mr. Speaker, is yes, definitely it's unacceptable. No child should be hurt or harmed in this country. And if you are taking care of a vulnerable young child in our care, don't hurt them, don't harm them, and take responsibility for your actions. Because at the end of the day, if people that care for our young people don't hurt or harm them, we wouldn't be in this position to have oranga tamariki.
Supplementary. What does she say to ngā morehu, the survivors of state abuse, as we come to the anniversary of their apology, when reports tell us that the cycle of abuse they endured continues for tamariki in state care today?
Mr. Speaker, what I would say is that the highest risk of harm is return to home care. This is where families and whānau are given a second chance to look after young people who have been removed from their home in the first place. We put support around those whānau and family, but ultimately at the end of the day, the person responsible for the harm is the people that are caring for those children.
Supplementary. Does she support implementing all recommendations of the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in State Care? If not, why not?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, can you just repeat that question?
Of course. Does she support implementing all recommendations of the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in State Care? If not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, there is currently a work program in place around the report of abuse in state care and faith-based care. What I would say to you is that this is a large work program which the government is committed to working through to make sure that across the board that young people are safe in the homes that they live in, and that is my priority.
That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
I'm covering. No, I'm only covering Bush because he's doing that RMA briefing. So I'm just in the chair for that.
Right, we're nearly. Oh, there. Members, welcome back. We come now to part 2 of the Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill. Debate on clauses 5 to 10, amendments to other enactments. The question is that part 2 stand part.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to be in the chair for part 2. Part 2 is the part which outlines the amendments to other enactments, and we've got amendments to the Land Transport Act 1998 and amendments to the Legislation Act 2019. Pretty straightforward. They are almost sort of your technical amendments that you need to make in order to enact the substantive policy within the bill itself. So let's skip Clause 5, go straight to Clause 6. That's amending the interpretation section of the Land Transport Act to define an enforcement authority, moving vehicle offence. Sub 3 inserts a definition around time of use charge and time of use charging offence to reflect policy intent again. New 6A amends section 145 to provide for evidence of approved vehicle surveillance equipment. There's a small amendment under clause 7 which amends the regulations to allow the Minister to set regulations for setting of infringement fees for the time of use charging offences. Clause 8 amends 208 to update some numbering of some sections, and then clauses 9 and 10 make some small amendments to the Legislation Act 2019. So pretty straightforward, I think, summary of what the part does, makes those consequential amendments to two other pieces of legislation in order to fulfil the policy intent of the bill.
Tangi Utakiri.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for his comments on those sections, and obviously, you know, this is a bill that the Labour Party will continue to support. The Minister does indicate that they are technical amendments, and they are, and nonetheless they are still important to ensure that whatever is transferred over to other pieces of legislation is consistent. Now, it's very clear that what the bill does provide for is an infringement fee for this type of offence rather than a conviction or anything like that. And it doesn't seem as though that's going to change. If I can just pick up on clause 6 of this part, and it is in relation to the Land Transport Act and specifically the interpretation. What is proposed here is inserting a new section that I guess adds to the definition of an enforcement authority. Now, the interesting word that's used there in that definition, sir, is that of entity. Now, what this is doing is basically, as we understand it, saying that the entity or organisation that would enforce the scheme would be able to do so by way of an infringement notice as a result of an offence, but they would be identified as an enforcement authority. The question for the Minister is that when we look at NZTA or Wakotahi, or indeed a local territorial authority, in many respects those entities already have enforcement powers, and in legislation would be defined in some respects as an enforcement agency or enforcement authority. So my question to the Minister is it actually required that they be identified, or is there effectively a transfer or transference of that status if the entity themselves has that elsewhere in legislation? It would seem that it might be because maybe, I'm not sure, but local government doesn't have anything in terms of that definition in the Land Transport Act, although it may be the case that it could do as a local road controlling authority. So that's the first question. The second question is in relation to what is new clause 6A. This is the section 145, so still in relation to the Principal Act, the Land Transport Act. But what this is doing is seeking to add in the reference to a infringement or a charge not being paid in respect of a scheme that is in place over a piece of road. Now, we understand that it's going to be inserted after the reference to a toll. So on the one hand, you have the toll not being paid, and this would basically insert an additional add-on, so to speak, that this would be for a congestion charge not being paid. The interesting thing, though, is that what is proposed to be inserted here is, quote, the fact that. Now, we don't have that for the toll. It doesn't say, after the fact that a toll has not been paid, but for some reason we have the fact that a time of use charge has not been paid. So consistency is important. I take the Minister's earlier point that, there's a technical matters here, but why not just drop the fact that and just have a time of use charge has not been paid in respect of the vehicle? So I know it might be about semantics, but semantics matter. And so that's really the crux of the question for the Minister.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to pick up on what the previous member, Tangi Witikiri, has mentioned in terms of Clause 6A of this. And I think it is important for the Minister to respond to what the fact that implies in this particular instance. But I also want to check that this particular section is to do with when a car is traveling or potentially has an unpaid toll or unpaid time of user charge, and with the vehicles using a vehicle surveillance equipment. I do want to check in terms of, in conjunction with what has been discussed previously, who then would be responsible. So the reason I ask that is this is the only time in this bill that a toll has been mentioned. And usually when we're looking at the circumstances around a toll, there's a very clear signal that you do need to pay a toll, and it gives a very clear signal of when you need to pay that particular toll by. But in this case, if we're using the same allowances, which allows approved vehicle surveillance equipment to be used, not just simply for tolls, but also for time user charge, it also then begs the same question of whether the signifier of time user charge would be on the same level as what you would done with the toll when a person's traveling, so that way they know exactly when they have to pay things by. And potentially that's a very easy question that has been covered earlier. I do have two other questions though, and the first question is around Clause 8, Section 208 amended. Now what's interesting is, over here it says that replace Section 208(3)(a)(1)(a) with subpart 3 of Part 2 of Land Transport Management Act. But what I found within the legislation itself is that part was originally repealed and is now sort of, I guess in some ways, reintroduced. So is this in reference to the time of user charge, or there is something else that has happened that makes this particular repealed section now being reintroduced? As far as I can see in terms of that particular section in 208. My final question is around Clause 10, Schedule 4 amendment. Now, understanding that previously we're looking at the amendment to the Land Transport Act 1998, but now we're looking at the Legislation Act 2019. Now, this is an interesting section because it does pertain to an earlier section of the bill, which is 65H1, but it is an important part because it specifically talks about the inclusion of this is to do with by ordering council. And I want to check with the Minister in the chair that when we're looking at changes to the Legislation Act, and particularly this section, Schedule 4 of Part 1, there are other things in that Schedule of Part 1 that talks about by ordering council and secondary legislation, but in many of those references in there, they also talk about, in the other legislations, it also makes references to the regulatory making powers when you're looking at something that's introduced by ordering council, and particularly when it comes to any provisions around reviews. And again, this might be something that may have been discussed in the relevant section 65H, in which case the Minister can just say that it has been covered. But I'll be really interested to know from the Minister on what that particular regulatory making power would look like, so that way we don't inadvertently see an executive overreach. So those are my three questions. The first one is around in terms of how a toll and the time of use charge will be examined or would be signaled before we get to the point that a person could be snapped, I guess, as part of the approved vehicle surveillance equipment. The second question is around the repeal, the reintroduced section of the repealed 2083AIA, and the third part is around by order in council and regulatory making powers.
The Honourable James Meagher.
I'll have a crack at the last one first because Schedule 4 of the Legislation Act lists those pieces of legislation that need to be confirmed by a deadline, which is, I think from memory, is called subordinate legislation confirmation. So it's the idea that a regulation that is made must be confirmed by a deadline, otherwise it automatically expires. Now that's my understanding, and so Schedule 4 just lists the regulation making power 65H1 in the Land Transport Management Act in that list. I'll skip back to the questions from Mr. Utikere. The question around the use of the terminology, the fact that, if Mr. Utikere goes to the original provision in the Land Transport Act, section 1451, but ironically, before the phrase "a toll has not been paid" is the phrase "the fact that." So it's a consistency between the two. And then, in terms of the first question around do identities need to be specifically identified, while local authorities and road controlling authorities are already defined as what was the word I'm looking for then? Enforcement agencies in that paragraph. So this inclusion will include other entities that enforce time of use charging schemes in accordance with an order. They may well be local authorities or road controlling authorities, but it does capture those entities that may fall outside of that.
Tangi Utikere.
The Minister for those responses and the clarification. I just have one further point on this section, and it's in relation to Clause 7. So this is about the regulations that would be amended, and it's right and proper that what is included in there is the reference to what the penalty provision would be for failing to for the offending, which would be failing to pay the charge. So there is the possibility that the charge that would be payable in a particular region, or once the scheme board has gone through its process, the Minister has agreed and a time of use charge is in place. In a circumstance where there is more than one location where a time of use charge is in place, it is possible that the actual fee that is paid could vary, would be different in one particular city to another. Now, in a circumstance where someone does not pay that fee, what this provision does is it sets the infringement fee for failing to do that. So effectively, committing the offence will lead to a fee being charged. The issue as currently drafted with new clause FB under 7 is that it relates to the setting the infringement fee for a time of use charging offence. So my question to the Minister is whether that limits the ability for the infringement fee to vary depending on the offence that is committed. For example, if someone fails to pay a fee in an area where it is at a higher level, it could be likely that the infringement fee should be at a higher level than a time of use charge that is set elsewhere. The provision as drafted perhaps won't allow for variation in infringement fees, or perhaps it will, but the question really is the lack of it being a plural in that infringement fees and stating the singular means that there might be some limitation in circumstances where there is a variation of charge, but an infringement fee with that provision couldn't be variable in itself.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, so Section 167 provides the regulation making power for the Governor-General by order in Council. For all intents and purposes, at the advice of the Minister, to set those infringement fees. There's nothing in 167 which would prevent variable fees from being set, but you would then be subject to, I guess, regulation making constraints of fairness and adherence to rule of law, and whether that's a proper imposition of the power. So I can't think of examples where different infringement fees would be set based on the nature of the particular ticket. So I could think of a similar one where you might face an infringement fee for not paying a parking ticket, but I don't think it changes depending on whether your parking ticket is a $12 ticket or a $20 ticket. I'm not too sure that's the case. Well, the infringement for not paying the ticket might be, but the offence of not paying the ticket itself would be an offence. That might not be the best example to use, but what I'm saying is I think there's nothing in 167 to prevent variable charging. It would just be whether or not that is an appropriate use of the regulation.
The question is that Part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come now to our final debate, clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement. Tangi Utakiri.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and my questions relate to clause 2, which is in relation to the commencement, and what's pretty clear here is that it's proposed that the Act would come into play on the first anniversary of Royal Assent, 12 months after that. Now, my recollection from Select Committee is that we didn't really have much conversation or discussion around this. I don't think there's much in the report around this. Obviously, there's a desire to have this legislation in place across the Parliament, but I guess my question is around the timeliness and the suitability of having it as a 12-month sort of first anniversary kick in, because there's actually quite a lot of content in this bill that relates to some of the preparatory stuff and steps that would be undertaken. I guess there's nothing to informally prevent some local councils or others thinking about what might kick into play when this bill comes into place. But my question to the Minister is very simply, does he believe that the 12-month provision or the first anniversary upon royal assent is appropriate? Because usually that's the case when there are certain steps that need to be taken. A lot of the steps that are being outlined in the bill are steps that could be done as soon as royal assent is actually given, rather than having a period of time before that effectively gets underway.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a similar question to the previous speaker, Tangi Utakiri, but I think from a different perspective. In part 1 of this bill, people have talked a lot in terms of the consultation mechanism. So there is a pertinent question of whether 12 months is sufficient when we're looking at the ability to bring this bill into effect. And I guess the question then is, what happens if some of the regional authorities haven't quite managed to finish some of the processes and some of the consultation. Particularly, I'm thinking of some of the areas that potentially have more challenging and relationships with what is potentially the board or the mechanism that is, or the scheme, the mechanism that is being defined here. And I'm thinking of some of the recent challenges we've been seeing in terms of Auckland transport. But that's kind of my first question. I think another question, if the Minister wouldn't mind responding and just kind of indulge me a little bit, I'm curious to know why in some bills we see commencement date being, coming into force 1 year after royal assent, and some of, like in this case, it says first anniversary. What's the difference between 12 months or 1 year and first anniversary? That's just my own, it's the same, but why word it differently then? I feel like as lawmakers, we ought to care in terms of wording. And then I think for many of us, for many of us, we all should have a little bit of curiosity. And again, you know, I will be taking that in mind the next time we do have a members' bill day, because I feel like that, you know, we do allow for a much broader conversation during the committee stage when you're looking at any bill. And I don't see why one side of the House should be treated differently from the other side of the House. So, I mean, that's just if the Minister wouldn't mind responding. That wasn't the crux of my question. The crux of my question is if 12 months is sufficient, but also what then happens if it's insufficient. But at the same time, you know, some of the mechanisms we see here in this bill talks about reviews. It talks about, you know, the Minister, thank you for answering my previous question around by order in council. But you also mentioned that that particular thing will give a specific deadline as well. So how then do those deadlines interact with the commencement date of not 1 year, first anniversary of the royal assent? So those are my two questions, or three questions.
Just before I call the Minister, I presume that the member wasn't accusing the chair or any chair of treating one side differently from the other. I presume he was saying members treat each other differently and expectations differently. I take it that's what he really meant.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Oh, Mr. Chair, thank you. My understanding is that the particular phrasing used in the commencement date was the preferred phrasing provided by the drafters of the legislation to indicate a 12-month or a 1 year or a first anniversary after the royal assent. Now, the reason for that length of time, to Mr. Aotearoa's question, is to allow for sufficient time, both for, I guess, local authorities to prepare for what this might look like in their area, but also to allow for a series of regulations to be developed and put into place prior to the commencement date. And then, of course, once the bill comes into force, that will trigger the ability for those entities, councils, enforcement agencies to start thinking about how a particular scheme might come into place, and then there's consultation requirements and establishments of boards and all those things that come into force after then. So a year is a sufficient amount of time, we think, for people to prepare and for the appropriate regulations to be passed. And then once the bill is into force, there will be some time before a scheme is implemented, because there are those public consultation requirements and the actual practical implication of it to go into place as well.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I'll report this bill with amendment.
Thanks, guys.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has further considered the Parliament bill and reports it with amendment and divided into the following bills: the Parliament bill, the Parliament repeals and amendments bill. The committee has also considered the Land Transport Management Time of Use Charging Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. Madam Speaker, I move the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Those bills are set down for third reading next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Government Notice of Motion number 1.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Erica Stanford.
I move the government notice of motion number 1 in the name of Honourable Paul Goldsmith regarding the appointment of the Inspector General of Defence and the Deputy Inspector General of Defence. Madam Speaker, the positions of Inspector General of Defence and Deputy Inspector General are statutory officers established to provide independent oversight of the New Zealand Defence Force. They are established by the Inspector General of Defence Act 2023, which came into force on the 26th of January 2025. The functions of the Inspector General of Defence are to investigate incidents that have occurred in the course of activities of the New Zealand Defence Force and any subsequent acts or omissions in the New Zealand Defence Force in relation to those incidents, to assess and identify potential improvements or additions to policies and procedures governing activities of the NZDF. The Inspector General of Defence may carry out any such investigation or assessment on their own initiative or at the request of the Minister, the Secretary of Defence or the Chief of Defence Force. These appointments are made by the Governor-General on the recommendation of the House of Representatives. The Act provides that the initial term for the Inspector General of Defence may be up to 5 years and the initial term for the Deputy Inspector General of Defence may be for up to 3 years. The Inspector General can be reappointed for one further term of up to 3 years. The Deputy may be reappointed for one or more further terms of up to 3 years. In December 2024, Mr. Brendan Horsley was appointed as Interim Inspector General. His term in that role expires on the 30th of November 2025. The intention has been for Mr. Horsley to provide experienced and expert oversight for the role of Inspector General until a longer-term appointment can be confirmed. The Minister is now proposing the Honourable Justice Timothy Brewer for appointment as the Inspector General of Defence with effect from the 1st of December 2025. It's considered that he has impeccable qualifications for the role. Justice Brewer was appointed to the High Court in 2010. He will retire from the bench on the 15th of November 2025. He will bring to the role of Inspector General a combination of judicial experience and extensive knowledge of the Defence Force. He joined the Territorial Force of the New Zealand Army in 1976. In 2000, he was promoted to Brigadier and appointed Territorial Force Advisor to the Chief of Army. He has a long-held interest in military law, including the law of armed conflict. He was appointed as a member of the Courts Martial Panel of Advocates in 2001, Judge Advocate from 2004 to 2009, and Judge of the Court Martial of New Zealand in 2009. In 2009, as Brigadier, he took a 3-month contract and served in Afghanistan. His job was to evaluate the role of the NZDF in Afghanistan and report to government on the options for withdrawal from that theatre of operations. He retired from the Army in 2009 following his return from Afghanistan. The Minister is also proposing the appointment of a Deputy Inspector General of Defence. Over time, the appointee will assume responsibility for the day-to-day management of the office. The appointee must also, if required, be able to stand in for the Inspector General in every aspect of the role. Ms Natalie Pearce is recommended for the Deputy Inspector General of Defence position following a rigorous selection process. She has excellent credentials for the role. She has been in practice as a barrister since 2021 and specialises in domestic and international criminal law, human rights and national defence and security. She's previously served as Chief Advisor to the Government Inquiry into Operation Burnham and related matters, providing expert advice on detention and torture. As Principal Legal Advisor and Project Lead, she was closely involved in the establishment of the Royal Commission into Historical Abuse and State Care and into the care of faith-based institutions. Amongst other earlier career positions, Ms Pearce was a legal intern with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Ms Pearce has good knowledge of NZDF processes and policies through her current role as Senior Counsel on the NZDF Panel of Counsel and her extensive work with the Operation Burnham Inquiry. Ms Pearce will bring to the deputy role a rounded legal and investigatory skill set, relevant international law experience and the ability to exercise sound judgment and the ability to take an effective leadership role with a small team. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Pina Hinare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in support of the motion offered by the government in the appointment of two very highly qualified and highly experienced members to these important judicial roles statutory roles, I should say, sorry. And for context, Operation Burnham was an important piece of work undertaken by a very good and independent group of people that could allow a rear view for the public into the workings of the Defence Force, the decision making, the chain of command, and where accountability sits. From Operation Burnham, there were a number of recommendations, of which this was one of them. The creation of the role of the Inspector General of Defence and the need to, in the words of the Operation Burnham report, to democratise defence, to make sure that there are processes in there that continue to uphold the expectations of the broader population, not only of the Defence Force, but of course the role the Minister and the government plays in the way that operations are undertaken, in the way that the chain of command is given. So this is an important role. It's an important role that demands integrity. It's an important role that demands transparency to give the public the confidence that the operations that the New Zealand Defence Force embarks on or are deployed to are undertaken with the utmost integrity, transparency, and with clear chains of command to make sure that the operation is conducted appropriately according to international law and the standards that we all set, the high standards I should say, that we all set as a country for our people who are deployed overseas. In my time as the Defence Minister, this particular piece of legislation was undertaken and then subsequent was made into law. And now we, as the Minister has rightly pointed out, have had somebody in a transition role or a caretaker role. So I think it's about time that we've made a very clear statement in the appointment of these two very good candidates for the role. Of course, the support of Honourable Justice Timothy Charles Brewer to the Inspector General of Defence is a good appointment, as the Minister pointed out, brings together a good mix of legal experience while also the experience in the armed forces in the New Zealand Defence Force, rising to the rank of Brigadier. That isn't a very common skill set to have, which is why this person couldn't be better suited to the role, to make sure that they bring that understanding and that knowledge to bear in any of the reviews that the IGD can be asked to undertake on behalf of New Zealand, but also the ones that the IGD office can undertake under their own power and of their own will, to make sure that we continue to have, as I mentioned earlier, an NZDF that continues to conduct itself to the high standards we all expect. The appointment of the Deputy Inspector General of Defence, I think, is a good move. The Minister pointed out, made clear in her contribution before mine, that the deputy role is not only just to support the Inspector General of Defence role, but also have broader oversight over the actual workings of the office, which I think is an important thing to note. The Minister also pointed out that this particular candidate, this particular person, was involved in the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in State Care. And my experience as a Minister and the undertaking of that particular Royal Commission of Inquiry is that it did require a large amount of administration, a large amount of leadership to ensure that the office actually performed to the expectations that we all have of the office. So in the appointment of Natalie Ruth Pearce as the Deputy Inspector General of Defence, the Minister rightly points out her expertise in this field, her strong legal mind, as well as her ongoing undertaking of education, as I understand it, studying at Oxford at this point in time. So the Labour Party stands to support these two appointments. We continue to support the office of the Inspector General of Defence for the matters I've raised earlier, and we look forward to working with the IGD moving forward. Just finally, can we thank the Minister of Defence, who I know reached out to the Leader of the Opposition early in the appointment process. And that is, of course, a good show of bipartisan politics, and something that I believe, in particular in defence, belongs in that space where the more support we can have across this House gives New Zealanders and the NZDF the confidence they need and the confidence they deserve from this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Te ano tui ono,
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Greens to support the motion by the Minister. And these are important positions, and just to acknowledge the strong portfolios, the strong curriculum vitae, the CVs that the Minister read out as well, which points to their ability, I think, to be able to take on this very important role. The role of the Inspector General of Defence is a very important role. The Defence Force is unlike any other organisation in Aotearoa, which involves significant authority but also deserves appropriate accountability. Where that authority is misused, especially where there are devastating consequences such as loss of life, it is critical that there is the opportunity for inquiry and for accountability. The Office of the Inspector General of Defence was established by the Inspector General of Defence Act 2023, which came into force in January this year. And so acknowledging the work done there as well. There is a long history behind the establishment of this office. The Office of the Inspector General of Defence was established in response to the findings of the inquiry into Operation Burnham. That inquiry found failures in process, accountability and in transparency that went right up to the ranks to 3 successive heads of our military. They were failures in process, transparency and in accountability that impacted the ability of successive ministers, who were the only and the highest civilian accountability mechanism for our military to conduct their roles with integrity. There always remains a risk of misconduct or fundamental failings, and that's especially as our military escalates. And I note our participation in joint operations alongside the likes of the United States. And it's important that we have adequate measures to ensure that our Defence Force adheres to the rule of law, adheres to human rights and does not bring itself into fundamental disrepute. And I do acknowledge the point made by the previous 2 speakers about the bringing on of a Deputy Inspector General as well, noting that the government has made a significant investment, $12 billion and growing, and our role in cooperation with the US, it will require there to be a greater level of scrutiny and a greater ability to hold the military to account. And so I think it's also important for us to make sure that there is sufficient resources as well with a bigger investment of $12 billion and growing, a closer alignment with the United States, which is not a problem for some people in this House, but it is a problem for the Greens, and noting that issues around the independence of Aotearoa New Zealand is important for some in this House. So having the resources for the Inspector General of Defence is incredibly important to make sure that it happens as well. And for these reasons, it is critical for those who are appointed to the roles of the Inspector General of Defence and Deputy Inspector General of Defence are well equipped to provide independent scrutiny of the New Zealand Defence Force and help to ensure that the New Zealand Defence Force always acts in compliance with international law. And I think that's a pretty important point to make given the state of the world at this particular point in time. The Office of the Inspector General has 2 essential functions: an investigation function with appropriate supporting powers to scrutinise in response to issues that have occurred, and an assessment function to assess processes, procedures and policies and identify gaps to prevent issues from occurring in the future. We, with the new Inspector General of Defence, we wish the new Inspector General of Defence the best of success as it ensures that the Defence Force is subject to transparency and accountability, and extend those best wishes also to the Deputy Inspector General. We support the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Orders of the Day number 4 to 7.
Regulatory Standards Bill Committee Stage. Crimes Countering Foreign Interference Amendment Bill Committee Stage. Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill Committee Stage. Offshore Renewable Energy Bill Committee Stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of those bills.
Members, the House is in committee for the Regulatory Standards Bill, the Crimes Countering Foreign Interference Amendment Bill, the Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill, and the Offshore Renewable Energy Bill. We come first to the Regulatory Standards Bill. We begin with Part 1, debate on Clauses 3 to 7, preliminary provisions, and Schedules 1 and 1A. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This part sets out the purposes, overview, interpretation, and also refers to certain legislation that is not considered by the Regulatory Standards Bill, or act as it would be. I do not intend to adopt any of the opposition amendments that I have seen on this part, although there is a number, there is a single amendment in the name of the Minister which makes some minor and technical changes. The purpose clause sets out the purpose of the bill, which is best expressed in 3.1, which says the purpose of this Act is to promote the accountability of the Executive to Parliament for the development of high-quality legislation and the exercise of stewardship over regulatory systems. It's also to support Parliament's ability to scrutinise bills and to support Parliament in overseeing and controlling the use of delegated powers to make legislation. See Part 5 of the Legislation Act. It goes on to give a range of ways that those purposes are given effect to. The overview, which is the next section, gives a summary of the sections of the bill. I intend to answer questions on the substance of those sections in parts 2 and 3 where they are found. I don't intend to engage in any debate on those sections through this part. However, perhaps on the wording that describes the wording that describes those parts in Part 1 under that overview section. The interpretation gives a series of definitions which I think most people would describe as self-explanatory, and this part finishes by referring to legislation that the Regulatory Standards Bill would not apply to, as I said at the outset.
I'll just remind, given what the Minister has said, it'll still be up to the Chair to determine which questions will be accepted and how that will relate to closures, just to clarify that. The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Mr Chair, I'm sure the Minister wouldn't be so arrogant as to say he wouldn't answer questions on any given section, because every section, of course, is part of the legislation and properly appropriate for debate in this House and scrutiny in this Committee of the Whole stage. And of course the purposes section is of critical importance, because it is in fact the guiding light for the overarching bill. And when should anyone come to look at the bill, whether it be a judge or a bureaucrat, and there'll be plenty of them under this bill, then that is what they will look to. So, I mean, I guess I would invite the Minister to be a bit more frank about the purposes of this bill, because as the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee said, the principles...
Minister, I remind you that when you speak or answer a call, it's going through the microphone, so I'll ask you please to be aware of that, because it means that your replies are going out across the House and also across the broadcast. So thank you, please.
That's extremely useful to know. Thank you.
Well, and my point, Mr Chair and Minister, was that the purposes section is the guiding light, and as the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee said, the principles found in, I think it's Clause 8, are contested and selective. So in fact, the purposes, I would put to you that if you'd like to take a call and explain what the purpose of this bill is, given the fact that you've got these property-tilted principles in the Act. And I'd put it to you that in fact, if you look at the genealogy of this bill and the scholarship around it and the work that you've done across, and your party's done across many bills, in fact, what this bill is it's trying to be a Bill of Rights for property. And in fact, the purpose of this bill, the real purpose of this bill, is to put into our law the preeminence of two fundamental libertarian principles, which are the primacy of property and the primacy of individual liberty. Two foundation stones of libertarian ideology and I would suggest that if we were to actually be upfront, we would adopt one of my amendment papers, which would actually articulate the genuine purpose of this bill, because you yourself have said that you think this bill should be like the Public Finance Act for legislation, and that is a constitutional piece of legislation. And what we have here then is a piece of legislation of the same ilk, sits alongside those other pieces of legislation about how government and legislation works, and imbues certain principles into our entire legislative framework. So the work that we do in this House is no longer principle neutral. It is no longer value neutral. It's not up to any incoming government to choose their value set. They get judged against a value set that you have put in this bill. And the two headline values are private property, no confiscation without compensation, that classic libertarian principle, and the primacy of individual rights and liberties and simplistic equality. So why don't we just say in the purposes section that the purpose of this Act is to promote these principles, which accord with your party's value set, because that would be a lot more honest and upfront, rather than pretending, because we know all of the advice that your ministry's given you says this is a bad idea, this is not the way to go about good stewardship. We've got the tools there, let's bolster them. So to say this is about the exercise of stewardship over regulatory systems is duplicitous. In fact, it's the opposite. This is a way to clog up the system to make it harder to pass laws that we like and you don't.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you can see, I am here with our full migrant caucus standing for futility. Good point. Where's Land? I want to first just actually thank the Minister in terms of outlining the purpose of this bill, because I think the Minister is right that the purpose of this bill does set out quite nicely in terms of what is expected of the executive and what is expected of Parliament's ability to scrutinize bills. I think that's incredibly important, and that I wholeheartedly agree with. So I think the Minister then would appreciate that we don't want the Minister to inadvertently contradict his own bill by the Parliament, i.e. this House, providing a full scrutiny of this bill. And I think the Minister will be also prudent to understand that as legislature, it is our role to examine the Minister as part of the executive. But in terms of my questions, my first question is something that was raised a number of times during the Select Committee, which there weren't a response for, which is, what does the Minister actually mean when we're talking about high quality legislation? So the definition of high quality is not something that is, I guess, potentially it could be defined later. We want to go clause by clause, so I'm not anticipating what's on a later section or a later part at this stage. But also, in terms of what we are seeing in Clause 3, Part 2, when we're looking at the purpose of this act, is to give effect by setting out principles of responsible regulations. I think it's also important when we're looking at whose responsibilities we are referring to. I think I will start with those two broader questions on the definition of high quality and the definition of responsible.
Mr. Chair.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you. Just following up on questions in relationship to Clause 3, Subclause 2, I did want to just ask why there was, because I noticed that there's some definitions later down the line, but it seems to me like high quality wasn't defined in the bill, and so I'm just wanting to get an explanation as to what definition the minister would be using when it comes to high quality. The previous member from Labour who spoke about being values neutral raises a good point around the fact that on most of the legislation, like this is clearly not sort of values neutral, it's clearly a set of values that are being pushed forward by the minister. But for example, in Clause 3, 1A1, high quality legislation does not seem to be defined. And the concern that I have around that and some clarity from the minister around it as to why he didn't choose to actually put in a definition for what high quality actually meant is that then could be interpreted in different ways by other governments. So if the minister would like to elucidate, I know that he made his initial remarks that he wouldn't be really participating in part 1, but I would invite him to engage on the commentary from the Honourable Duncan Webb, my colleague Dr. Lawrence Hunan, and just on this in relationship to some of the language that is used, particularly in Clause 3, that lacks a definition, and wanted to ask why there are quite a few terms that just seems like there was no sort of definition attached to it. Again, and even Lawrence already noted responsible regulation being another one that just seems to like kind of be lacking a definition, and that's really concerning as well. The other section was, the other part that I wanted to ask him about was whether in the process and the signing of this bill, whether this was the whole range of purposes that he wanted to include in the bill, whether initially he may have thought of others and the process of the legislation meant that he had to trim it down, and that's where we ended up with this language, and particularly subclause 1 that doesn't seem to be defined. So just to recap, I'm really keen to get a sense of what he intends by when he says high quality legislation, and whether he thinks that this should be defined in the section where some of these terminologies later down the line are actually defined in the bill.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Contribution from me in relation to the Clause 3 purposes section, Clause 3 1C. I just have a question for the Minister in relation to the intersection between this clause and the reference to Part 5 of the Legislation Act within that clause 2019. I've got a few questions for the Minister in relation to how he envisages, through the drafting of this legislation, that part of the Legislation Act impacting on the purpose clause of the bill. I've had a look at Part 5 of the Legislation Act. It refers to secondary legislation. It's quite a substantive part of the Legislation Act, and it outlines quite clearly some significant powers in relation to delegated legislation and Parliament's role. The thing that I'm not clear about is this is the purpose of the Act. This should be setting out exactly what the Act intends to do throughout its operation. And the reference here to Part 5 of the Legislation Act is simply to see that. So I want to know, is he intending for the entire of Part 5 to be upheld through the overseeing and control powers in other parts of this legislation? Or is Part 5 and the reference there simply a definition of the overseeing and controlling use of delegated legislation? The Minister will know from his experience in the House that that's actually quite an unusual way of phrasing legislation, especially in a purpose clause. And so I think it is a valid and important question for the Minister to answer exactly what is the intention of C and how it relates to that Part 5 of the Legislation Act, which, as I said, is quite extensive. So if the Minister could clarify what the intention is. If it is consistency with that particular part, then perhaps there's a different word that could be used. If it's simply that that's the outline of what the current responsibilities for Parliament in relation to delegated powers are, then I also think that that could be more correctly defined. And so I invite the Minister to explain the intention, and then if there's time, I wouldn't mind engaging with the Minister over whether there would be a clearer way to reflect that intention within what is quite an important section of this Act.
Mr. Chairman.
The Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my contribution and questions for the Minister are also focused on Clause 3 and building on by an earlier contribution that we've had from a Green Member of Parliament. It is around this development of high quality legislation, and specifically I want to ask the Minister, so this is in Clause 3.1a1, in terms of some of his thinking behind this, because I think the Law Society's very substantive submission made the very pertinent point that the word quality is not defined in the bill, and this term is not used outside of Clause 3. So I think it makes it imperative that the Minister does spend some time on what is quite a central part and a word that has been used about the problem definition from the Minister throughout the development of this bill of high quality legislation. It's not defined in the Act. It's the word that is not used beyond Clause 3 of the bill. So this is the only chance that this House will have to understand from the Minister what is meant by this in the context of this legislation. Because of course, what we in the Law Society make some very good comments about the ambiguity that this high quality is going to introduce into our legal discourse. That there will be disagreements between reasonable people acting in good faith about what social, economic or environmental goals should be enacted in legislation, and that's a central feature of democratic politics and something that we all come to this House and we debate on a daily basis. The quality of a given legislation or regulatory proposal in this sense is appropriately resolved through a fair and transparent process. So the House needs to know what is meant in the context of this law that we are now debating at the committee, so by this high quality. One of the things that I would also be keen to understand from the Minister, given that we're not going to have this high quality word occur in any other part of the legislation, is the problem definition that led to this. Because of course we already have mechanisms within our lawmaking processes around the quality of our lawmaking, whether that be our primary legislation or our regulatory regime specifically. We've got the regulatory impact statements, how the Minister envisions that this is going to differ, or as my colleague Camilla Balich has alluded to and talked about in terms of the Legislation Act of 2019 and the provisions that exist within that. So to understand from the Minister why it is that Clause 3 has this term high quality, what does it mean, why is it not contained in any other part of the bill, and what was his thinking behind there not being a definition of it in this legislation? Did he consider putting a definition of it into the bill? so that there could be that certainty and provide that clarity when we came to statutory interpretations of this bill, which undoubtedly that there will be, and what his thinking for omitting it from this bill was, Mr Chairman.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr Chair, I'd first of all like to thank various members for their questions, some of which are quite similar, so I thought I would try to group them together in my answer. First of all, we were asked about the definition of high quality by multiple members. I think Lawrence Yunnan asked that, Ricardo Menez-March asked a near identical question, and then Megan Woods also asked that question, while also asking a question about the interplay with regulatory impact statements, not dissimilar from Camilla Bellich's question. So to address high quality first, it indeed is defined in the Act. If you read a little bit further on, it goes on to say that the purposes of this Act are given effect to by, or only by, setting up the principles of regulation. There's been an invitation to debate what the principles are, and perhaps the idea that the principles are the purpose. That invitation came from Duncan Webb. As I've indicated, I'm very happy to talk about the purpose in the correct part, which is part 2. But for now, we can say that section 3 refers to those principles, and it says that setting out those principles is one of the ways that we define high quality legislation, which in itself is the purpose. So if you work that back the other way, the purpose is high quality legislation. The purpose is given effect to by following the principles, as well as a series of other initiatives such as giving providing for the review of consistency of existing legislation, and also providing for a regulatory standards board. So you can find the answers to what is high quality later in the same section. It is legislation that follows the purposes and the way that it's given effect to in just the next subsection after high quality is mentioned. There's also a question about how this law will interact with Part 5 of the Legislation Act. What will be the relationship? And that was Camilla Bellich who asked that question. Section 5 deals with how Parliament can scrutinise secondary legislation. This bill, and again this comes in a later part, provides for consistency assessment statements. Those you could think of as being similar to RISs but guided more strongly by the principles set out in statute by this bill, and it may be that the government, if this law passes, will actually change the RIS regime in order to accommodate consistency assessment statements. However, that's not a matter for today. What will happen is that Parliament, in its role under Part 5 of the Legislation Act, will be more empowered by being able to access the consistency accountability statements.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
A couple of things really. I just want to pick up that I was not informed by the Minister's response on the quality question, because he essentially said quality will be achieved if you do what's set out in subsection 2 of clause 3. And that just seems entirely circular, because there is no actual quality test in there. Now, and it might be that the Minister could elucidate, and it may be that, I don't think it's quite accurate, but some of this Act is entirely procedural. So, did you consult? Was there, a cost-benefit analysis undertaken? And if we've got a surrogate for quality, and the surrogate is a procedure, go through these various quality checks, or procedural checks, which are better expressed as procedural checks, then perhaps that's what we really mean. But my concern there is that this isn't just procedural, because there are substantive value. There are two kinds, well, there's actually three kinds of principles that we'll get to later. One are procedural, one are value-based, so you've got consult with as widely as possible, procedural. You've got respect individual liberty, value-based, and then you've got an outlier in there which is make sure it will operationally work, which is operational. So you've got three kinds. Now, I could contemplate a piece of legislation or executive action, Attorneys General's direction, cabinet paper, which there exist already, which say do these procedural things to achieve good quality legislation. But that's not what we've got. So when the Minister does talk about quality, I think to be honest, he should stand up and say it should adhere to my principles, including my value-based principles. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's actually a really verbose purpose section. And if it's just about quality, he could just say that. It's not all this stewardship, regulatory systems, scrutiny. It's actually just about improving the quality of acts of Parliament and other kinds of legislation. And one of the things that struck me, because this is such an offensive bill, it's used obscure language to try and hide what it's doing. So if it was doing something acceptable, you could adopt one of my amendment papers, which is to say the purpose of the Act is to improve the quality of acts of Parliament and other kinds of legislation. Or you could add, if you wanted to, some words onto the end of that and say, and adhere to libertarian value principles. So that would be another way. That would be another way to frame the actual purpose of this Act. But the drafting of this purpose section is verbose in the extreme. I mean, the other thing, in a lot of my amendment papers, and I was really disappointed when the Minister, who clearly hasn't read the amendment papers that have been tabled, just stood up and said, I'm not going to adopt any of them. I suspect as we go through them one by one, we'll find some which are actually quite useful, and I'd invite the Minister to bring an open mind. I know that it's traditional for ministers to kind of put their own amendment papers in and steal our ideas, but that's okay by me if we improve this, if it's possible, this piece of legislation. Because in Clause 3, Subclause 2D, which talks about providing support to the Regulatory Standards Ministry, I think we should actually give a bit more guidance, and we could actually talk about the work of the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee, and that's one of my amendment papers as well, because the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee actually gives substantive guidance as to what quality really is. And I think, to use an external and objective measure of experts, rather than kind of bringing this politically charged bill to the House, it would have been something we could have quite possibly have agreed on. So I would suggest we do look at including the advice of the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee in the purpose section.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you for allowing me to take my first call on this bill. My questions is around 3.1a, 3.1b, and 3.1c, which are around the purposes of the Act. And just to check my understanding of the Minister's intention of the legislation. Now, the Minister has said in his second reading speech that the purpose of the law is to promote accountability and transparency to the Parliament by the Executive, and that's reflected in the purpose 1A, 1B, and 1C. Now, from this, we are to glean that the kind of idea of this bill, and maybe of the wider Regulatory Standards Board, is perhaps to see it as one of the officers of Parliament. So my question is, did the Minister look at alternative models on how the board could have been appointed, and alternative models on how different functions and how different setups could have accommodated the function of this Act and the function of the Regulatory Standards Bill to support the task of Parliament in scrutinising legislation? Because, if I look back to other potential precedents and other potential models that the Minister might follow. There's the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, and of course the appointment process of that is, that all the parties in the House are consulted on that, and then the Governor General makes an appointment based on the recommendation of the House, and the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment is then appointed for the 5-year term. So that's one possible model. Did the Minister look at potentially looking at that model when the legislation was being drafted in terms of aligning the purpose of the Act with what actually ended up getting drafted? And the other potential model that the Minister could have looked at is the design of the Climate Change Commission's board, where the boards are appointed on a rotating basis by different governments. I think it was something like 2 on and then 2 on across like a 3-year term. So their terms are staggered so that no government is essentially able to dominate the makeup of the board. And I appreciate that the board makeup is referred to later in the legislation, but I'm asking it in the context of the purpose of the Act and whether or not the form that ended up defining the board's makeup actually relates to the function as defined and articulated by the Minister in their various readings through the speech, and also through the provision 31A, 31B and 31C of the Act.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Dr. Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd just like to reiterate what my colleague, the Honourable Duncan Webb, said in terms of the circular nature of the definition of high quality that the Minister has given us. It hasn't really provided the House with that clarity. This is put out as one of the main purposes of the legislation. The Law Society put in a very substantive submission, particularly around this clause 3 and the fact that this is the only place in the legislation where we will have the opportunity to scrutinise that and to give us the circular argument that quality legislation is one that follows the principles set out in this bill, doesn't give us any insight into what the Minister's policy thinking around high quality legislation. This is of course a subjective term and the House needs to understand more what the Minister was thinking. But my questions now for the Minister are moving on to clause 4 of the Act, and this is the review of new legislation, the provisions that are provided in clause 4 around that. So 4.1b says that provides for the explanatory note of a government bill, a government amendment or secondary legislation to include or link to the following: a consistency accountability statement. And that statement is made by the Chief Executive of the responsible agency for the legislation, confirms that the agency has reviewed the legislation for consistency with the principles and summarises any inconsistency that is identified in that review. Now, Mr. Chairman, we in this House know that it is not without precedent that bills come to this House for debate without a regulatory impact statement. So what I would like to know from the Minister is what, in terms of the working of this legislation, if a bill comes to this House without a consistency accountability statement. For example, will we have consistency accountability statements for urgent legislation? Will all ministerial SOPs be required to also have that? I know it says in clause 4.1b1 that it would be 4.1b that it would have amendments, but what happens if they don't? And that's really what we need to understand in terms of the working of this legislation, because I think probably when we've been rightly asking questions around what the policy intent, the problem definition work that the Minister went through with his officials in terms of why not just fix the current system that we have, and a big part of that is that regulatory impact statement. I think on this side of the House we'd be the first to acknowledge that actually one of the problems with that RIS system, the regulatory impact statement, is actually sometimes it's just not used. And that we do have bills landing here without the House having the ability to understand that work that has gone on, that within that RIS system that can already inform us how it interacts with other legislation, what officials have raised, what the regulatory impacts are going to be. So just on that 41B1, the consistency accountability statement, I look forward from hearing to the Minister more around his thinking on that and what happens in its absence. But also I do reiterate, I do not consider that this House is adequately informed about what the Minister's thinking is around high quality legislation, and we will not have the opportunity to return to this question. It is only clause 3 of this bill that contains that word.
Vanushi Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And like other colleagues, I'm also equally dismayed at the Minister's very quick dismissal on some very excellent amendments proposed by my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, but particularly so given the wave of opposition to this bill, which, if one were concerned with process, then one ought to have regard for the very comprehensive amendments proposed as a result of that process. And I am dismayed that that doesn't appear to be the case this evening. My question is also in regards to clause 3. So this is setting out principles of responsible regulation. When I read this the first time, I think what stood out to me was the absence of the word "the." So setting out principles of responsible regulation as opposed to setting out the principles of responsible regulation. And the reason it stood out to me, Mr. Chair, is because it leads you to question what the scope of those principles are and what the genesis of those principles are and what's being actively excluded. So whether the Minister believes this to be an exclusive list of principles or whether the Minister's view is that there are other principles and the Minister's cherry-picked the ones that he wishes to include for this particular assessment. And of course the question then begs why these principles and not others. The link later in the bill, of course, cross-references the rule of law, so it sits the principles as akin to principles of the rule of law. But looking at the history of lawmaking and commentary on what the rule of law is, there is frequent reference to a set of human rights principles and human rights being integral to what the law is. And arguably, there are principles within the Minister's cherry-picked set that don't fall into what we accept as the rule of law. Certainly in terms of the case of international law and the principles we have accepted in other guidelines that are applied to legislative drafting, they reference international conventions, they reference the Declaration of Human Rights as well, and that's where the law is drawn down from. And so it would be useful to hear from the Minister why he chose not to include the word "the." So if there is a belief that there are other principles that sit outside the scope of these principles, why those other principles were excluded and from what space he's drawing down. So what is the genesis of some of these principles that he's drawing down from, recognising that we have, for example, the Bill of Rights Act, where it's very clear that those principles are drawn down from the International Covenant on civil and political rights, and there are clear obligations that flow down through there that they could be seen to be affirmed as principles of the rule of law because of a process of affirmation that happened domestically as well. And the Minister's laughing, but what I mean by that is the Bill of Rights Act was campaigned on by two Labor governments. The public was very familiar with them, and understanding what the rule of law is, it's not just substantive, it's also about the familiarity of your population with a set of principles. And so again, asking the Minister what the narrative of that process is that makes him believe that the principles he's adopted have the same status as those within the Bill of Rights Act, which went through which have not only that linking to international law, A, but they also have that process affirmation of having been socialised and familiarised with New Zealanders and New Zealand culture, having withstood 2 elections to get through to legislation that gives them the legitimacy of being able to call those values part of our rule of law and part of good principles.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
First of all, Duncan Webb and Megan Woods have argued that my definition of high quality legislation is circular. That is a mistake. Actually, what I've said is that high quality legislation is, among other things, adherence to the principles which can be found in Part 2. Venushi Walters spent a lot of time debating the principles. As I've indicated, very happy to do that in the appropriate part, which is Part 2. For our current purposes, in the preliminary provisions, there is a reference to the principles, but their content or definition is in another part where I'll be really happy to debate it. Fernando said, he asked me, Francisco Hernandez, sorry. Well, I'm sorry to be everyone. He asked, had we considered other prospects? Well, for structuring the regulatory standards bill, we might well have, but the purpose of this debate is to see whether the legislation as written accords with the principles and objects agreed at the second reading. Certainly, what we said at second readings, we would have a regulatory standards board, and I believe that as it's written, it does comport with those principles and objects agreed at second reading, and I don't intend to make changes to that at this time. I also refer to Speaker's rulings which forbid members from speaking extensively about material that is not in the bill or hypothetically could have been.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
I just want to touch on one thing. I won't spend much time on the overview section, which does seem a little excessive, given it's a relatively compact piece of legislation. But anyway, it is there. And one of the things it says in Clause H, 1H, is that the Act does not confer or impose legal rights, duties, or affect the validity of any legislation. And I must say that I find this really one of the oddest approaches, because anything we do, what this House does is pass law, right? And what law does is create, in some way, legal rights and obligations or duties. And if we think, this bill has been compared, and its predecessors have been compared to the Bill of Rights Act. Now that legislation does not affect the validity of any other law. That is well established. So I can understand why you would say we're going to have these principles and we're going to have these obligations, and one of the obligations is follow the principles and do your consistency accountability statements, but it doesn't affect the validity of any other law. But to pass, and I accept the Minister will no doubt explain in further detail, either now or later, that there is a small chunk of the Act which is about the work of the Regulatory Standard Board, essentially asking for information and undertaking inquiries, which they do have legal powers. But the important part of the Act, that you must provide these consistency and accountability statements, that you must consult, that you must comply with these principles. To say that it doesn't create any obligation at all is to say we're passing a law which is in fact the opposite of a law. It's a suggestion, it's a exhortation, but it's not an obligation. So, to be perfectly honest, either we have a framework where you are obliged to do things. You can have obligations for which there is no consequence for breach. That's well recognised in the law, to say you have a legal obligation to do this. If you don't do it, you are in breach of the law, and you can be declared to be in breach of the law, but there's no particular sanction or remedy, and that often happens at a governmental and Crown level. Ministerial obligations probably fall within that category. Breach of the Cabinet Manual happens all the time. It's a breach of an obligation or a duty, but there are no particular consequences that flow from it in a legal sense of the word. So, and we'll come and talk to this a bit more later, but this is a good way in which it's captured, because it captures the overall theme that you've got a piece of not law. And I would invite the Minister to explain how this not law is going to be effective, but when it doesn't actually do anything. It's just a vague wave to this new wave of bureaucrats who will be expected to run around complying with this, to say, please do these consistency accountability statements, please run the regulatory standards principles ruler over every piece of legislation, but you don't have to. There is no legal obligation, there are no sanctions, and it doesn't affect the validity. So, I mean, that's it. I'd just be really interested. And my amendment paper actually says get rid of that. Because if you're either going to write a law or you're not, and if you want to get a law that does stuff, then don't say it's a law that's not a law, which is, again, classic kind of Humpty Dumpty language.
I'll just note that I noticed that the member did refer to his amendment paper. Can I say that we've covered some pretty broad issues, and referring to amendment papers would probably be a pretty good idea at this stage. Ricardo Menendez-March.
Mr. Chair, speaking of amendment papers, I did want to canvass the Minister and seek his engagement on Kiwis Sorbrick's amendment. Now, normally I would hope the Minister would know which one I'm talking to, because I assume Ministers do engage with amendments and read them, but I agree that the vibe I got from his first contribution is one where it doesn't fill me with confidence that the Minister has engaged with the amendments. This amendment specifically, after it seeks to do the following, and I do want to make it clear, because at the end of the day these amendments are not voted by the Minister, and I know he made in his initial remarks that he wouldn't be introducing any of the amendments, but it's actually up to other political parties. So allow me to make this a plea to, for example, the National Party. The amendment from Kiwis Sorbrick aims to, after Clause 3 2D, to insert, quote, 3, in achieving the purposes of this Act, all persons exercising functions and powers under it must give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And the reason why I want to seek the engagement from the Minister in relationship to this amendment is because it's whether he thinks that such amendment would go contrary to, for example, issues of high quality, or, for example, whether it would be contrary, like making sure that giving effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi would be contrary to what the Minister is seeking to do in this bill. If that is not the case, I don't see why the Minister wouldn't accept our amendment, because at the end of the day, unless the Minister is actively trying to undermine Te Tiriti o Waitangi, I don't see why he would be afraid of or against having this amendment being put in place. Unless, again, he's actively doing the exact opposite. And, I also ask this because the Minister has talked about property rights, but in Te Tiriti in some ways also and could be perceived to be about property rights in some way or another, but just not potentially the people that he may have been campaigning for. And so I'm keen to get a sense of, and an understanding as to whether Kiwis Sorbrick's amendment would go contrary to the purposes of this bill, and if so, why?
Order,
and secondly,
Chair, point of order, the Honourable Minister.
I hesitate to interrupt the member's speech, but what he appeared
It'd
to
be a good reason.
What he appeared to just say is that I would not want property rights to apply to Māori. I find that it's totally baseless and quite offensive. I think he should withdraw it.
How do you take personal on other people?
I can speak into the point of order.
Is that what the member did say?
I think the member is putting words in my mouth, so I'm not going to indulge the member singing what my intentions were when I did not say that. Thank you.
Carry on.
All right, so anyway, I didn't assume such a amendment paper would rattle the Minister in such ways, but here we go. Anyway, again, my question is quite simple. would putting te tiriti as part of the purposes of this Act be contrary to what the Minister seeks to do? And if not, why wouldn't he support it? And the other question I had more broadly about his initial comments on amendments is whether he actually sought to engage with the amendments at all, or even read them. Because I do think it's concerning to see a minister just disregarding all amendments, including those that may have been lodged actually well in advance, without actually telling us that he actually engaged with them meaningfully, because otherwise all I am hearing is just a complete refusal to engage with the substance of what we're trying to do here, which is in some ways is to bring to light whether the minister is intending to actively trample over te tiriti, and if not, why would he not be supporting our amendment?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I specifically want to talk to two of the amendments to Clause 3 of the legislation put forward in the name of the Honourable Duncan Webb. In particular, in Clause 3, Subclause 2, replacing paragraph D with the following, which is providing support to the Ministry for Regulation in its work to improve the quality of legislation. As the legislation is currently drafted, that's Clause 3, Subclause 2, paragraph D, is providing support to the Regulatory Standards Ministry in its work to improve the quality of legislation. The explanatory note that Dr. Webb has put forward with this amendment paper, of course, is the way it is currently drafted, the way that the Minister's legislation is currently drafted, means that any ministry could theoretically be given responsibility for the Act. The amendment that Dr. Webb has put up identifies the Ministry for Regulation as that responsible ministry. The current drafting could be interpreted very broadly. Any ministry could say that they are a regulatory standards ministry if they are administering regulatory standards. So I think it is a very sensible and the product of someone that has carefully scrutinised the legislation to want to make sure that there is absolute clarity in that. And just for the Minister's reference, that was the amendment paper was lodged at 8:30, 15 seconds a.m. on the 4th of November. The second of Dr. Webb's amendment papers, which was 8:13, 16 seconds a.m. on the 4th of November, which is in Clause 3, Subclause 2C1, after the words responsible legislation, insert the following clause, as defined by the Legislative Design and Advisory Committee. And in some of his earlier contributions, Dr. Webb went through in quite a substantive way the very compelling and detailed submission that the Legislative Design and Advisory Committee made on this piece of legislation. So what this amendment paper that has been put up highlights that there are already existing guidelines produced by LDAC regarding legislative quality, and means that the principles of good legislation are determined by an independent body rather than politicians. So these are two very specific amendment papers that are sitting there. They are sensible amendments, ones in which we'd like to understand amendment on these two particular amendments, whether the Minister will entertain them, and if not, what his reasoning for not wanting to clarify and make it crystal clear that it is the Ministry for Regulation that is the responsible ministry here, and whether or not we can clarify their interface.
Mr. Chair.
Camilla Bellich.
Chair, I just wanted to briefly come back to the Minister's response to my question in relation to Clause 3(1)(c). From his explanation to that, it appeared to me that the intention of that is could be better articulated instead of the word "c" as provided for or consistent with. And so, after hearing the Minister's explanation, I wondered if he or his officials would consider a clearer word as opposed to C, and I mean by C, S-E-E, not the letter C. So that's the response just to the Minister's contribution before, which I did indicate I would like to come back to him on. My second part of my contribution is in relation to Still in relation to the purposes section, but also the intersection with the interpretation section, which is also part of Part 1. In the purposes section, there are numerous examples of and use of the word legislation, and additionally in 3.2c2, there is a reference to government bills. Now, the reason I ask that is because this bill, and the members opposite seem to have a lot of contributions to make, so I encourage them to take a call if they want to participate. This bill doesn't cover all pieces of legislation, as I understand, and I know that there's a schedule that we'll be discussing shortly which sets out excluded pieces of legislation. However, the question I have for the Minister is, when he says legislation, does that mean that pieces of legislation that are not excluded, like, for example, members' bills, would or would not be covered by the purpose of this Act? I've looked at the excluded sections for the purpose of relating it back to the purpose section to see what is excluded. I've seen local and private bills excluded. I couldn't see in that list members' bills. Of course, the Minister will know that a members' bill is not a government bill. So my question is really, what is the intention of this purpose of this Act in relation to members' bills, which is a specific example that I found that I couldn't see referenced, and if they are indeed included, does that mean that they are included in relation to existing legislation but not included in relation to accountability statements? So that's a genuine question in relation to a specific example. Apologies if it is in the list and I missed it. I'd appreciate a reference from the Minister in relation to that.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable David Seymour.
Madam Chair, I'll just address a number of questions that have arisen so far. Duncan Webb points out that the bill in a later section, not this section, does not give any legal rights. As I've been consistent, I'm not going to debate the contents that's summarised in the overview section now. I am happy to debate the substantive clauses in Part 2 and Part 3 where they lie. The Ricardo Menendez-March mentioned an amendment in the name of Chloe Swarbrick. His logic was that if the bill was not inconsistent with the Treaty of Waitangi, then it should be added. I simply disagree. Just because something's not inconsistent doesn't mean you have to do it. That's a logical syllogism for him. I also just point out the Bill of Rights, the Constitution Act, and I believe the Human Rights Act do not contain a treaty reference, so clearly you don't have to do it all the time, so we're not going to entertain that Chloe Swarbrick amendment or anything like it, nor do we believe that it demonstrates inconsistency with the Treaty of Waitangi. We just have a different purpose here. Megan Woods said that the Duncan Webb amendment would change 3D to D. The ministry could be any ministry, he says, because it just defines regulatory standards ministry. I'd like to draw both Ms Woods and Dr Webb's attention to Clause 9, which is Clause 8, which is just over the page, which gives a definition for regulatory standards ministry, meaning the department or ministry that, with the authority of the Prime Minister, is responsible for the administration of this Act. So it couldn't be any ministry. It's actually, you just had to turn 2 pages to see the answer to your question, then you could have saved time drafting that amendment. Then there is the Duncan Webb amendment that says that the LDAC principles should supersede the Regulatory Standards Bill principles. Once again, if he wants to debate the merits of the principles, I'm very happy to do that in Part 2, but it's not actually the merits of the principles, the content of them are not in Part 1 that we're currently debating. It may have been a Clause 3 amendment, but the substance of it related to the content of the principles. The question he wanted addressed was why these principles are not those, and as I said, I'm happy to address those in the appropriate place. And finally, Camilla Ballich had a wording change, but I'm not entirely sure if I understood, but she wanted to say as provided for rather than consistent with. Instead of the word C, inquire into whether this is 32C1? Oh, 3.1. Oh, that's probably is overseeing and controlling the use of delegated powers to make legislation. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I think probably people can interpret the word C. It's only 3 letters. 2 of them are the same. It's been around for a long time. I think we'll just keep it simple, but thank you.
Cameron Luxon.
That debate on this question now, please.
I'm going to take another question from Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, but I have been listening very carefully to this before I came to the House, and I believe that the substance of the bill is in the next 2 parts, and we're outlining it here. The Minister has been engaging and answering the questions. So have we got something that's specific?
Oh, yes.
I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have, Dr. Webb. That's why I'm taking a question from you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Madam Chair. We haven't really nutted out the definition section, which are the real nuts and bolts in this part. And the other section that I'm going to talk about in this contribution is actually really important, and it's what's excluded. Because Schedule 7 is it comes under this part. And it was actually one of the things that consumed most of the time at Select Committee. And one of the kind of overarching themes of the exclusions was we don't want to subject anything which is treaty related. So treaty settlement bills were out. Some of the fisheries legislation was out, and that was all good, and we actually made some really good improvements. But there's a few other things that in my amendment papers, to be very clear, make some other suggestions. And one of my amendment papers, well, they're both related. They suggest that our most important constitutional legislation should not be run through this particular filter. So I am suggesting in my amendment papers, and I have a couple of other observations as well, is that the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act should not be subject to this legislation, and neither should the Constitution Act, because they're actually sitting at the same level, which is law about law. There is also a good argument that the Human Rights Act should not be subject to this legislation and should form part of the list of legislation which is excluded in Schedule 7. There is another class of legislation that runs into real problems, and that is, and we haven't seen it recently in the House, but it's treaty validation legislation. So it's legislation which we're obliged to pass by entering into international obligations. Now, to then run a kind of domestic lens over it is to undermine this, essentially sovereign power to enter into treaties. The job of this House is to approve that and get on with it. So that's no. Well, you newbies haven't actually engaged in these treaty validation bills. So it's a quite different exercise of this House's authority. And one of the fundamental principles in it is that you can't rewrite the treaty obligations that the Crown has entered into. It's a yes-no question. So that's why it shouldn't be subject to this framework. There are 2 other classes of bills which we might consider to be inappropriate for being subject to this. One is legislation which is the product of a referendum. If we had succeeded in the cannabis referendum, we would have had a piece of legislation that had been approved by the whole of New Zealand by referendum. And there's a really good argument that it shouldn't then be subject to some quality check because it's had the biggest quality check that you can imagine. So actually that's the last particular example. So the examples were that class of legislation which is constitutional, which actually sits above. We don't have supreme law in New Zealand, but there is a class of legislation which sits above other law, and shouldn't be subject to kind of executive scrutiny in this manner. The other one then was referendums, legislation which is the product of referendum, and then international treaty validation bills. So I think that's pretty clear. I've got a couple of other things about it, but I haven't got 50 seconds, but I'll start it. The other one is this, because the Minister can add to this list of legislation which is excluded. And my other amendment paper says, and it has to be confirmed by Parliament. An exclusion has to be confirmed by Parliament. And I would like us to think carefully about what that confirmation should look like. There's a strong argument in my amendment paper that it should not be 50% voting, it should be a higher threshold, because you are actually doing something quite important. You're adjusting the scrutiny that legislation is subject to. If I can have another 2 minutes, because I've got one more, and that is revision bills. Now, revision bills are currently subject...
No, I've already asked the member that. I've already told the member.
The other is revision bills, because revision bills are currently being considered by this House under the legislation bill. And the suggestion is that what a revision bill is be expanded. And in particular, a revision bill in its current form is simply a modernisation. So you can do things like, say, get rid of faxes and, say, emails, but what you can't do is change any of the substantive operations of the Act. The suggestion that we're getting in the Justice Committee right now is that revision bills can make operational changes to the Acts to make them more effective. Now, that there would make them much more substantive. And they shouldn't be excluded from this, because all of a sudden a revision bill becomes a substantial piece of legislation and not just a once over lightly. Madam Chair, I won't abuse the privilege of the extra call you gave me, because I don't need it all, but they are the observations about the exclusions that I think the Minister should carefully consider in terms of how this Act operates.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions for the Minister following on, and I think the first thing I want to mention to the Minister is whether the Minister would consider my amendment for Clause 4 under overview. Now, understanding that there's a number of overviews being laid out, but my clause takes place after Clause 4.2, which suggests it's simply a guide, but I would like to sort of add another guide to it, which is that no regulation should override, diminish, or reinterpret the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and all regulatory decisions must demonstrate active protection of Māori rights and Tina Rangatiratanga. Now, I did hear the Minister's response previously in terms of my colleague Ricardo Menendez-March's amendment paper, but I'd also like to say that, yes, although that, Bill of Rights and Human Rights Act may not explicitly mention Te Tiriti o Waitangi, they does make references to our international obligations, which includes UNDRIP. But if the Minister would also elevate this bill to the same sort of status, those two bills also doesn't make specific references to taxes, levies, and fees. And I think if we're under principles, so I think if we're going to be expanding or the scope of what is considered on those bills, that my tabled amendment should also be considered. I do have two other questions for the Minister, and one of them is under Clause 5 interpretation, and this is to do with consistency accountability statement. Now, I know that there are other things in terms of how, let's say, Roman numeral 2 summarize any inconsistencies. I know there are later sections that talks about what happens when there are inconsistency, but what I haven't seen in later sections, I want to see if the Minister wouldn't mind addressing now, is what degree is there when something is too inconsistent that needs to be brought back to be reviewed? So that is something, for example, that isn't mentioned in later clauses. So I want to check with the minister in terms of degree. Like, I think it could be something as clear as there is actually no degree, as long as there is the inconsistency has been summarized within the CAS, in which case, fair enough. My final question to the minister, actually the final two questions to the minister, is with regards to the same section that the previous speaker, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, mentioned in terms of Clause 6A regarding the excluded legislation. Now, I guess the first question around that is in terms of the process for that. And I just want a clarification from the minister that it says in Clause 2 and 3, the regular standards minister may issue a notice. A notice may be issued only after it's been approved by a resolution of the House of Representatives. And I'm guessing that is something that the House just needs to vote on as in a motion, and then there will be potentially inclusions or exclusions to that particular Schedule 1A as a result of that. So I just want to check with the minister if it's something like a motion to the House that needs to be voted on. Finally, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb raised a few very important points in terms of what is excluded, what is included in the excluded legislation in Schedule 1A. But while the minister is considering, I want to check with two other things that the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb didn't mention. And again, if the minister is just like, they have been considered, they are not part of the list because they're not excluded, I accept that. The first one is members' bills. Are members' bills considered an excluded legislation? Because I don't see it in Part 1 of Schedule 1A. And the second one, which has been stated in Part 2 of the Act, which is private acts or local acts. But as we know, the only way for you to make amendments to a local act is with a local bill. But a local act is the excluded legislation in Part 2, but a local bill is an excluded bill under Part 1. So can I just check with the minister that is it the intention of the minister that only local acts are excluded but not local bills? So those are my four questions. The first one is around my amendment for Clause 4. My second one is around CAS on degrees of inconsistency before it needs to go back to the drawing board. The next two questions is around 6A, and the first one's around the motion of the House and the process of how that's going to work, the resolution of the House, and how that's going to work. And the last question is around members' bills and local bills. Thank you.
Honourable David Seymour.
First of all, I apologise to Camilla Ballard. She asked earlier, did our members' bills in scope? No, they're not. Clause 9 refers only to government bills, and that also eliminates, for Lawrence Sunan's purposes, local bills. Duncan Webb suggested a series of legislation that, or types of legislation that perhaps should be exempted from scrutiny by the Regulatory Standards Bill in Schedule 1, the Bill of Rights, for example, the Constitution Act. He might have a point there, but even if they were to be reviewed, it's difficult to imagine that either of those would be inconsistent with the principles of the Regulatory Standards Bill, so it's probably unnecessary. He then asked if treaty validation legislation should be exempt, and his argument seemed to be that it might undermine representatives of a New Zealand government going overseas negotiating treaties with foreigners if they felt they might face scrutiny by the People's Parliament when they got home. Now, I can see why he would be concerned about that from the point of view of a government representative negotiating overseas, but as a New Zealander back home, I kind of see it from the opposite perspective, that actually it is important that if people are going to go overseas and sign up to things on behalf of all of us in our home in New Zealand, then they should be accountable to a set of principles that are designed to protect New Zealanders' rights. He then said that a bill that is the product of a referendum should be exempt. I have to say, as far as I'm aware, the only member in this House in decades to have actually passed legislation confirmed by referendum, and I thank Duncan Webb for his support of that bill back in the day. I would not have minded if that bill had gone through the regulatory standard. I know it would have passed very easily because it did not remove anyone's rights. In fact, it expanded people's rights and liberties in this country. Finally, there was a proposed amendment by Lawrence Sunan suggesting that the bill cannot override the Treaty of Waitangi o Tēnā Rangatiratanga. We have no intention of adopting an amendment like that. It is unclear what that would achieve. In fact, the government currently has a lot of work underway to clarify what these treaty principles in various formats that have been sprinkled through legislation over the decades actually mean. Certainly caused a lot of confusion for a lot of people trying to get on with their lives out there, so we have no intention of introducing something like that. And finally asked about how inconsistent does a piece of legislation have to be with a consistency accountability statement. The law is very clear. A minister is required to introduce either an explanation why not or a consistency accountability statement. That's up to them to judge, and ultimately it's up to everyone else to judge them whether they are indeed lawmakers that respect the principles or if they are lawmakers who perhaps have other objectives.
Madam Chair. Chairman Luxon.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 427 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma rima na poti I whakaihe. Whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
Which way are we voting? Oh, sorry.
No.
8 in favour.
In favour. 8 votes in favour. Sorry, I was taking distracted with you guys.
Yeah, I think voting should be in silence. There is a bit too much noise coming. I commend the members' attempt to vote in Māori, but we'll just stop all the talking that's going on during the voting since that point in time. And I'll just ask the clerk where we got to.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to replacing Clause 3 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Let's have it. Party vote.
Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma rima na poti I whakahe.
that's what he called. Yeah, can we just check that vote, please?
Te kaumarima ngā poti I whakahe.
Okay, well that's what he said twice.
You better have a translation there, mate.
He's voted 11. He's said it twice.
Okay.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Yeah, that's why I asked him twice. We'll have to clarify that later.
That's why you should just be your truth.
The ayes are 34, the noes are 83. The question is not agreed. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 3(1)A, replacing subparagraph 1, is ruled out of order as being merely an attempt to criticise the bill. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 3(2)C, amending subparagraph 1, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Kaumarima ngā poti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 3(2)C, amending subparagraph 1, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 3(2), replacing paragraph D, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Chloe Swarbrick's tabled amendment to clause 3, inserting new subclause 3, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8 votes
first.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 4(1), deleting paragraph H, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Komarima, Ngā Poti, Whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Party Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 4, inserting new subclause 3, is ruled out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 5, definition of responsible minister, is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 5, inserting new paragraph E, is ruled out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 5, inserting new paragraph F, is ruled out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 5, deleting the definition of non-public service agency, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Sorry, the National Party's vote wasn't clear to me. She just said 49 votes.
You heard it except for you paid attention.
34 votes in favour.
I'm glad the member voted in favour of his own amendment.
Well, I think the National Party did too.
Yeah.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Komarima, Ngā Poti, Whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Party Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Duncan Webb's tabled amendment to clause 6A, amending subclause 3, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Komarima, Ngā Poti, Whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Party Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 7 is ruled out of order as merely being an attempt to criticise the bill. The question is that part 1 is amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Komarima, Ngā Poti, Whakahei.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Party Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. Members, we now come to part 2. Part 2 is the debate on clauses 8 to 40, principles of responsible regulation and regulatory stewardship, and Schedule 2. The question is that Part 2 stand part. Honourable David Seymour.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. Part 2 is divided into a series of subparts, and I'll briefly describe each one of them and their purpose, what they do and why they're in the law. Subpart 1 consists of Section 8 and 8A. That is the principles of responsible regulation. This is a key part of the legislation, setting out that responsible regulation should be consistent with the rule of law. It should not unduly diminish a person's liberty, that it should not take or severely impair or authorise the taking or severe impairment of property without the consent of the owner, and goes on to give some conditions for that. Taxes, fees and levies should be consistent with the Constitution Act, but also there are a series of criteria for setting out taxes, fees and levies with the effect that the people who benefit are those who pay them, and people are not taxed or levied for things that they don't directly benefit from. The role of the courts is upheld and preserved as the arbiter of decision making. There's also a section on the principles on good lawmaking, which involves consultation, problem definition, cost-benefit analysis, the consideration of other alternatives. There's finally the other principle standards or guidelines. There's a clarification that was added during the Select Committee process that says the principles do not limit or affect other principle standards or guidelines relating to the development of high-quality legislation. I'll address one criticism of the principles that has been in the public domain, and that is that the principles are a limited or selective range of principles, and that a government might pursue other objectives such as upholding te tiriti o waitangi, equity, public health, or perhaps environmental protection. Those are generally goals that I would describe as collective action. In fact, I remember being here when Jacinda Ardern stood right there and said, we do as government together things that we cannot achieve alone. So when the government is introducing legislation or making secondary legislation, it's reasonable to assume that they already have a collective objective, such as the ones that I just described. The purpose of these principles is to highlight and bring to attention of the House, in line with the purpose of the bill, the impacts of that collective action initiative on the individual, their rights, their property, their liberty, and to check that the law has been made carefully and is consistent with the rule of law. And I think if that was better understood, a lot of the criticism that people have made of the bill might just dissipate a little. Hope springs eternal. Subpart 2 applies how the principles apply when developing legislation, and it sets out that when a bill is introduced, it should have a consistency assessment statement. It talks about the consistency of a government amendment of the principles and when that applies, and also in Section 12 when a government amendment does not require a consistency accountability statement. It then goes on to talk about the application of the bill and the principles and the requirement for consistency assessment, accountability statements, with secondary legislation. Subpart 3 relates to what you might call post hoc stewardship of the existing stock of legislation, as opposed to the flow of new laws and regulations. And that requires government departments to make a plan, which some people have said will add a lot of cost and is somehow radical, maybe forgetting that government departments are already required to have these stewardship plans, but much like other regulatory initiatives such as regulatory impact statements, they haven't been adhered to in the way that we hope. What this law is really doing is highlighting and requiring governments to do things that in theory they do, but in practice have not been doing. And I note that Megan Woods, a very experienced member, referred to that frustration in one of her earlier contributions. We then come to subpart 5, which makes the point, as referred to by Dr. Duncan Webb in part 1, that the Act does not confer or impose legal rights or obligations. That is certainly true. However, Duncan Webb helpfully answered his own question in an earlier part when he said there are sometimes laws that you're in breach of but do not necessarily face a consequence. It's also true that most New Zealanders actually don't follow the law because they think they'll be punished. Most people don't shoplift, and the reason is not they think they'll be caught, it's that they actually think it's wrong to take other people's stuff. So there is power in having laws that people will follow even if they do not believe that they will face a consequence. Nonetheless, there is some real power in Parliament requiring government departments to do something. So generally, government departments do try to follow the law. Subpart 6 in section 27 sets out guidance and enables, Madam Chair, thank you, sets out the criteria for the Regulatory Standards Ministry, which of course at this point is going to be the Ministry for Regulation, to set out guidance so that people completing consistency accountability statements, that is people within government departments and ministers, know how and are able to produce these consistency accountability statements, and so there'll be a lot of background to help them do that. Finally, subpart 7, I think it's the last subpart in this section, and it sets out the role of the Regulatory Standards Board. Part of the history here is that the Regulatory Responsibility Bill and the Regulatory Standards Bill, predecessors, if you like, of this piece of legislation, envisaged a role for the courts where they would be able to judge whether a consistency accountability statement, as it's now called, had been correctly compiled in alignment with the principles. The government has a view that further empowering the courts to judge Parliament's acts and perhaps judge Parliament's acts against each other may be unwise. That comes off the back of the declarations of inconsistency that was made necessary, and Parliament agreed to that after, I think it was the Make It 16 court case. And so the Regulatory Standards Board has two advantages. One is that it is not a court. Two is that it's more likely to have people appointed with expertise in regulatory economics. One of the criticisms of the bill was that judges aren't necessarily the best people to make these kinds of judgments, so you can get a broader skill set for assessing public policy work with the Regulatory Standards Board. Subpart 7 sets out the appointments that the board must act independently, how it's appointed, and of course there have been changes made through the Select Committee process, for example saying that the Governor-General on the recommendation of the Minister must appoint members to the board, and this kind of separation, also changing the way that they're appointed and the length of time they're appointed for, is designed to address criticisms that were made during the Select Committee stage that perhaps the Regulatory Standards Board would not act with enough independence, and I welcome these changes because I've always wanted the Regulatory Standards Board to act independently. So that is a summary of the 7 subparts of Part 2, their various purposes, setting out the principles, explaining when the principles apply to the requirement for a consistency assessment statement, explaining what the legal implications of the consistency assessment statements and indeed the broader bill is, and setting up the Regulatory Standards Board, which is there to judge the quality of work done on the consistency assessment statements in order to comply with the Act. I hope that that is a helpful summary to the House, and of course very happy to address genuine questions and amendments that members may have.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb. Oh, point of order, sorry.
I seek leave to correct earlier vote on an amendment by Honourable Dr Duncan Webb. I didn't want to stop the Minister when he was explaining Part 2.
So leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? Yes. Yes, there is. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, look, we're now on Part 2, and Part 2 starts with Clause 8, which is the principles of responsible regulation, which is the very heart, the black heart of this bill, if you will. I think it's really important that we take this particularly Clause 8 very carefully. And I want to start my contribution by suggesting that the Minister adopt one of my amendment papers. And many of my amendment papers, because this will enter the statute book, aren't seeking to undermine this legislation, but actually make it more workable, because in Clause 8, and I want to talk about the rule of law, one of the principles is the importance of maintaining consistency with the following aspects of the rule of law. And then it names them. The law should be clear and accessible. The law should not adversely affect rights and liberties or impose obligations retrospectively. Every person is equal before the law. Where there should be an independent, impartial judiciary. Now, that's actually really selective, because the rule of law is a very open textured kind of aspect, or it's actually quite a concept which underpins our constitutional framework. And what's happened there, so my amendment suggests that you don't have the descriptors underneath, because they're not descriptors, they're limiters. It says the following aspects of the rule of law, because some would say, and that was what philosophers would call a thin rule of law, a rule of law which isn't expansive and only looks to a narrow range, a narrow and formal range of rights and obligations. Whereas my proposal is simply saying, if you're going to have a principle of the rule of law, say the importance of maintaining consistency with the rule of law. And this is where, and look, I really respect the Legislation, Design and Advisory Committee's submission to the Select Committee, because they were very careful not to be dismissive of the bill and to recognise it, but they said, and this, when they used the word selective and contested, so many of the principles are selective and contested, this is one of the ones that they were talking about, because there is an aspect of the rule of law which says there should be equal access to the courts. That means you've got to have some kind of legal aid framework. You've got to have some kind of access to justice framework. There's an aspect of the rule of law which says you should redress inequalities in society, that there should be genuine and substantive equality of opportunity and not just formal equality of opportunity. Now, that's fallen off the end. One of the challenges with the rule of law, trying to kind of legislate the rule of law, is that it doesn't respond well to a bullet point list. It's a philosophical concept, not a legislative design principle. And whilst the rule of law is actually referred to in the Legislation, Design and Advisory Committee's guidelines, they actually are very open about saying the rule of law looks to these kind of values. It doesn't seek to dictate what the rule of law is, but rather be a guiding set of values and concepts, not a bullet point list. I mean, clear and accessible, yes, but in fact, if you're going to say the law should be accessible, then it means much more than that. Accessibility isn't a simple concept, but it's not so much the principles that the Minister has included, it's the fact that it excludes anything that's not there. It's only the following aspects of the rule of law, not those broader aspects. Now, I can hear the Minister's likely going to say, it's okay. We all know that this is a non-exhaustive list of principles, but these are the principles, the only principles, by which the Regulatory Standard Board can measure the quality of legislation. They can't look to other principles. And so using this impoverished, this narrow, this thin concept of the rule of law is actually going to test legislation against a very poor articulation of the rule of law. But there is a fix. The fix is not to try and capture the rule of law, just point to it as a value set. Say, look, we want to have compliance with the rule of law, and that's where we're going to leave it. It's for the scholars on your Regulatory Standards Board to articulate and investigate what that is. So that's the first amendment that I would propose.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a very specific set of questions for the Minister in regard to Clause 8, specifically Clause 8C, and these are the clauses of the taking of property. Now, there was a substantive and very interesting submission that the Select Committee heard, and this was from Transpower. And they expressed very articulately their concerns that Clause 8C had the potential to raise electricity costs for New Zealand. And this was largely due to the fact that 8C, which says legislation should not take or severely impair or authorise the taking or severe impairment of property without consent of the owner, and then C2, fair compensation for the taking or severe impairment is provided to the owner. And their concern was about the intersection of these clauses with the Electricity Act 1992 and for the protections for the national grid that are already contained under the RMA. They were concerns that any updates to the Electricity Act could result in having to pay increased compensation payments for the laying out of national infrastructure, which is for the national benefit. And Transpower laid out in concern, and it's not surprising they had these concerns, given that 93% of our overhead electricity infrastructure goes over private property. And in terms of what would happen at subsequent revisions around that. And this actually opened up a further discussion at Select Committee around infrastructure more generally, in terms of the Public Works Act, in terms of how we would balance the private property rights, which are given primacy under this piece of legislation, against the national interests and the need for infrastructure. And I think these are very big questions. The government tells us that it is a government that wants to advance the build out of New Zealand's infrastructure, but we are in danger in this Act in Clause 8C of actually imposing more cost, making it more difficult, and indeed imposing uncertainty in a number of those build projects. So I'd like to know from the Minister whether or not he has considered the changes and the amendments that Transpower suggested in their submission. Their submission was that they be explicitly excluded from this legislation, that there does have to be some national interest in the national grid, needs to be given some protection in that space, or more broadly, has the Minister sought advice from officials around the interplay with infrastructure projects and how 8C may impact on that, how this may work with not only the Electricity Act of 1992 but the Public Works Act and any land acquisitions that may occur under these pieces of legislation, which are all about putting the national interest at the fore, and whether or not the Minister has considered any other alternatives, whether officials provided him on any advice in regard to infrastructure, particularly obviously electricity infrastructure, but more broadly roading and other forms of infrastructure, and whether or not he has sought advice from his officials in the light of these submissions that we heard at Select Committee.
Point of order, Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
I seek leave to correct the vote on Dr. Duncan Webb's tabled amendment replacing Clause 3 in Part 1.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There is not. The member may correct the vote.
For the table amendments, 15 in favour.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just addressed the last two questions, and colleagues try to finish before 10 p.m, so we're not putting any additional impost on you. In terms of Duncan Webb's question about the definition of the rule of law, and there was quite a lengthy philosophical treatise that I'm sure must have impressed first-year law students back in the day. But here it's very simple. We have set out a series of criteria that define the rule of law, and then said in Section 8A that other criteria can also be considered. So this is not an exhaustive list. That's what the law says if you read it. On the other hand, if you believe that the rule of law is some mythical, distant thing that the average person can't really understand and can't have written down for them, then you can start to understand why the Reformation happened. Because actually we live in a society, a Protestant society, where people like to be able to read and understand the law, even ordinary people who are not professors. Megan Wood asked about 8C, property rights, and the requirement that severe impairment of property rights be compensated if a law takes away property. She then raised Transpower and their desire to build transmission lines, I assume, and I guess she referred to other infrastructure, perhaps roads, that might be built over other people's property. It's been, I think the Public Works Act was passed in 1981 or 1982. It's been a very long time, and the common law that was based on, that you can't just take people's stuff. If you're a citizen, you can't just steal people's stuff. If you're a government, you can't just take people's land because it's politically popular to do so. You actually have to compensate them. These are very old common law principles, and when it comes to impairing people's property, there is already in the Public Works Act jurisprudence where if you partially take someone's property, you can have to compensate them for that. But what's really interesting is to draw out what Megan Woods is actually saying. She says that if people want stuff to be cheaper, it might be okay to make it cheaper by taking other people's property and not compensating them for it. And this is quite an extraordinary proposition. It's actually a massive deviation from the Public Works Act, from our common law traditions, and the way that most New Zealanders think you just shouldn't take other people's stuff without compensating for them. Most people, they go into a shop, they pay for it, they don't just walk out with it. So the idea that somebody comes to select committee and says, oh, we'd like to be exempt, what that really tells you is that their business model is to impair other people's property, to take value from other people and redistribute it to each other. And in a civilised society with the rule of law, if you've got a public purpose and you want to achieve it, you shouldn't achieve it just by putting all the costs on somebody who happens to be in the way. That's the opposite of a civilised society, and that's precisely why 8C on the severe impairment of property needing compensation is there.
Members, it's time for me to leave the chair. The House is suspended and the chair will resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Barbara.
Thank you.